Chapter 186. No matter what kind of life form it was, once it ascended to become a true god, its lifespan would increase exponentially. At the very least, it would have a lifespan of millions of years. The most powerful warlocks who walked the warlock path, such as the first Warlock Dynasty's Time Lord, the second Warlock Dynasty's Taboo Lord, the third Warlock Dynasty's Demonic Divine Lord, the fourth Warlock Dynasty's Star Lord, the fifth Warlock Dynasty's Death Lord, the sixth Warlock Dynasty's Golem Lord, the seventh Warlock Dynasty's Magic Note Lord, and the eighth Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord. The 8 great warlocks were the most powerful human warlocks of the Tsangji Plain. They founded the 8 great warlock dynasties and suppressed and conquered countless planes. However, they still couldn't resist the corrosion of time. Their lifespans were exhausted, falling one after another, turning into piles of yellow earth. Some of the gods from the same era as the Lord of Time were still alive. The difference in lifespan between the two was enough to drive many humans crazy. The spear that pierced Rerit was the strongest secret treasure refined by the first Warlock Emperor, the Time Lord, the god-murdering spear that had slain countless gods and Tsangji Plain's ancient gods. After the fall of the Time Lord, any creature that ignited their god fire on the Tsangji Plain would be killed by the god-slaying spear. No matter how powerful a warlock is, after they ignite their divine fire, they cannot resist a blow from the god-slayer spear. Only a small portion of people in Tyrannid subcontinent knew about this secret. Among them was the great matriarch of the Dark Elves, Shaena. Dark Elven clan's cultivation method was diametrically opposed to that of human warlocks. If Shaena wanted to break through the legendary realm, she had to become a demigod. But in the Tsangji Plain, once you promote to a demigod, you will be killed by the god-slaughtering spear. Therefore, she studied this deeply and came up with a way to break through the bottleneck. That was to lure others to ignite the divine fire and become a demigod. Then, they would seize the opportunity to snatch the broken divine fire of the demigod of death, absorb the divinity within, and transform into a divine creature. No! After Rerit let out a blood-curdling scream, his body completely collapsed and was directly absorbed by the god-slaying spear. 3 golden points of divinity fell from Rerit's remains. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he rushed towards the 3 gold divinities. Stop! Die! The bodies of the 25 high-level Blood Clan members flickered and turned into streams of light as they flew toward the 3 golden divinities. They instinctively knew that the 3 golden divinities were top-notch items. You overestimate yourself. Kill them. Yang Feng ordered with a cold smile. Yes. Master. Shaena walked out of the shadow beside Yang Feng, smiled sweetly, pointed at the 25 advanced kindred, and said coldly, Divine Judgment. The level for divine spell Divine Judgment instantly erupted. Black rays of light filled with divine power shot out of Shaena's lily-white fingers and shone towards the 25 high-ranking vampires. The 25 high-level vampires let out miserable screams when they were illuminated by the black light. Blood flames erupted from their bodies and enveloped them, resisting the judgment of God's judgment. A Moffin mechanical demonic polar bear suddenly burrowed out of the ground and directly charged into the midst of the vampires and vampires. It waved its huge claws and slapped continuously, smashing the vampires and vampires into meat paste. Dephilia waved her lily-white hand, and a huge ice phoenix suddenly condensed and pounced towards the vampires and kindred. In the wake of the ice phoenix, ice and snow enveloped the land, and all the vampires were frozen into ice sculptures. The mechanical legion that had long been lying in ambush around the Palmer City also started to mobilize at full force, rushing towards the Palmer City. Yang Feng took advantage of this opportunity to reach out and grab the 3 divinities. The 3 divinities entered Yang Feng's body as soon as they fell into his hands. All kinds of knowledge poured into Yang Feng's mind at once, nearly bursting his brain. The 3 divinities were respectively the divinity of massacre, the divinity of blood energy, and the divinity of fear. The 3 divinities contained a trace of knowledge of the laws of massacre, blood energy, and fear. Even if it was just a trace of knowledge of the laws, it was already extremely huge for Yang Feng, nearly bursting his mind. However, Yang Feng had already promoted to a level 2 warlock, and his physical constitution was extremely formidable. He forcibly accepted the huge amount of information. At the same time, the three divinities entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge and respectively released the formidable divine energy of massacre, divine energy of blood, and divine energy of fear, slowly transforming Yang Feng's body and transforming him into a divine life form. The divine energy of massacre could enhance Yang Feng's massacre instinct, the divine energy of blood could allow Yang Feng to freely manipulate his own and even the enemy's blood, and the divine energy of fear could cause enemies to feel fear towards Yang Feng in battle and weaken their battle prowess. With Yang Feng's current strength as a level 2 warlock, once he encountered an army of ordinary people, he could directly urge the power of the divine energy of fear to cause the army of ordinary people to feel fear and collapse without a fight. The 200,000 level 8 primary battle robots lying in ambush in the Palmer city slaughtered their way into the city, and then with an unstoppable momentum, the kindred and vampires in the Palmer city were utterly routed and their blood flowed like rivers. This is the smell of divinity. Someone has just obtained divinity here. A black radiance descended from the sky and Cartman suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng, his gaze falling on Yang Feng. Being stared at by Cartman, Yang Feng felt as if he was a frog encountering a venomous snake. Instinctively, his whole body was brimming with fear. At this moment, the soul seed in Yang Feng's spirit sea, a dragon silhouette suddenly issued a roar. The blood inside him boiled and a proud and unyielding will erupted in a flash, dispelling part of the fear towards Cartman. A divine energy of fear erupted inside Yang Feng, absorbing the remaining fear and transforming it into his own power. Did you absorb the divinity here? What a waste of resources. A trifling level 2 warlock actually absorbed divinity, that's too wasteful. If I kill you now, I should be able to extract the divinity. Although there will be some losses, but there's nothing I can do about it. Cartman carelessly swept Yang Feng with a glance, then extended his hand and grabbed towards Yang Feng. Suddenly, a pitch-black demonic chi hand appeared and grabbed towards Yang Feng. Starry Sky Warlock. How come there's a Starry Sky Warlock here? Even though Yang Feng restrained his fear towards Cartman, but when faced with Cartman's attack, he still felt a sense of powerlessness. Among ordinary people, level 2 warlocks were already considered extremely powerful, but in front of Starry Sky warlocks, they were still as weak as ants. An azure light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. The level 4 spell Sky Flower water curtain was launched, and countless water elemental particles formed a light curtain that firmly protected him. When the black demonic chi hand grabbed the Sky Flower water curtain, it immediately crumbled and shattered. Starry Sky Warlock, this guy, he's a Starry Sky Warlock. Yang Feng gave a furious roar and pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. The mechanical black dragon, Yang Feng's trump card, instantly flew out, flapped its wings and madly flew towards Cartman. The mechanical black dragon was refined from the corpse of the ancient black dragon Vedarnia. It was the most powerful among his mechanical battle beasts, with terrifying battle prowess infinitely close to that of a Starry Sky Warlock. It was his trump card and trump card. When the mechanical black dragon appeared, it swept its huge tail and, as if empty tie was pressing down, it directly slammed towards Cartman. A bit interesting. This alchemical golem has battle prowess infinitely close to that of a Starry Sky Warlock. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of fanaticism, he gave a fierce roar, his figure shook, and he slammed his fist on the mechanical black dragon's tail. Boom! A terrifying blare sounded, the scales on the mechanical black dragon's tail exploded, and countless parts splashed about. Cartman was also sent flying tens of meters away from the huge blow, a trace of blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Yang Feng promptly tore apart a fixed teleportation scroll, and a powerful spatial fluctuation enveloped him in a flash. It's no use. In front of a devil emperor, any spatial magic is useless. Cartman smiled coldly and pointed at Yang Feng. The spatial fluctuations shrouding Yang Feng disappeared in an instant, and the scroll in his hand exploded into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Divine Judgment. When they heard Yang Feng's call, the great warlocks who were slaughtering kindred rushed over. Without demur, Shaena cast the level for divine spell Divine Judgment. Streams of darkness divine power condensed into black divine light and madly shot towards Cartman. Divine Judgment? It's pretty powerful. You're a pretty woman, very good, very suitable to be my childbearing machine. Cartman smiled faintly, then erupted with boundless demonic chi, which formed a demonic force shield. The streams of divine judgment divine light shone on the magic power shield, issuing sizzling sounds, yet were unable to penetrate the magic power shield. Shaena's figure shook, and she arrived next to Yang Feng. She stared at Cartman, and her eyes flashed with a touch of bewilderment. You're not Eyes of Justice's Atchison, who the hell are you? Dephilia's figure shook, and she arrived next to Yang Feng. She stared at Cartman, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. She could feel the terrifying life force exuding from Cartman, the terrifying life force of the legendary Starry Sky Warlock rank. Cartman glanced at the void, and said loftily, I'm the Demon Emperor Cartman from the Demonist Plane. You lowly humans, if you submit to me, then I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, all of you will die here today. Even those women who are hiding at the side are no exception. Chapter 187. Where Cartman's gaze swept, light distorted, and Carolina slowly walked out. She stood beside Yang Feng and stared at Cartman, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of graveness. Yang Feng was very clear that Tyrannid's subcontinent's situation was unstable. In order to obtain such a precious treasure as divinity, he had no choice but to personally set out with his true body. But before coming out, he had also gathered the strongest experts he could muster. The combination of Carolina, Shaena and Dephilia, the three great warlocks, was enough to deal with any Tyrannid subcontinent's great warlocks. Even if Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory's experts set up an ambush, they could still protect Yang Feng and break through the encirclement. But they never would have thought that they would actually encounter a demigod rank expert like Cartman. Demonist Plane's Demon Emperor, that's a demon comparable to a feeble divine force rank god. The pretty complexions of Carolina and the other two women changed, their hearts brimming with shock. If it was an ordinary Starry Sky Warlock, or even a slightly weaker Starry Sky Warlock, then Carolina and the other two plus Yang Feng's more than a dozen level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts could still put up a fight. But the Demon Emperor's avatar comparable to a god, even if it only possessed Starry Sky Warlock rank strength, its understanding of power and combat understanding was still far from what Carolina and the other two women could compare to. The reason why Cartman was able to casually interrupt Yang Feng's level 4 fixed teleportation scroll was because his control over power and space had reached an unimaginably terrifying realm. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint and he said respectfully, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor Cartman, I am Steel City's Grand Marshal Yang Feng. It's not impossible for us to submit to you. Please show us your invincible strength. Only then will you be able to convince us and make us willingly serve you. Cartman gave a complacent smile as if a cat playing with a mouse and said, You're Steel City's Yang Feng? Ha, it seems that my luck is pretty good. Tell me, how do you want me to show my strength? Defeat all of you? Our Steel City's alchemy is unparalleled. I have a few of the best puppets refined by Steel City. I heard that the demon race has tyrannical physical bodies and dual cultivators. If your Majesty can completely destroy these peak puppets with your physical body, then Steel City is willing to serve you. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. 2 Amani Lightwing Icebirds, 2 Kalaman Boas, 1 Byunman Hurricane Wolf, 1 Fire Lion, plus the mechanical black dragon in the sky, a total of 7 level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts appeared in front of him. Cartman swept a glance at the 7 mechanical battle beasts and said with a slight smile, Interesting, your Steel City's alchemy is really impressive. You can actually refine so many mechanical battle beasts comparable to level 4 extraordinary life forms. Alright, I promise you that I'll show you how powerful I am. Demons had always been proud of their tyrannical physical bodies. For the Demon Emperor Cartman, the 7-level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts were just a small inconvenience. As long as he expended a bit of strength, then he would be able to tear the 7 mechanical battle beasts into pieces. He didn't have to worry about anything. Yang Feng said with a respectful expression, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, your strength is unparalleled. I'm just a trifling level 2 warlock. If I were to watch the fight from such a close distance, then I'm afraid that a casual punch from you would kill me. Please allow me to retreat by 20 kilometers and watch the fight from a distance of 20 kilometers. Cartman had a ridiculing expression and said with a faint smile, "All right, I'll allow you to watch the fight from a distance of 20 kilometers. A distance of 20 kilometers was nothing for Cartman. Furthermore, with his strength, as long as Yang Feng wanted to cast a spatial spell to escape, then he could casually break it. Yang Feng secretly heaved a slight sigh of relief. Full of vigilance, he retreated to a distance of 20 kilometers with Carolina and the other experts, and then stopped, not making any unusual movements. Cartman revealed a trace of a smile and looked at the 7-level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts, his gaze in particular falling on the mechanical black dragon. Cartman was confident that he could defeat the siege of Carolina and the other women as well as the level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts. However, facing the siege of so many experts, if he was even slightly careless, then he would be injured, and there was even a trace of a possibility of failure. After all, Carolina was Rose Garden's master, she had a semi-divine armament and countless trump cards. Cheyenne was also a believer of the goddess Lolth. Once she went all out, she could even display Starry Sky Warlock rank strength. The mechanical black dragon was a terrifying existence comparable to a Starry Sky Warlock in close combat. Now, Cartman only had to dispose of the 7-level, for extraordinary life form rank alchemical golems, and then deal with Yang Feng and his party. Yang Feng and his party definitely wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. The mechanical black dragon gave a shrill cry, flapped its wings, and soared straight into the sky. Its propulsion furnace was fully activated, and a terrifying Starry Sky Warlock rank strength erupted in a flash. Urged with all its might, the mechanical black dragon could erupt with Starry Sky Warlock rank strength for 1 minute. This eruption was extremely harmful to its body, and was the mechanical black dragon's strongest trump card. The 6 mechanical battle beasts suddenly erupted and pounced at Cartman. "Idiot, shatter!" Cartman sneered, his figure shook, and he appeared in front of the 2 Amani light-winged ice birds. Demonic light flickered on his palms, and he patted the heads of the 2 Amani light-winged ice birds. Suddenly, Cartman's complexion changed, and a glint of fear flashed past the abyss of his eyes. The 2 nuclear warheads hidden inside the 2 Amani light-winged icebergs exploded in a flash, and terrifying light and heat engulfed Cartman. Practically at the same time, the 4 mechanical battle beasts, 2 Kalaman boa, 1 Bunman hurricane wolf, and 1 fire lion, also detonated the nuclear warheads inside them in a split second. 6 terrifying mushroom clouds rose into the sky, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Incomparably violent shockwaves swept out in all directions, causing the earth to tremble. Dusky clouds of radiation covered the sky, and dust rose from the ground. It was a scene of the end of the world. The hundreds of thousands of kindred and vampires in the Palmer City, as well as Yang Feng's 200,000 mechanical legion's primary battle robots, were engulfed by the nuclear explosions, and were completely annihilated. "He's still not dead. Quickly get rid of him. Don't give him a chance to recover, or else, the ones to die in the future will be us." The mushroom clouds of the nuclear explosions had yet to disperse, when Yang Feng's complexion suddenly changed, and he said sternly. From the mechanical black dragon's extremely powerful scanning system, Yang Feng saw that in the center of the nuclear explosions, there was an extremely dilapidated black cocoon, emitting extremely formidable fluctuations of power. Dephilia waved her lily-white hand, and opened a portal. She, Carolina, and Cheyenne entered the portal, and then appeared in front of the black cocoon. Saint Rose Great Radiance Purification. Carolina's entire body shone with a holy white radiance, as if a goddess of light. She raised the semi-divine armament Rose Divine Mirror, and aimed it at the black cocoon. An extremely pure divine light shot out from the Rose Divine Mirror, and shone on the black cocoon. The originally dilapidated black cocoon, under the illumination of the pure divine light, collapsed inch by inch. At the same time, Cartman's extremely mournful screams were transmitted. Disintegrate. Before Cheyenne promoted to a high priestess, she was a legend wizard among the dark elves. She pointed with her lily-white hand, and cast the level, for instant death spell Disintegrate. A disintegration ray fell on the black magic cocoon. The black magic cocoon instantly disintegrated and completely shattered, revealing Cartman inside the black magic cocoon. At this moment, Cartman's hands had already been blown away, one of his eyes was blind, and his whole body was badly mutilated. One could even see the eerie white bones and squirming internal organs. Despite this, he still hadn't died. Demonic chi coiled around him, and he slowly recovered. His body was covered with the remains of the semi-divine armament White Elephant armor. Obviously, it was this semi-divine armament that had saved his life. Carolina and the other two women were shocked when they saw this scene. The nuclear warhead's might, when detonated at close range, was equivalent to a Moonlight Warlock's all-out strike, and could kill an unguarded Starry Sky Warlock. Cartman, who had fallen into Yang Feng's trap, was hit by 6 nuclear warheads, yet he still hadn't died. His strength and terror could be well imagined. "You're all going to die." A voice that seemed to have come from the depths of hell spat out from Cartman's mouth, which exposed his gums and was extremely terrifying. Cartman opened his mouth, and a demonic light shot out, directly piercing through Carolina's life force cover. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying several tens of meters away. Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix. Dephilia's pretty complexion changed. She silently recited an incantation, and pointed with her lily-white finger. Suddenly, countless ice auras condensed into a 30-meter-long ice phoenix, and pounced towards Cartman. Wherever the ice phoenix passed, countless ice fragments scattered in the air. It was clear that the moisture in the air was instantly frozen into ice beads. In a flash, the ice phoenix pounced on Cartman, and directly froze half of his body. Cartman turned his remaining eye and glanced at Dephilia. Suddenly, a magical radiance flickered in his eyes. "Mom!" As if she had seen the most terrifying thing in her life, Dephilia screamed, fell to the ground, rolled around in pain, and started crying loudly like a weak and helpless little girl. Mage's Disjunction. Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed. She cast the level, for destruction spell Mage's Disjunction, and a ray of disjunction shot towards Cartman. Cartman opened his mouth, and ejected a black tongue that collided with the ray of disjunction. The black tongue was directly disintegrated, and the Mage's Disjunction was also broken. Chapter 188. Cartman's figure shook, and he suddenly appeared in front of Cheyenne, before kicking at her. Wall of Darkness. Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed. She silently recited an incantation, and the semi-divine armament Dark Scepter in her hand blossomed with black divine radiance. The black divine radiance interweaved and condensed, forming a wall shrouded in darkness. Boom! Cartman kicked the arm guard of darkness, causing the arm guard of darkness to tremble, and countless cracks appeared on it. Cheyenne's beautiful face turned pale. It was the first time that she had seen someone seriously injure her wall of darkness with a single blow. At this moment, a peerlessly terrifying aura descended from the sky. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, suddenly flew down, and whipped at Cartman with its enormous tail. Bang! Cartman was whipped by the mechanical black dragon, and was sent flying, before crashing into the ground. Suddenly, grotesque radiation tumors emerged on his body, causing him to issue extremely painful and sorrowful howls. The heavy radiation from the nuclear explosion not only heavily injured Cartman, but also caused his body to undergo a tremendous change. Rumbling sounds echoed in the sky. Lightning supersonic fighters abruptly flew out from the clouds, loaded with Gauss machine cannons as they frantically swept towards Cartman. Under the bombardment of the densely packed Gauss cannons, Cartman screamed endlessly with blood splattering all over his body. A mammoth heavy-duty bomber loaded with all kinds of bombs dropped from the sky, before ferociously crashing into Cartman's location. With a loud bang, the mammoth heavy-duty bomber instantly self-detonated, and a small mushroom cloud rose once again. According to the analysis of the Portable Fortified Stronghold's intelligent computer, the might of a mammoth heavy-duty bomber's self-detonation was comparable to that of an offensive spell cast by a great warlock. However, the flying speed of a mammoth heavy-duty bomber was too slow. In actual combat, it was basically unable to hit a great warlock. Cartman was truly formidable to the extreme. Even though he was hit by the mammoth heavy-duty bomber's self-detonation, he still didn't die. He merely spouted a large mouthful of black demonic blood, endured the pain, and shot away from his location. If he dared to stay in place, then the countless mechanical legions would definitely blow him up. Icebound fetters. When Dephilia saw this scene, a strange glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. She took out the legendary secret treasure ice snow box, opened it, and silently chanted an incantation, pointing at Cartman. 2 streams of white cold air shot out of the ice and snow box and flew to Cartman's feet like chains, instantly sealing his legs in ice. Cartman was greatly alarmed and struggled with all his might. Countless demonic energy gushed out and shattered the ice under his feet. The 3 mammoth heavy-duty bombers dropped down once more, slamming into Cartman's body and exploding. 3 mushroom clouds rose into the sky, blasting Cartman into a bloody mess. Another huge crack appeared on the remains of the semi-divine armament white elephant armor on his body. In the sky, the mechanical black dragon had finished accumulating energy. It opened its bloody mouth and shot a dragon breath cannon at Cartman. The mechanical black dragon's most powerful dragon breath cannon instantly vaporized Cartman's lower body, causing him to scream once again. "You damned human ants, how dare you injure me? I will never let you off. Wait until I recover from my injuries, then it will be your doomsday. I will capture you one by one and torture you endlessly day and night for 500 years. Cartman uttered an extremely vicious curse. What remained of his lower body turned into a black ray of light and fled into the distance. Cartman was already seriously injured after the continuous attacks from Yang Feng and his party. If he didn't flee, then only death would await him. With great difficulty, Cartman had managed to send an embodiment to the Tsangji plane. He still had to rely on the embodiment's power to truly open the planar passageway and consolidate it, allowing his true body to descend from the Demonis to the outside world. He naturally wouldn't let his embodiment fall so quickly. Just as Cartman fled, a figure blocked his escape route. The legendary dagger, Kiss of the Damned, easily pierced into Cartman's body. 12 types of curses erupted in an instant, causing Cartman to let out another blood-cursing scream. Cartman's body was stabbed by Romulach's sneak attack. Having lost his hands and feet, he opened his mouth and sprayed a black ray of light that blasted into Romulach's tender body. As if a broken rag doll, Romulach fell from the sky and slammed into the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. With Cartman's paws, the countless Gauss cannons in the sky at once bombarded him, causing him to spit blood again and again. Cartman glared hatefully at Romulach. Withstanding the 12 kinds of curses of Kiss of the Damned, he turned into a black ray of light and flew towards Eyes of Justice's headquarters. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and he said solemnly, "We must kill him. If we let him recover, then we'll be in danger." Cartman fell into Yang Feng's trap and was seriously injured by the 6 nuclear warheads. Then, he was besieged by Carolina and the other 2 peak great warlocks as well as the mechanical black dragon. Under such circumstances, he was still able to seriously injure Carolina and Romulage. His strength was simply beyond Yang Feng's imagination. After Carolina coughed out a mouthful of blood, she said lightly, "All right, heal me." Cheyenne silently chanted an incantation and pointed at Carolina. She instantly cast the level 4 divine spell, Great Healing. Rays of divine light fell on Carolina's body and quickly healed her internal and external injuries. Although Carolina was also proficient in healing spells, but in terms of healing effects, the High Priestess Cheyenne who used divine power was still more formidable. Yang Feng waved his hand and a lightning supersonic fighter descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Carolina and the other 3 women jumped lightly into the cabin of the lightning supersonic fighter. The flying speed of the lightning supersonic fighter couldn't compare to the flying speed of Carolina and the others when casting spells at full strength. However, that was only for short-distance flights. In terms of long-distance flights, the lightning supersonic fighter was definitely a notch better. The lightning supersonic fighter took off in a flash and madly chased after Cartman at full speed. I should also do what I should do. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint. He put on a helmet and began to issue a series of orders. The 1 million level 8 primary battle robots stationed in St. Colin City entered the dimensional personnel carriers one after another. The dimensional personnel carriers then quickly entered the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. The Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft suddenly took off and, under the escort of several thousand Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, moved towards Eyes of Justice. The level 4 humanoid robots that couldn't enter the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters quickly assembled and then rushed towards Eyes of Justice. A large number of dimensional personnel carriers filled with high-energy crystals followed beside the humanoid robots, ready to replenish their energy at any time. 800,000 level 8 primary battle robots of various types walked out of Giant Stone City and boarded the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft as they moved towards Eyes of Justice. Boom! Boom! Along with loud noises, the ground of Giant Stone City split open and an enormous sphere with a diameter of 500 meters flew out of Giant Stone City. That enormous sphere was covered with all kinds of thick cannons and equipped with all kinds of weapons. At a glance, one could tell that it was an incomparably ferocious war-fortified stronghold. This enormous sphere floating in the air was the most powerful weapon Yang Feng currently possessed, the Level 1 Portable Fortified Stronghold. Shortly after the Level 1 Portable Fortified Stronghold flew out, another Level 1 Portable Fortified Stronghold flew out. Yang Feng had made a total of 3 Level 1 Portable Fortified Strongholds. He had made up his mind that if he couldn't survive in Tyrannid subcontinent, then he would flee to another place. Now that he had mobilized 2 Level 1 portable fortified strongholds and exposed his trump card, he decided to get rid of Cartman in one fell swoop. At the very least, he would eliminate all of Cartman's subordinates in Tyrannid subcontinent. After the 2 armed mobile strongholds took off, they quickly flew in the direction of Eyes of Justice's nest. Under the pursuit of the several thousand lightning supersonic fighters dispatched by Yang Feng, Cartman cut a sorry figure as he fled. The legendary dagger kiss of the damned that was stabbed into his body would erupt with curses from time to time, causing him unbearable pain and abruptly reducing his speed. Then, he would be overtaken by the lightning supersonic fighters. Moreover, the legendary dagger kiss of the damned would always emit a peculiar fluctuation of curses that even Cartman couldn't conceal. It was also impossible for Cartman to pull out the kiss of the damned. Once he pulled out the kiss of the damned due to his lack of strength, then he would be captured without putting up a fight. If the legendary dagger kiss of the damned hadn't been stabbed into Cartman's body, then, by relying on his ability, he would have already quietly escaped from Yang Feng and his party's pursuit. Cartman didn't have any leeway to choose, he could only madly flee towards Eyes of Justice's direction. The chase lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, before Cartman finally erupted and directly fled into Eyes of Justice's territory. Your Majesty! As soon as Cartman entered Eyes of Justice, his 8 subordinates brought more than 100 level 3 warlock rank demon experts to greet Cartman. Cartman opened his mouth and inhaled. The more than 100 advanced demon generals with battle prowess comparable to level 3 warlock rank exploded one after another, turning into mists of blood that entered his mouth. The 8 great warlock rank demon commanders stood respectfully to the side, watching everything with indifference. Among demons, the strong were revered. A demon emperor like Cartman, even more so, regarded his subordinates as pigs and dogs. Only a demon commander rank expert would make him slightly attach importance to them. As for advanced demon generals, they were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Chapter 189. After Cartman absorbed the flesh essence and souls of more than 100 advanced demon generals, his complexion at once became a lot ruddier. Flesh sprouted from his lower limbs, and with a pop, 2 tender and long legs grew out. Cartman said coldly, "Immediately bring those human captives over." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 8 demon commanders responded respectfully and quickly retreated. Before long, countless humans were herded into the square where Cartman's giant statue was located by the demons as if they were pigs and dogs. After Cartman took control of Eyes of Justice, he released a bit of a rumor and deceived countless humans who attempted to join Eyes of Justice into Eyes of Justice's lair. The number of humans who had become demon captives reached as high as 1,300,000. When Cartman saw the densely packed humans, his eyes flashed with a touch of a smile. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A strange and terrifying suction force instantly shrouded the human captives. "Ah! Help!" Amidst blood-curdling screams, the densely packed humans exploded in an instant. A mixture of blood, flesh, and souls entered Cartman's mouth. Along with the continuous absorption of the human's flesh and souls, his severed hands quickly grew back and his aura rose steadily. Boom! 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 Just as Cartman was enjoying himself, a series of explosions rang out from Eyes of Justice's lair. A demon commander said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Steel City's Mechanical Legion has already killed their way outside and is currently attacking us." Cartman said impatiently, "You guys go out at once and destroy Steel City's Mechanical Legion." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 8 demon commanders responded with great respect. With a sway of their figures, they quickly flew away. At this moment, apart from Eyes of Justice's forbidden area, everywhere had already turned into a sea of fire. Under Yang Feng's order, the mammoth heavy-duty bombers were loaded with massive amounts of white phosphorus incendiary bombs and threw them into Eyes of Justice. Eyes of Justice turned into a sea of fire, with countless demons, demon generals, and other demons howling mournfully in the sea of fire. A demon commander saw the countless demon humans and demon generals wailing in the flames, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "His Majesty has ordered everyone to follow me out and kill everyone in the City of Steel. Kill them all. Kill them all." The eyes of the brave and ruthless Devil Cultivator S and demon generals were all scarlet red, and they let out angry roars. Their morale was raised to the extreme, and they followed the 8 demon commanders out of the Eyes of Justice. More than 1,000,000 demon experts passed through the planar path. Many of them had grotesque appearances and were shrouded in demonic energy. They followed the 8 demon commanders to Eyes of Justice like ants. The 8 great demon commanders had just led countless demon armies to the Eye of Justice, when missiles carrying nuclear warheads fell from the sky, directly falling towards the Eye of Justice. Boom! 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 Without waiting for the 8 demon commanders to act, the dozens of nuclear warheads detonated. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and endless light and heat engulfed the 8 demon commanders as well as the demons around them in a flash. Mountains collapsed and the earth split, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Even the forbidden area of Eyes of Justice's headquarters, which was the most heavily guarded, was completely engulfed by the terrifying nuclear explosions. The 1,000,000 humans who had been captured by the demons were also engulfed by the endless light and heat from the explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads. Cartman had already recovered part of his strength, but he was completely engulfed by the explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads. His hands and feet, which had just grown back, instantly turned into ashes. More than half of the mountain range where Eyes of Justice's headquarters was located had collapsed due to the explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads. The explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads had caused the 8 great warlock-rank demon commanders to be insta-killed without being able to display the slightest bit of their strength. Dephilia couldn't help but inhale a mouthful of cold air when she saw that Eyes of Justice's headquarters had completely disappeared and the mountain range had collapsed. She exclaimed, "What a terrifying weapon! The might of such a weapon is too terrifying." Cheyenne's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. She smiled but didn't say anything. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint and she said faintly, "I finally understand why he doesn't rashly use this weapon. This powerful weapon has a huge weakness." Dephilia promptly asked, "What weakness?" Romulage also pricked up her ears and listened carefully. Carolina said with a smile, "This weapon has to explode in order to display its terrifying might. So long as the carrier of this weapon is sealed before the explosion, or it is transferred to another place using a teleportation spell, then it won't have any power. If handled well, then it can be used to deal with its original owner." Yang Feng walked over from the side and said with a slight smile, "That's right. As expected of Carolina, your eyes are sharp. The greatest weakness of this weapon is that it's hard to hit the enemy. If it encounters a targeted spell, then it will instead become a sharp weapon in the hands of the enemy." The Zhangji Plains human warlocks had conquered many planes, absorbed the knowledge of countless different planes and created countless strange spells. Among the level 4 spells, there were sealing spells, teleportation spells, and many other targeted spells. Sealing spells could directly seal missiles carrying nuclear warheads, while teleportation spells could instead teleport missiles carrying nuclear warheads to Yang Feng's mechanical legion. The nuclear warheads would then explode in the midst of Yang Feng's mechanical legion. When attacking Eyes of Justice's headquarters, Yang Feng first bombarded it to probe the reaction of Eyes of Justice's demons. Only then did he decisively launch dozens of nuclear warheads, directly razing Eyes of Justice's demon lair to the ground. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of horror and he exclaimed, "That guy still hasn't died. What kind of freak is he? Why is his life force so tenacious?" From the mechanical Black Dragon's energy scanning system, Yang Feng could clearly sense that there were fluctuations of life being emitted from the center of the nuclear explosion. Carolina promptly said, "From this life force, he should have been seriously injured and his strength should have dropped to an extremely low level. Let's go take a look." Carolina, Cheyenne and Dephilia's figures shook and they rushed towards the center of the nuclear explosion. At the same time, Carolina smoothly grabbed Yang Feng and, as if carrying a cargo, rushed towards the center of the nuclear explosion. The center of the nuclear explosion was heavily contaminated with radiation. If an ordinary person were to enter such an area, they would definitely be courting death and would suffer from the radiation. But Carolina and the other two were great warlocks, their bodies were comparable to extraordinary life forms and they didn't fear the radiation. Only if they were hit by a nuclear warhead at close range would their life force be destroyed, then the radiation would invade their bodies and disgusting radiation tumors would grow. In the center of the nuclear explosion, Cartman, who had lost his hands and feet and was blind in one eye, was still struggling in pain. He had only half of his body left and his demonic chi had collapsed. But his aura was already far from being as formidable and invincible as it was the first time he saw him. The damaged Cartman stared fixedly at Yang Feng and his party, his eyes brimming with resentment, and he said while stressing each syllable, "You ants, you dare to injure the clone of the mighty demon Emperor Cartman. The mighty demon Emperor Cartman won't let you off. This world's human warlocks have already declined and the era of our demon race is coming. The entire Zhangji Plain has our demon race planar passageways, this is just one of them. What you killed today was just an insignificant clone of Cartman. So long as my clone dies, a curse will befall you." As long as you're less than 10,000 kilometers away, my true body will sense your existence, descend to your side and kill you all. If you're tactful, then surrender to me now. Wait for my true body to descend, then I'll naturally give you great benefits, allowing you to break through your bottleneck and promote to Starry Sky Warlocks. When Carolina and the other two heard that, their eyebrows creased slightly and their beautiful eyes revealed traces of dread. They could clearly sense the truth in Cartman's words. A good chance. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. He took out a huge syringe, stepped forward and fiercely stabbed Cartman with it, forcibly extracting a vial of pitch-black demonic blood from Cartman's body. Although Cartman's avatar was Atchison's body, but what flowed within it was Cartman's demonic blood. Only the true demonic blood comparable to a god's could allow a great warlock to directly promote to a demigod. Begin analysis. The blood is a blood sample of a level 12 life form. According to the Zhangji Plane's classification of ranks, it should be a Moonlight Warlock rank expert. According to the other plane's classification of ranks, it should be a Feeble Divine Force rank expert. Continue the analysis. According to the analysis, to completely analyze the blood, it would take 30 years to use only the computing power of a single optical computer. 2 optical computers would take 15 years, 3 optical computers would take 10 years. How many optical computers would it take to use the computing power? Yang Feng created 3 portable fortified strongholds, each of which had 3 optical computers. The computing power and analytical power of each optical computer was more than 100 times that of the combined computing power of all the computers on Earth. Yang Feng thought for a moment and then made a choice. First, use the computing power of one of the optical computers to analyze. Yang Feng needed the computing power of the optical computers on his path of cultivation, such as analyzing elixirs, constructing spell models, analyzing all kinds of spell models and so on. Yang Feng wasn't in a hurry to analyze Cartman's blood. After all, he only had the cultivation of a level 2 warlock at present. After extracting Cartman's demonic blood, Yang Feng injected a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir into Cartman's body. Chapter 190. Once the liquid metal nanorobots were injected into Cartman's body, they only lasted for less than a second before being killed by Cartman's formidable demonic blood, not a single one remaining. Cartman said with a cold smile, "You want to use poison to control me? It's no use. My true body is the Demonist Plane's Demon Emperor. I'm fundamentally different from you ants. My true body is a formidable being comparable to a god. The poison of you ants can't control me." Yang Feng didn't pay attention to Cartman and silently asked within, "Can I control the life form through the liquid metal nanorobots?" From the analysis of the information transmitted by the liquid metal nanorobots, the life form's blood possesses an extremely strong power. Foreign objects are basically unable to fuse or invade it. Unless the blood is completely analyzed, otherwise, it's impossible to manufacture the liquid metal nanorobot elixir to control the life form. Yang Feng suddenly asked Carolina next to him, "Carolina, does his true body know what happened to his avatar here?" Carolina gave a bitter smile and said, "I also don't know. In our Tyrannid subcontinent, knowledge about God's avatars is very scarce. After all, it has been nearly 10,000 years since anyone from our Tyrannid subcontinent went to explore other planes. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, there were very few great warlocks in Tyrannid subcontinent who would go explore other planes. Exploring other planes was very dangerous. Once one entered a plane like the Demonist Plane, human warlocks would most likely be caught and eaten by demons. Even if it was a Moonlight Warlock rank expert who entered a plane like the Demonist Plane, they would also die if they were the slightest bit careless. Additionally, demons manipulated eyes of justice to continuously and silently erase that knowledge, resulting in fewer and fewer people knowing about other planes' divine and demonic knowledge. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the 2 women, Dephilia and Cheyenne. The 2 of them shook their heads slightly, clearly not knowing about this knowledge. "I do know a thing or two about this knowledge." A voice suddenly sounded from the side. Everyone's complexions changed and they looked towards the direction from which the voice came. They saw a handsome young man dressed in a white gown that was 70% similar to China's ancient Hanfu, with the temperament of a scion of an influential family and an extraordinary grandeur, unhurriedly walk over from the side with a smile on his face. Yang Feng couldn't help but inwardly criticize, this guy is really handsome. If he were to come to Earth, then Earth's male stars would lose their jobs. The young man with the temperament of a scion of an influential family said with a gentle and courteous smile, I'm Kong Fang Ao, I'm from the continent's eastern world's great cloud dynasty. I received information that a demonic calamity would break out here, so I specially came to suppress it. I didn't expect the demon emperor's avatar to be suppressed by all of you. All of you are really amazing. People from the continent. Carolina and the other women's expressions changed slightly. They looked at Kong Fangao with a trace of respect. The main continent on the other side of the Sea of Monsters was the cultivation holy land that all warlocks yearned for even in their dreams. Human warlocks with the ability to overturn rivers and seas, to enslave gods and fiends were basically all gathered in the main continent. If it wasn't for the Sea of Monsters being extremely dangerous, then Tyrannid subcontinent's warlock geniuses would have already left for the main continent. Yang Feng introduced, I'm Steel City's Grand Marshal Yang Feng, this is Snow White Madame Dephilia, this is Rose Garden's Master Carolina, and this is the Dark Elven Great Matriarch Shaena. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Feng asked directly, Kong Fang Ao, can this guy's clone share the perception of his true body? Kong Fang Ao smiled slightly and said unhurriedly, when powerful beings from other planes descend to the Zhangji plane, they will generally use projections, clones, and the like. Because most of the planar passageways are unstable, the more powerful the being, the more difficult it is to pass through the planar passageway. If a projection descends to this plane, then it will split off a trace of the powerful being's consciousness. Once the projection is taken back, then the powerful being will know everything that happened to the projection on this plane. If the projection is destroyed, then the true body won't suffer any harm. Clones are beings condensed from a part of the powerful being's soul. They are integrated with the powerful being's true body. Anything that happens to the clone, the true body will be able to sense it. Every time an avatar is killed, the true body will be harmed. Clones are beings formed from a part of the true body, such as blood, limbs, divinity, and other things that contain the true body's power and mysteries, as well as a trace of consciousness, and other beings. The consciousness of the clone and the true body are relatively independent. Everything that happens to the clone must be taken back by the true body, only then will the true body know. This Cartman is obviously a clone of the demon emperor Cartman that descended to this world. As long as he hasn't returned to his true body, everything that happens here will basically not be sensed by the demon emperor Cartman. After hearing Kong Fang Ao's explanation, the complexions of Carolina and the other women became slightly better. Kong Fang Ao added another sentence, however, there are no absolutes in all things. If this doppelganger had mastered some strange secret treasures or some strange spells, and the demon emperor Cartman used some secret techniques, he might be able to sense everything that was happening here at the same time. After all, the demonist plane is one of the 36 primary material planes, not one bit inferior to the Zhangji plane. The demonist's demon emperor rank experts are already equivalent to the feeble divine force rank gods of other planes. Their divine abilities are so great that they are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Unfortunately, I originally planned to capture him and use him as an experimental material for research. In this case, I can't let him stay. Yang Feng said somewhat regretfully and clapped his hands. In the sky, the mechanical black dragon opened its huge mouth, and a dragon breath cannon descended from the sky and blasted the demon emperor Cartman, directly blasting the clone into ashes. Yang Feng gave a forthright smile and invited, Kong Fang Ao, how about coming to my St. Colin city for a chat? I'll be the host and treat you to a drink. Kong Fang Ao said with a smile, of course, I wouldn't dare. On the top floor of St. Colin City's most luxurious restaurant. Yang Feng and Kong Fang Ao were enjoying Tarandit subcontinent's top delicacies while talking about the local customs. Kong Fang Ao came from the main continent's famous aristocratic family. His experience was extremely rich and he was extremely talkative, benefiting Yang Feng a lot. After 3 rounds of wine, Kong Fang Ao pondered for a while and said, "Brother Yang, I can vaguely feel a trace of Black Dragon's blood meridian fluctuations in your body. Have you transplanted Black Dragon's blood meridians and cultivated the secret method Black Dragon Morph?" Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of admiration and he said, "That's right." Before Yang Feng used a spell, even a peak great warlock like Carolina would find it difficult to sense that he possessed Black Dragon's blood meridians. Kong Fang Ao had only drunk with him once, yet he was already able to sense that he possessed Black Dragon's blood meridians. This kind of knowledge was simply shocking. Kong Fang Ao's eyes flashed with a touch of regret and he sighed, "Brother Yang, with your outstanding talent, how could you cultivate such an inferior secret method like Black Dragon Morph? After all, this Black Dragon Morph secret method only has 5 layers. After barely cultivating it to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, there's no way forward." Yang Feng was suddenly somewhat speechless. The Black Dragon Morph secret method was the core secret method of Black Dragon Pagoda, one of the 6 great warlock groups in Tarandit subcontinent. Yang Feng was speechless that such a powerful secret method was rated as an inferior secret method by Kong Fang Ao. Yang Feng said without batting an eyelid, "Black Dragon Morph can be cultivated to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. It should be regarded as a relatively powerful secret method. How could it be an inferior secret method? Maitsangji Plane is one of the 36 primary material planes. In the past, the 7 great warlock emperors of the human race suppressed the universe and conquered countless planes. For what reason did gods, fiends, and devils serve as the lackeys of my human race? It's naturally because of the supreme strength of my human warlocks. Maitsangji Plane's warlocks are divided into Level 1 Warlock, Level 2 Warlock, Level 3 Warlock, Great Warlock, Starry Sky Warlock, Moonlight Warlock, Glorious Sun Warlock, Bright World Warlock, Infinity Warlock, Warlock Monarch, Holy Spirit Warlock, and Warlock Emperor. Starry Sky Warlock rank is merely the 5th class. In my Great Cloud Dynasty, Starry Sky Warlock rank experts can at most dominate a city, that's all. In my Great Cloud Dynasty, Starry Sky Warlock rank experts can at most dominate a city, that's all. I'm 24 years old this year, and I'm already a great warlock. If nothing unexpected happens, then I'll be able to promote to a Starry Sky Warlock in 3 years. I'm 24 years old this year, and I'm already a great warlock. If nothing unexpected happens, I can promote to a Starry Sky Warlock in 3 years. As for the Moonlight Warlock rank, it's somewhat difficult." Kong Fang Ao smiled faintly, his words brimming with confidence. Carolina was already considered a rare genius in Tarandit subcontinent, and she also had the support of Rose Garden's massive resources. Carolina was already regarded as a rare genius in Tarandit subcontinent, and she had the support of Rose Garden's huge amount of resources. Even such a genius didn't have the confidence to promote to a Starry Sky Warlock before her death. The difficulty of promoting to a Starry Sky Warlock could be imagined. Kong Fang Ao had the confidence to promote to a Starry Sky Warlock at the age of 27. In Tarandit subcontinent, this cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng now understood why those Starry Sky Warlocks never came back after leaving Tarandit subcontinent. That was because the main continent's resources and opportunities weren't something that Tarandit subcontinent could compare to. If the main continent was a sea, then Tarandit subcontinent was just a small quagmire. If one wanted to become a true dragon, then one had to go to the sea. If one stayed in the small quagmire, then one could at most become the thickest of loaches. Kong Fang Ao said lightly, "The Black Dragon Morph is a secret method passed down from the 2nd Warlock dynasty. This ancient blood meridian secret method is already outdated. If one wants to practice cultivation to the level of Taboo Lord, then one needs a huge amount of Aurum clan's blood essence. The Oram clan has already been wiped out by Taboo Lord, so this path is basically a dead end. Yang Feng smiled bitterly. He knew that it was easy to start on the Blood Meridian Warlock path, but extremely difficult to promote later on. However, his soul aptitude was merely at inferior level 1, so he could only walk on the Blood Meridian Warlock path. If it was on the main continent, then perhaps there would be countless secret methods and resources that could solve Yang Feng's low soul aptitude. But there were no ifs. In Tyrannid's subcontinent, there were no resources or secret methods that could allow people with inferior level 1 soul aptitude to practice cultivation. He had no choice at that time. Kong Fang Ao said, "Moreover, you also absorbed divinity. That's simply a difference on top of a difference." Divinity was indeed a good treasure. It contained endless knowledge and a trace of the mysteries of laws. It was a first-rate material used to refine semi-divine armaments, as well as a necessity for practicing cultivation and promoting to a god. But in the Zhangji plain, there was the god-murdering spear. Any expert that vainly attempted to ignite their god fire would only end up dead. Although the divinity inside your body can make your strength advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, but when you attack the Starry Sky Warlock rank and undergo a soul transformation, the divinity will definitely be the most frightening obstacle blocking your evolution. Moreover, along with your continuous practice, your strength will continue to increase, and the divinity will slowly transform you into a divine life form. After you promote to a great warlock, no one will be able to help you anymore. Yang Feng was secretly alarmed. After he absorbed the 3 divinity, his strength had skyrocketed. He had always been complacent, thinking that he had obtained a great fortuitous encounter. But he never would have thought that the 3 divinity would actually be a terrifying slow-acting poison for him. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of bitterness. This is the consequence of insufficient knowledge. If I had known about it, then I wouldn't have personally come to devour the divinity. Yang Feng asked solemnly, "Brother Kong, is there no other way?" Kong Fang Ao said, "It's not that there isn't a way. You're currently a level 2 warlock." Chapter 191. The Life Embodiment Bead was a treasure Yang Feng obtained from Gloom Cave's headquarters via the planar passageway. Yang Feng didn't know what kind of treasure the Life Embodiment Bead was, but he still carefully wore it on his chest. Now that he knew that this was a treasure that even glorious Dawn Warlocks would go crazy for, he was filled with ecstasy. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching radiance and he said solemnly, "Brother Kong, can you teach me the method to separate the bloodline and divinity and condense an embodiment?" Kong Fang Ao hesitated for a moment. "I know the rules. According to the rules between warlocks, a corresponding price must be paid in exchange for secret methods and knowledge. This is a mechanical golem comparable to a level 4 extraordinary life form. Do you think it's enough to exchange for the secret method?" Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a fire demonic lion mechanical battle beast suddenly appeared, exuding terrifying fluctuations of power comparable to that of a great warlock. Kong Fang Ao said with an apologetic expression, "This secret method isn't anything special. It is taught in some mid-level sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, when I was practicing cultivation in the sect, I made an oath that I would never teach the knowledge taught by the sect to others without the permission of the sect. Therefore, I'm very sorry, but I can't teach you the secret method." Yang Feng suddenly had a disappointed expression, lowered his head, and sank into his thoughts. Kong Fang Ao comforted him, "However, Brother Yang, if you come to the continent, I can give you a letter of recommendation and recommend you to the Cloud Scarlet sect to practice cultivation. Although the Cloud Scarlet sect isn't one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, but it's still a first-rate sect second only to the 10 great sects. The secret methods in the sect are as numerous as the clouds. The method to separate the bloodline and divinity and condense an embodiment isn't anything precious." Yang Feng suddenly asked, "Right, Brother Kong, I heard you say that the might of the 7 great warlock emperors shook the universe. But don't we human warlocks have the 8 great warlock dynasties?" Kong Fang Ao said with a cold smile, "Heh heh. The Dawn dynasty's Dawn Lord is far inferior to the 7 great warlock emperors. How can he be mentioned in the same breath as the 7 great warlock emperors? After a cold smile, Kong Fang Ao added a sentence, Brother Yang, no matter how bad the Dawn Lord is, he's still one of the strongest experts of the human race. I don't want to speak ill of him. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment before saying, Brother Kong, I also want to go to the continent with you. What do you think? Originally, Yang Feng planned to stay in the Turandot subcontinent and dominate the entire Turandot subcontinent. He planned to practice cultivation until the Great Warlock Realm, and then go to the main continent. But now that things were clearly far from reassuring, Yang Feng could only be forced to set off for the main continent and think of a way to solve the hidden danger. Kong Fang Ao laughed heartily and said, Good. 3 months later, Ming Feng Merchant Group will send a fleet to Turandot subcontinent to trade. At that time, we will return to the main continent together. 10 days later, in the city of Dark Elves, within the temple of Goddess Lolth, many Dark Elves prostrated themselves on the ground and chanted prayers. Yang Feng stood in a corner of the temple of the Goddess Lolth and quietly watched everything. From his glasses, he could see wisps of faith power flying out of the Dark Elves' bodies and entering the statue of Goddess Lolth, making the statue of Goddess Lolth emit a faint layer of divine light. Behind Yang Feng stood 2 people, Joanna and Romulage. After the Dark Elves finished their prayers, they respectfully retreated from the temple. Romulage said somewhat discontentedly, You called us here just to watch this prayer? What's the point? Romulage was a legend-rank assassin with incomparably powerful strength. At the same time, she didn't believe in the Goddess Lolth. Joanna was a legend-rank archer, but she also didn't believe in the Goddess Lolth. Unless one was a priest nurtured by the temple of the Goddess Lolth since childhood, otherwise, the more powerful the Dark Elven clan was, the more disdainful they would be of the Goddess Lolth. No one would like a god that incessantly sowed discord and made races slaughter each other for fun. In order to obtain power, the Dark Elves at the bottom would instead be more devout in the worship of the Goddess Lolth. Such a dark god, as long as enough flesh and souls were sacrificed, they would generously bestow power to their believers. Faith, power and souls, these were the most useful things to gods. Among many gods, powerful souls were used as equivalent currency to carry out all kinds of transactions. I'll show you the might of my Steel City's latest black technology, the Crown of Blasphemy. Yang Feng smiled slightly, put on a black hat, and went directly before the statue of the Goddess Lolth. Mighty my Lord Lolth. You are the ruler of the Dark Elves, the adjudicator of the night, the Queen of Darkness, the protector of the spiders, and the ruler of fear. I am your most devout believer, the priest who shepherds your people. I ask you to bestow me with divine power, to display your divine might, to protect your lambs, and to adjudicate your enemies. As Yang Feng recited the priest's prayers, pure spirit fluctuations were transmitted from his body. He seemed to have transformed into the most devout priest, the degree of his devotion even surpassing that of the great matriarch of the Dark Elves Cheyenne. In fact, the great matriarch of the Dark Elves Cheyenne wasn't very devout towards the Goddess Lolth. But the matriarchs and great matriarchs of the Dark Elves had to be priests and high priests, and they had to have the divine power of the Goddess Lolth cover their bodies. Once they betrayed the Goddess Lolth, then the divine power inside their bodies would ignite and burn them to ashes. Streams of extremely pure divine power were emitted from the statue of the Goddess Lolth, and shone on Yang Feng, displaying the grace of the goddess. Romulage was dumbstruck, not daring to believe her eyes. What's going on? He's obviously a non-believer who isn't even a pseudo-believer, so how did he suddenly become a fanatic? Furthermore, he even obtained divine grace. How could this be? When Yang Feng was with Romulage and the other Dark Elven experts, he didn't conceal his disgust towards the goddess of the Dark Elves Lolth. Such a person was definitely a non-believer. But now, a non-believer unexpectedly became a fanatic, and even obtained divine grace. He was simply a freak. Joanna was also dumbstruck. What's going on? How could he become a fanatic, and even obtain divine grace, and become a priest in one go. How is this possible? Shaena was speechless. Even she, because her faith wasn't pious enough, hadn't obtained divine grace. Only because of her tyrannical strength, and her body had been immersed in a large amount of Lotha's divine power, was she able to become a high priest of the goddess Loth. Many thanks, great goddess. Yang Feng laughed heartily, walked over, and said somewhat complacently, unfortunately, it's only at the level 2 priest rank. But it's still a so-so. After all, the healing effect of divine power is much stronger than that of many level 2 spells. Romulaj hurriedly asked, how did you do it? Yang Feng, you're obviously not a believer, so how did you obtain divine grace? Being an assassin was a high-risk occupation. Walking on the tip of a blade, one could be seriously injured if they were the slightest bit careless. If Romulaj could obtain a divine spell and become a high priest, then her battle prowess would increase geometrically. Among the divine spells of the goddess Loth, there was also the legend Stealth, which was a divine spell for assassins. Shadow goddess Malia was the weakest among great warlocks in terms of strength, but with the help of all kinds of outrageous shadow divine spells. She had assassinated quite a few great warlock rank experts who were much more powerful than her. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, although gods are powerful, but they can't always pay attention to any plane. They basically have to rely on the divine domain to handle daily affairs. The crown of blasphemy can imitate the spirit fluctuations of a fanatic. As long as you carry a prayer, you can deceive her divine domain and obtain power. As long as you don't cause too much trouble and attract her attention, then you can use her divine power at will. Joanna said without a trace of politeness, good stuff, I want one. Romulaj said with a beaming smile, I want one too. Top dark elven experts like Joanna and Romulaj didn't believe in the goddess Loth. Instead, they were very eager to improve their strength. With their strength, they could serve as high priests and unleash formidable divine spells with the help of the goddess Lotha's power. Yang Feng handed the crown of blasphemy to Shaena. Shaena, wear one as well. With this thing, you can prevent her divine power from eroding your body. In the future, I'll think of a way to get rid of the hidden dangers in your body. Shaena took the crown of blasphemy and showed Yang Feng an extremely charming smile. Thank you, Lord. When casting divine spells, the priests of gods would be eroded by divine power, allowing the divine spell to spread throughout their body and soul. Once the priests died, their souls would be directly received by the divine power into the divine country of the god, where they would be reborn. The prerequisite was that the god had their own divine country. Not all gods had their own divine country. In order to establish a divine country, it required a tremendous amount of resources and a tremendous amount of faith power. Some newborn gods didn't have a divine country, which was when they were at their weakest. At that time, they could easily be targeted by powerful enemies and then hunted down. Gods with divine nations are very powerful in their own divine nations. If a feeble divine force rank god hid in their divine country, then if a weak divine force rank god went in and fought them, they would basically die. Even if an intermediate divine force rank god entered the divine country of a feeble divine force rank god and fought them, the outcome would still be uncertain. As the primary god of the Dark Elves, the goddess Loth also had her own divine country. This was also the reason why many Dark Elves believed in her. However, in the Tyrannid subcontinent, many legend rank experts were generally unwilling to believe in gods. That was because once they believed in a god, then after death, they would still have to fight for the god after entering their divine country, which was equivalent to a different kind of slave. In the Zhangji plane, the experts who accepted the ideology of human warlocks were naturally unwilling to become slaves of gods after death. Chapter 192. Yang Feng asked, Shaena, I heard that you Dark Elves received a divine decree, and then launched an attack on the surface world. Why did she want you to attack the surface world? She wanted us to occupy the surface world in order to look for a lost treasure. It was such a bead. Cheyenne pointed with her lily-white hand, a magic radiance flickered, and the image of the life embodiment bead appeared midair. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly, and raging waves were set off in his heart. This is the life embodiment bead. So this thing belonged to her. Yang Feng's train of thought changed, and he vaguely guessed that the reason why the Dark Elves launched the Holy War was probably because he had opened the seal, and the goddess Lolth sensed a trace of fluctuations from the other plane, and thus ordered the Dark Elves to launch the Holy War in an attempt to find the bead. Unfortunately, the Dark Elves were battered and exhausted by him, and even their city fell under his control. Naturally, the matter of finding the life embodiment bead was left unsettled. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said, I intend to go to the main continent to look for even more powerful warlock secret methods. Who's willing to go with me? Cheyenne and the other two creased their eyebrows slightly when they heard this. Cheyenne said, My lord, it's not that we don't want to go with you. Rather, in the main continent, human warlock experts are as common as clouds, firmly occupying a dominant position. In the main continent, great warlocks aren't considered experts. Once we go to the main continent, then I'm afraid that we'll immediately become the prey of others. Please forgive me for speaking bluntly, but with your strength in the main continent, my lord, it's not enough to shelter us. Romulage said frankly, That's right. On the main continent, some human experts like to exterminate the non-human kind. Once we encounter such human experts, then it'll be difficult for us to survive. Although I'm good at concealment secret methods, but in front of the human warlocks of the main continent, I still can't withstand a single blow. Cheyenne, Joanna, and Romulage, the three women were Tyrannid subcontinent's peak experts. But in the Tsangji Plains main continent, they didn't count for much. In the Tsangji Plains main continent, peak human warlocks could even enslave gods and ancient fiends. That kind of existence could easily suppress the three women. Yang Feng could already proclaim himself a hegemon in the Tyrannid subcontinent, but once he went to the Tsangji Plain, he'd have to tuck his tail between his legs. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said decisively, I miscalculated. How about this, I'll head over to the main continent first. If I can gain a foothold there, I'll come back to pick you up. White Elephant's Ivory Headquarters. Harris held a letter written by Yang Feng, his complexion alternating between green and white. He wished he could tear the letter to shreds. However, it was natural for a person whose bones had softened once to soften once more. He hesitated again and again, but in the end, he did not tear the letter into pieces. He let out a long sigh and placed the letter directly on the table. 3 days later, White Elephant's Ivory announced its allegiance to Steel City and merged with its forces. When this news spread, Tyrannid subcontinent was immediately in an uproar. Of Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups, Rose Garden surrendered to Steel City, Warlock College Antalya was destroyed, Eyes of Justice was destroyed by Steel City, Savage Claw was destroyed by Cartman, and White Elephant's Ivory surrendered to Steel City. In Tyrannid subcontinent, Steel City had become the sole power, with only Black Dragon Pagoda still barely resisting the increasing pressure from Steel City. Yang Feng dispatched Alan as an emissary to Black Dragon Pagoda to negotiate. After Black Dragon Pagoda's Pagoda Master Anthony saw Eyes of Justice's headquarters, he was silent for a long time, before finally giving a long sigh and returning to Black Dragon Pagoda. Soon after Yang Feng agreed to a series of conditions put forward by Black Dragon Pagoda, Black Dragon Pagoda also announced its allegiance to Steel City and became a part of Steel City. In exchange, Yang Feng also married Black Dragon Empire's level 3 warlock Carol. Time elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. On the harbor, there was a 3,000 m long, several tens of meters tall giant ship, its hull exuding a black metallic luster and engraved with countless mysterious runes. What a big ship! After Yang Feng saw the giant ship, his eyes flashed with a touch of shock and he said solemnly. Kong Fang Ao's words revealed a trace of pride, this is our Great Cloud Dynasty's D-class armed merchant ship. This D-class armed merchant ship is manufactured from magic cloud ironwood, a specialty of one of the 72 lesser provinces, Green Province's Magic Cloud County. It weighs 1,725,432 tons. They specialize in maritime trade with the subcontinents of the Sea of Trolls. Yang Feng was filled with shock. This is only a D-class armed merchant ship. Great Cloud Dynasty is really formidable. Through his chat with Kongfang Ao, Yang Feng already had a general understanding of Tsangji Plain's main continent, Eastern World's Great Cloud Dynasty. Great Cloud Dynasty's territory was vast and boundless. It had 36 greater provinces and 72 lesser provinces. Each province had 108 subordinate prefectures. Each lower prefecture had 250 to 360 subordinate prefectures under its direct jurisdiction. The area of each greater province of the Great Cloud Dynasty is more than 10 times that of the Turandot subcontinent. Lower provinces' subordinate counties were also 3 to 5 times that of Turandot subcontinent. Great Cloud Dynasty's armed merchant ships for maritime trade were divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. The D-class was the highest grade of armed merchant ships for maritime trade. In addition to the 4 grades of merchant ships, there were also some mediocre armed merchant ships responsible for offshore trade. Before Yang Feng's eyes was a huge armed merchant ship, which was very difficult to manufacture on Earth, yet it was merely a D-class armed merchant ship of Great Cloud Dynasty. Compared to the main continent's Great Cloud Dynasty, Turandot subcontinent's people were a bunch of country bumpkins. They couldn't even manufacture 1/10 of this D-class armed merchant ship. Young Master Kongfang, who are these people? A dark-skinned, tall, black-haired, middle-aged man brimming with an oriental aura walked over and asked Kongfang Ao with a slightly respectful tone. Kongfang Ao introduced, Captain Zheng, this is my good friend Yang Feng and this is his younger sister Shi Shui. Brother Yang, this is the Storm Cry's captain, Captain Zhengong. This time, Yang Feng's true body went to the eastern continent's Great Cloud Dynasty with only Shi Shui. He was well aware that his strength was nothing in Great Cloud Dynasty, that was why he went to Great Cloud Dynasty alone. If anything happened, he could slip away without any worries. The reason why he brought Shi Shui was because Turandot subcontinent's various secret methods were too weak. A freak like Shi Shui would only be wasting her talent in Turandot subcontinent. Only by going to Great Cloud Dynasty and practicing even more powerful secret methods could she make perfect use of her freak-like talent and let her grow faster and better. In Turandot subcontinent, a cultivation desert, Shi Shui was able to directly promote to a level 3 warlock in less than 5 years. The strength of her talent could be imagined. Yang Feng wasn't willing to waste her talent in vain. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Hello, Captain Zheng." Zhengong swept Yang Feng with a glance, creased his eyebrows slightly, and said after a pause, "Young Master Yang, hello. Although you're a friend of young Master Kong, but the fair can't be exempted." Yang Feng smiled slightly and threw a storage ring to Zhengong. "I know, 4,000 top-notch magic stones per person. Here are 8,000 top-notch magic stones, take a look." Zhengong took the storage ring, scanned it with his spirit, put it away, and then threw 2 jade cards to Yang Feng and Shi Shui. "These are your identity cards, don't lose them. These 2 jade tokens might be able to save your lives at a crucial moment." Yang Feng took the jade card and took a look at it. He saw that the jade card was engraved with countless mysterious runes and emitted mysterious fluctuations of power. Clearly, it was a secret treasure. Zhengong said with a solemn expression, "The Sea of Monsters is very dangerous and there are countless taboos. On the ship, you have to listen to me. You can't run around, walk around, and most importantly, you can't throw things into the sea. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety." Yang Feng said lightly, "I know. The Sea of Monsters was very dangerous." Yang Feng also knew that in such a sea, even Starry Sky warlocks could die if they were the slightest bit careless. He naturally wouldn't act rashly. After Zhengong explained some more taboos of the Sea of Monsters to Yang Feng, only then did he leave. Yang Feng followed Kong Fang Ao and boarded the giant ship Storm Cry. Set sail. Following Zhengong's bellow, magic radiances flashed on the Storm Cry's sailors, and a gale enveloped the Storm Cry. The entire Storm Cry was filled with an extremely formidable life force, as if an extraordinary life form had come to life. It slowly started up and swam towards the deep sea. Yang Feng felt the formidable life force filling the Storm Cry, his eyes flashed with a touch of horror, and he exclaimed, "This ship is alive?" Kong Fang Ao said with a smile, "In a sense, it is alive." The soul of an ice sea demonic shark with battle prowess comparable to a starry sky warlock is sealed on the Storm Cry. After the power of the ship's crew is poured into the Storm Cry, it can even make the Storm Cry erupt with terrifying starry sky warlock rank battle prowess. An armed merchant ship could erupt with terrifying starry sky warlock rank battle prowess. Yang Feng was once again shocked by the Great Cloud Dynasty's strength. The Storm Cry sped above the sea. Its speed was extremely fast, as if it was riding the wind. It split the sea in two. Yang Feng had the optical computer calculate, the Storm Cry's speed was actually more than 300 knots per hour, 10 times the speed of Earth's aircraft carriers. In the sea, due to the obstruction of the sea, the speed of ships generally couldn't be too high. However, under the effect of the magic power, the Storm Cry completely broke Yang Feng's common sense on Earth. It was so fast that it left people tongue-tied. At the same time, while sailing at such a fast speed, the entire ship was still extremely stable, without the slightest sway. Yang Feng felt as if he was on land on the ship, without any discomfort. Only to see in the sky, monsters with shrunken dragon heads, about 1 meter long bodies, a pair of locust-like wings, a thick body, and a pair of dragon-like claws, formed a black cloud as they flew over. Zhengong bellowed, "Sea dragon locusts are the most ferocious extraordinary life forms in the sea of monsters. Their mature bodies possess the terrifying battle prowess of level 2 extraordinary life forms. The most frightening thing is that they're social life forms, with the smallest group numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Even starry sky warlocks would have a headache if they encountered them. They're afraid of fire absorption spells, and even the level 1 spell fireball can harm them. Try to use fire spells to deal with them." Yang Feng looked at the sea dragon locusts in the sky, and his eyes revealed a trace of graveness. If it was in Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng would have 1 million level 8 primary battle robots protecting him at all times, and those sea dragon locusts would die no matter how many came. But this time, Yang Feng didn't have 1 million level 8 primary battle robots protecting him. If he was the slightest bit careless, then his true body might fall here. The dense swarm of sea dragon locusts dropped from the sky and pounced towards the Storm Cry. Zhengong gave a furious roar, pointed towards the sky, and instantly cast the level 3 fire attribute spell Fire Serpent. A fire serpent suddenly appeared and pounced towards the sea dragon locusts in the sky. Crackle. When the fire serpent entered the midst of the sea dragon locusts in the sky, crackling sounds were transmitted, and large swaths of the sea dragon locusts were burned to ashes. The sailors aboard the Storm Cry also formed a formation, with a clear distinction between offense and defense. The defenders released defensive spells, while the attackers released fireball and similar fire attribute spells, madly bombarding the sea dragon locusts in the sky. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and fireballs flew out from his hand, bombarded the sea dragon locusts, and blasted them into ashes. Every time he killed a sea dragon locusts, he could feel traces of demonic energy of massacre being born inside him, strengthening his fleshly body. This was the power of divinity of massacre. Shi Shui operated the Western extreme cold ice phoenix method, and as if the incarnation of a small goddess of ice and snow, the sea dragon locusts fell to the ground, and turned into ice sculptures. Although Yang Feng could summon great warlock rank mechanical golems to fight for him, but he still had to temper his true combat ability. Once he entered the Great Cloud Dynasty, Yang Feng would no longer be the monarch of Tarandit subcontinent who could call the wind and summon the rain, but rather an ordinary level 2 warlock. Those mechanical battle beasts would be his greatest trump card. With a smile on his face, Kong Fang Ao casually pointed with his finger, and wind blades turned into a whirlpool of wind blades that swept towards the countless sea dragon locusts and crushed them. In the midst of the fierce battle, Zhen Gong saw that there was no end to the sea dragon locusts, and that even though there were 8 great warlocks aboard the ship, it would still be difficult to resist. He could only clench his teeth, take out a red jade card from his bosom, and pour his spirit force into it. The storm cry erupted with a terrifying life force. Hatches opened, magic radiances flickered, and fire snakes shot towards the sea dragon locusts from the hatches. Hundreds of fire snakes intertwined in the sky, and fire elemental particles surged and surged, as if a peerless natural disaster. Along with countless crisp sounds, large swaths of sea dragon locusts were burned to ashes, and scattered on the ground. The clumps of sea dragon locusts suffered heavy casualties, and finally could not resist the fire snakes released by the storm cry. They flapped their wings and flew away. Once the sea dragon locusts retreated, everyone aboard the storm cry heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, anguished howls were heard. After all, the mature sea dragon locusts were level 2 extraordinary life forms, and their battle prowess was extremely formidable. Even though the sea dragon locusts were driven away by the formidable weapons aboard the storm cry, there were still several hundred casualties among the sailors aboard the storm cry. Only 20+ people died on the spot, but several hundred were injured. Yang Feng asked curiously, why didn't they use large area of effect meteorological spells? Although the sea dragon locusts were level 2 extraordinary life forms, but they still couldn't resist fireball. If a large area of effect meteorological fire spell was used, then they would be seriously injured in one move. Kong Fang Ao explained, this is also a taboo in the Sea of Monsters. Once a large area of effect meteorological spell is used here, then the formidable beings in the Sea of Monsters will sense it. They will come and destroy us. The sea dragon locusts can barely be considered as a natural disaster in the Sea of Monsters that is relatively easy to resist. Kong Fang Ao said, Yang Feng, large area of effect meteorological spell is a taboo in many places. Unless it's a mortal enemy, otherwise, once you use it, then you'll be hunted down to your last breath. It's best not to use your alchemical weapon of mass destruction in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once too many ordinary people die, then the Great Cloud Dynasty will list you as an A-class wanted criminal and send countless experts to hunt you down. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are many Moonlight Warlock rank bounty hunters. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then nodded. If Yang Feng was the ruler of a great empire, then he would definitely send countless experts to hunt down those villains who could casually kill hundreds of thousands or even millions of ordinary people. Until the villains were completely exterminated. The incomparably large number of ordinary people with weak strength were the foundation of the world of warlocks. Many warlocks started out as ordinary people step by step. Without the large number of ordinary people, then it would be impossible to have a bright and flourishing world of warlocks. Kong Fang Ao added another sentence, however, you only have to pay attention to one thing, don't use that kind of alchemical weapon in densely populated places. In the main continent, the first-generation warlock emperors of the 8 great warlock dynasties gathered the power of their dynasties and carried out magic blessings on the main continent. The laws of the main continent are somewhat different from those of the broken subcontinents. Moreover, the main continent is much more solid than the subcontinents. The might of your alchemical weapon can't be as great as in the subcontinents. It's fine to use it in some remote places. Kong Fang Ao warned again, in fights in the main continent, generally some spells with strong single target power and small area of effect will be chosen. Otherwise, once the area of effect of the spell is too large, it will attract the attention of many experts and lead to a lot of unnecessary troubles. Chapter 194. In order to kill Cartman as well as the demons commanded by him, Yang Feng had fired dozens of nuclear warheads, erasing eyes of justice from a mountain range. That method was too cruel. Kong Feng Ao had no choice but to warn him a few more times. Yang Feng knew what Kong Feng Ao was apprehensive about, and said with a slight smile, "I know." Cartman's clone was a terrifying demigod-rank existence, and commanded countless demon experts. If he was given a bit of time, then he would definitely turn Tyrannid subcontinent upside down. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's plan to heavily injure him with nuclear warheads, then it wasn't impossible for Tyrannid subcontinent to fall into his hands. Yang Feng only listened to half of Kong Feng Ao's words. Unless it was a critical moment, he would never use nuclear warheads. If his life was in danger, then he would definitely use the nuclear warheads. Warning, the hull of the host's ship will be hit by an irresistible powerful attack. It is recommended to pounce forward. The lightning supersonic fighter released by Yang Feng tens of kilometers ahead of the storm cry instantly crumbled. Be careful. Yang Feng's complexion suddenly changed greatly. He grabbed Shi Shui beside him, and rushed towards Kong Feng Ao. Kong Feng Ao was slightly taken aback, his thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he made a decision. He rushed towards Yang Feng. A cyan beam of light slanted down from the black clouds and hit the storm cry. Countless runes on the storm cry's hull lit up, formidable starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted in a flash, and a huge protective cover enveloped the entire ship. When the cyan beam of light hit the huge protective cover emitted a "pa" sound and easily shattered. The cyan beam of light hit the storm cry, blasting half of the storm cry into two halves. The terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, causing everyone on the ship to be shaken and sent flying. The storm cry that was blasted into two also emitted a "kacha" sound, a whirlpool appeared beside it, and it sank to the bottom of the sea. Yang Feng was also hit by the terrifying shockwave, his internal organs felt like they were being torn apart, he spat out a mouthful of blood, fell into the sea, and almost lost consciousness. "Brother, wake up." A burst of ice-cold feeling came from his forehead. Yang Feng woke up from his coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw an anxious Shi Shui. Yang Feng looked around and discovered that he was already in the deep sea and was continuously sinking. Surrounding him was a layer of life force that only an official warlock could possess, separating him from the seawater and filtering out traces of air, allowing him to breathe. On the Zhangji Plain, warlocks used secret methods to obtain a kind of life energy. As long as they weren't dead, they would be surrounded by a layer of life force at every moment. The stronger one was, the stronger their life force would be. The life force had all kinds of incredible mystical powers, allowing warlocks to survive in many harsh environments. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a 100-meter-long level, for extraordinary life form mechanical battle beast Barraman electric sea eel appeared in front of him. Yang Feng pulled Shi Shui's small hand and jumped into the Barraman electric sea eel's cockpit. After becoming the uncrowned king of Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng obtained many level, for extraordinary life form corpses from the treasure warehouses of Black Dragon Pagoda and White Elephant Ivory. He used the portable fortified stronghold to turn those level, for extraordinary life form corpses into mechanical battle beasts, which he carried with him. Shi Shui asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" "Go back." While following the storm cry as it sailed in the sea of monsters, Yang Feng secretly recorded the route. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, then said decisively, "No. The Sea of Monsters is too dangerous. Even if we return to Tyrannid subcontinent now, it'll still be very dangerous. Now, the top priority is to search and rescue the storm cry sailors. With these experienced sailors, it doesn't matter if we return to Tyrannid subcontinent, or head to the continent's eastern world's Great Cloud Dynasty." Finished speaking, Yang Feng opened the Barraman electric sea eel's life force scanning detection system. Extremely powerful detection ripples spread in all directions. "Found it." On the radar, small red dots representing humans were displayed. After being analyzed by the portable fortified stronghold's optical computer, the life force of human warlocks could already be distinguished from that of other extraordinary life forms. This allowed them to screen out the majority of the sea extraordinary life forms. Yang Feng piloted the Barrowman electric sea eel and quickly swam towards the nearest red dot. Kong Feng Ao. When Yang Feng arrived at the nearest red dot, he saw Kong Feng Ao floating in the water. When Kong Feng Ao saw the Barrowman electric sea eel, he erupted with a formidable life force. His expression was one of vigilance, ready to fight. Yang Feng said through the Barrowman electric sea eel's transmitter, "Brother Kong, it's me. This is my alchemical golem. Quickly come in." The Barrowman electric sea eel's abdomen cockpit door opened, and Kong Feng Ao quickly swam inside. Kong Feng Ao expressed his thanks with a grateful expression, "Brother Yang, many thanks for your help. Otherwise, I would have been in danger." In the Sea of Monsters, without a suitable ship, even Starry Sky warlocks would have a slim chance of survival, and Moonlight warlocks would also be in great danger. Yang Feng saving Kong Feng Ao from the sea was indeed equivalent to saving his life. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Brother Kong, you're exaggerating. It was just a slight effort. I still have to save the others, so I won't say much." Kong Feng Ao nodded slightly, remaining silent. Yang Feng piloted the Barrowman electric sea eel and continuously searched the sea, rescuing the Storm Cry's sailors scattered in the sea one by one. After rescuing several hundred people, Yang Feng discovered the Storm Cry's captain Zhengong, and conveniently rescued him. Zhengong had a grateful expression, and said generously, "Brother Yang, this time it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, then the several hundred of us would have died here. Henceforth, you're my brother. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, if someone dares to bully you, then don't hesitate to mention my name. I don't dare to guarantee anything big, but some small matters, I can help you settle them in minutes." Zhengong was the captain of a D-grade armed merchant ship belonging to the Phoenix Cry merchant group, and was considered to have a bit of status in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yang Feng asked with a slight smile, "It was just a slight effort." "Captain Zheng, what was that cyan beam of light just now?" Zhengong's eyes flashed with a touch of bitterness, and he gave a long sigh. "I don't know what that cyan beam of light was. Maybe it was the aftermath of a fierce battle between two formidable beings. More likely, it was because I used the Storm Cry's Fire Serpent Skynet artillery. Such a large area of effect spell was perceived by the formidable beings in the sea, and they conveniently attacked us. The Sea of Monsters is very dangerous. Even though we've been sailing this route for countless years, we still don't dare to say that we truly understand this sea." Zhengong said with a solemn expression, "Brother Yang, this sea has become very dangerous. I advise you to leave this sea immediately. Such powerful fluctuations of power will definitely summon formidable beings." Yang Feng said, "I want to continue to the main continent, is there any way?" "No problem, I have the route map of the Sea of Monsters. As long as this route map isn't lost, then I can take you to the main continent through the correct route." Zhengong fished out a jade map from his bosom. There were all kinds of fine lines on the map, and on one of the fine lines, there was a red dot. That red dot was the location of Yang Feng's party. Yang Feng took a glance at the jade map, and discovered that they were already 1/3 of the way from the Great Cloud Dynasty in the eastern world of the main continent. Yang Feng immediately piloted the Barrowman Sea electric eel in the direction of the eastern world of the main continent, following Zhengong's directions. The Barrowman Sea electric eel had been fully modified by the portable fortified stronghold, and the fluctuations of life it emitted were not much different from those of a real Barrowman Sea electric eel. In the Sea of Monsters, the level for extraordinary life form wasn't considered to be weak. As soon as the low-ranked extraordinary life form sensed its fluctuations of life, they would retreat in succession. After crossing this sea, shortly after entering another sea, a 40-meter-long level, for extraordinary life form magic fin swordfish, covered in black scales and with a mouth as long as a sharp spear, blocked in front of the Barrowman Sea electric eel and issued extremely strange sounds. The sounds are in the common language of the extraordinary life forms. Now translate. Why did you break into our domain? Do you want to start a war with us? We'll tear you to pieces and then eat you. These two voices came from inside the Barraman Sea electric eel. Kong Fong Ao praised, amazing, you even know the common language of the extraordinary life forms. Brother Yang, your Steel City's warlock alchemists really make me have a whole new level of respect for you. Zheng Gong's eyes shone as he said, that's right, the extraordinary life forms of the sea are also intelligent life forms. They also have a special common language. We haven't been able to grasp this language. Brother Yang, when we reach the Great Cloud Dynasty, can you sell us this translation secret treasure? Let me think about it. Yang Feng said with a slight smile. The common language of the extraordinary life forms was the knowledge left behind by a Tyrannid subcontinent's great warlock who specialized in the study of the language of the extraordinary life forms of the sea. This kind of knowledge was very remote and couldn't promote the cultivation base of a warlock. Basically, no one would study it. Yang Feng scanned it and put it into the optical computer's database, before finally showing a miraculous effect. Every plane, every world had its peerless geniuses, talented geniuses, and they researched different kinds of knowledge. Some knowledge might seem remote and useless, but when used in the right place, it would be of great benefit. Chapter 195. Friend, I'm lost. Looking for a way home. I'm very sorry for accidentally passing through your territory. I'm getting out of here. We won't touch the prey in your territory. Yang Feng manipulated the Barraman electric sea eel to issue a series of marine extraordinary life forms common language. At the same time, it erupted with an extremely formidable life force. Let's go. But mark your words. If you casually hunt our prey in our territory, together, we will tear you to pieces. When the devilfin swordfish saw that the Barraman electric sea eel had admitted defeat, it snorted coldly and dived into the depths of the sea. Level 4 transcendent creatures generally possessed intelligence that was not inferior to that of humans. Of course, because there was no systematic inheritance of knowledge, those extraordinary creatures were generally more stupid than humans. However, they would also instinctively weigh the pros and cons and would not engage in unnecessary battles. Of course, there were no absolutes in the world. As long as there were enough benefits, or if they were mortal enemies, extraordinary creatures would still fight to the death. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Seeing the magic fin swordfish retreat, everyone in the cockpit heaved a sigh of relief. The Barraman giant electric sea eel was indeed stronger than the devilfin swordfish, but this was the territory of the devilfin swordfish. Perhaps there was more than one devilfin swordfish living here. Once the two sides started fighting, more demon-fin swordfish would be attracted over, and that would be dangerous. Yang Feng piloted the Barraman electric sea eel to float approximately 50 m below the surface of the sea. With this method, he avoided a lot of unnecessary fights. Most of the powerful marine extraordinary life forms were huge and lived in the deep sea. If there was no need, they wouldn't float to the surface. After passing through several sea areas. Warning! Warning! We've discovered a level 5 extraordinary creature, the demonic dragon osprey, moving in our direction. There's an 80% chance that this ship is its target. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly and he promptly ordered, full power, dive at full speed. The dragon devil osprey was a level 5 extraordinary life form, its battle prowess was comparable to that of a human starry sky warlock. In the Sea of Monsters, they made a living by hunting all kinds of powerful marine extraordinary creatures. For the Barraman electric sea eels piloted by Yang Feng, it was simply a terrifying existence akin to a natural predator. Under Yang Feng's command, the Barraman electric sea eel at once sprayed countless gases, absorbed a large amount of seawater, and frantically sank towards the bottom of the sea. Only by sinking to the bottom of the sea would Yang Feng and his party have a slim chance of survival. There was absolutely no chance of victory against the demonic dragon osprey. As soon as the giant Barrowman electric sea eel moved, a demigod dragon demon osprey with a wingspan of more than 100 meters flew over from the distant sky. It was extremely handsome, had a pair of sharp beaks, a pair of wings that resembled dragon wings, and 6 sharp hook-shaped claws on its feet. It was emitting a terrifying demigod-level aura. The demonic dragon fish eagle seemed to be riding on a gale, and waves were stirred up wherever it passed. Like a bolt of lightning, it descended from the sky, riding on the power of the wind. It forcefully tore apart the sea and flew toward the depths of the sea with incomparable violence. The Barrowman giant electric sea eel struggled with all its might as it dove down frantically. However, its diving speed could not match the flying speed of the demonic dragon osprey. "Brother Yang, let me lend you a hand." Zhengong gave a shrill howl, silently recited an incantation, pointed inside the Barrowman giant electric sea eel, and cast the level for spell Deep Sea Stealth. In a flash, an azure radiance enveloped the Barrowman giant electric sea eel. The level for spell Deep Sea Stealth was developed by human warlocks for the purpose of diving into the deep sea and searching for all kinds of resources. This spell's power allowed the caster to move freely in the sea, as well as increase the speed of their movement. With the blessing of the level for spell Deep Sea Stealth, the movement speed of human warlocks in the sea could even reach the level of some marine extraordinary life forms. With the blessing of the Deep Sea Stealth, the diving speed of the Barrowman giant electric sea eel once again rose by a notch. "Open the cockpit, I'll give it a good beating." The Storm Cry's vice captain, Wang Lang, who possessed the cultivation base of a great warlock, said loudly. Yang Feng opened the cockpit door without hesitation. "Strong ink." Wang Lang walked to the cockpit entrance, silently recited an incantation, pointed upward, and cast the level for spell Strong Ink. A large expanse of black colloid suddenly appeared in the sea, forming a large expanse of colloid-like ink. As if possessing a life of its own, the colloid-like ink quickly spread in all directions, polluting the sea and completely covering it. The colloid-like ink not only obstructed the line of sight, but also obstructed the dragon devil osprey's formidable perception. This was the might of the level for spell Strong Ink. The dragon devil osprey's perception was obstructed by the black ink, and it ferociously dove downward, brushing past the Barrowman giant electric sea eel piloted by Yang Feng. The dragon devil osprey plunged 1,000 meters into the sea, and then had no choice but to ride the gale and suddenly fly out of the sea and into the sky. Even if the dragon devil osprey was a terrifying demigod rank extraordinary life form, but it still couldn't contend against the natural pressure of the entire sea of monsters. Diving 1,000 meters into the sea was already its limit. After the dragon devil osprey flew out of the sea, it circled in the sky, before flapping its wings and flying towards another place. In the sea of monsters, the dragon devil osprey had failed to hunt more than once or twice, therefore, it didn't take this failure to heart. "It's finally gone." Once the dragon devil osprey flew away, the people in the cockpit smiled, and a harmonious atmosphere pervaded the cockpit. After experiencing life and death together twice, the people present were no longer as distant as before, and had become somewhat closer. Yang Feng laughed heartily and said, "Ha, big brother Wang, that strong ink of yours is really exquisite." Wang Lang also smiled contentedly and said, "The essence of battle lies in the choice of different spells. We men who run at sea all year round naturally grasp battle spells related to the sea. We still have some experience in choosing spells for naval battles. Yang Feng, if you want to learn, then I'll teach you." Yang Feng was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, big brother Wang." Generally, human warlocks wouldn't learn too many spell models, that was because one's mental energy was of utmost priority. In order to construct a spell model in the spirit sea, it often took a huge amount of time. Yang Feng had the optical computer's assistance. Constructing spell models in the spirit sea was far simpler and more relaxed than other warlocks. What he lacked was a variety of formidable spell models. In Tyrandit's subcontinent, level for spell models were very precious. In Tyrandit's subcontinent, each of the 6 great forces grasped only about 20 level for spells. Moreover, there were many duplicates between them. Yang Feng was very interested in collecting all kinds of formidable spell models. Wang Lang smiled, took out a knowledge crystal, and handed it to Yang Feng. This is a knowledge crystal related to the level 4 spell strong ink spell model. After you've promoted to a great warlock, then you can study it. Zheng Gong gave a forthright smile, took out a knowledge crystal, poured a dozen or so sea-attributed spell models into it, and then handed it to Yang Feng. Yang Feng, this is the level 4 spell deep sea stealth spell model. I also have a few level 4 spell models, deep sea supervision, deep sea super perception, ice sea arrow. Storm, I'll give them all to you. Yang Feng had saved the lives of the storm cries several hundred people. Zheng Gong also found him very pleasing to the eye, and directly gifted him with the sea-attributed spell models in order to thank him for his life-saving grace. Kong Fang Ao hesitated for a moment, took out a knowledge crystal, poured the knowledge of the secret method into it, and then handed it to Yang Feng. Brother Yang, haven't you always wanted to obtain a secret method for embodiment? Although I'm limited by my oath and can't impart my sect's secret method to you. However, during my adventures, I've obtained an even better secret method for embodiment. This secret method for embodiment, I'll give it to you. When Yang Feng absorbed the knowledge crystal, his eyes flashed with a touch of ecstasy, and he promptly expressed his thanks. Many thanks, Brother Kong Fang. I'm really grateful to you. The secret method that Kong Fang Ao gave Yang Feng was called True Mystic Embodiment Scripture. It was a secret method for practicing embodiment with endless mysteries. There were also different levels of secret methods for practicing embodiment cultivation. Many of the lowest level secret methods for practicing embodiment cultivation could only produce a single embodiment, and the strength of the separated embodiment had to be lower than the cultivation base of the true body. Once the strength of the embodiment was determined, it was very difficult to strengthen it. After condensing a godhead, gods from other planes would consume a large amount of divine power and rare materials to refine an embodiment. Different godheads could condense different embodiments. Feeble divine power rank gods could only condense a single embodiment. The true mystic embodiment scripture was very heaven-defying. As long as one had a treasure of heaven and earth like the life embodiment bead, one could separate an embodiment. Each embodiment could practice cultivation on its own, and could even practice cultivation to a point where it was stronger than the true body, almost like a completely different individual. In this way, the true body and the embodiment could practice cultivation together, and the cultivation speed would increase by several times. Moreover, the true mystic embodiment scripture also recorded this secret method. It could be used to slowly practice cultivation and nourish one's soul after splitting a part of one's soul into an embodiment, and then slowly recover. The soul contained the ultimate mysteries of life, and even gods couldn't fully analyze the mysteries of the soul. Many embodiment secret methods didn't have methods to cultivate soul force, and could only allow people to slowly recover. In this way, after splitting an embodiment, the strength of those who practiced embodiment cultivation would be greatly weakened for a period of time. The only weakness of the true mystic embodiment scripture was that it was difficult to find treasures of heaven and earth like the life embodiment bead. Chapter 196. Although Kong Fang Ao and Yang Feng were congenial, but they hadn't known each other for long, so he naturally couldn't give such a precious secret method to Yang Feng. This time, Yang Feng saved Kong Fang Ao's life, and then after going through life and death together, he chose to give this secret method to Yang Feng. Many thanks, Brother Kong Fang. This is my gift to you. It's just a small token of my respect, please accept it. Yang Feng threw a dimensional badge to Kong Fang Ao. Inside the dimensional badge was a level for extraordinary life form rank fire lion and a level for extraordinary life form rank ice field demonic snake. Kong Fang Ao received the dimensional badge, glanced at it, and exclaimed in admiration, Brother Yang, your uncle's alchemy is really amazing. To be able to refine such a secret treasure with such a huge space. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, such an alchemist would be regarded as a very amazing alchemist. Yang Feng smiled slightly, and didn't continue the topic. A few days later, Yang Feng manipulated the Berriman electric sea eel to cross a few more seas, and a majestic harbor appeared before his eyes. The Hague port was a large port located in the Hague city. It was a large transshipment port. Large armed merchant ships were anchored in the Hague port, many of which were much larger than the D-grade armed merchant ship that Zhengong and the others were piloting. There were many subcontinents around the main continent, and the armed merchant ships went to the various subcontinents to carry out sea trade. Although the subcontinents were far from as prosperous as the main continent, but each subcontinent had its own specialty. Through sea trade, those specialty products could be transported to the main continent for sale, and huge profits could be made. When the Berriman electric sea eel approached within 50 kilometers of the port of The Hague, 3 frightening starry sky warlock rank fluctuations suddenly erupted, and a series of scanning spells engulfed the area. I am the Phoenix Cry Merchant Group's Captain Zhengong, this is my identity card. We were attacked by a formidable existence in the Sea of Monsters. We can only ride alchemical golems to the Hague port. Zhengong jumped out of the Berriman electric sea eel's cockpit, took out a jade card, and raised it high. The jade card blossomed with rays of light, intertwining with the scanning ripples. It's indeed the Phoenix Cry Merchant Group's Zhengong. Take your men and enter the Hague port in an orderly manner. A faint voice sounded in the sky, and the formidable spirit fluctuations that locked onto Yang Feng and the others immediately disappeared. Zhengong said, Yang Feng, you've just arrived at the Great Cloud Dynasty, so you'd better get an Identity Jade card. With that Identity Jade token, it will be more convenient for you to do many things. Otherwise, even if you were to stay in the hotel, you would encounter trouble. I still have some influence in the Hague port. You can stay here for a day or 2. I will help you arrange these things properly. Kong Fang Il also said, Yes, Brother Yang, our Great Cloud Dynasty's household registration management is very strict. Without an Identity Jade card, it can be said that it is difficult to move an inch in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Anyway, we are not in a hurry. Let's stay here for a day or 2. You can also have a good taste of the differences between my Great Cloud Dynasty and Tyrandot subcontinent. Yang Feng readily accepted the advice and said, All right. As soon as he entered the Hague port, Yang Feng heard endless rumbling sounds of machinery. Everywhere in the port, there were cranes and all kinds of heavy machinery carrying all kinds of goods. Exuding fluctuations of magic power, magic sports cars of all shapes and sizes continuously drove in the port, transporting all kinds of goods. In the port, many workers were casting spells, using all kinds of spells to load, unload, and do all kinds of other things. Yang Feng felt as if he had arrived at a different world where the level of science and technology was much higher than that of Earth. Moreover, the spells were extremely formidable and the civilization was extremely developed. Yang Feng pointed at the workers casting all kinds of spells and asked Kong Fang Ao somewhat incredulously, These workers are all warlocks? How can this be? Isn't it very difficult for warlocks to practice cultivation? How come there are so many warlocks? Official warlocks are very difficult to be born in such a backward place like Tyrandot subcontinent. But in our Great Cloud Dynasty, on average, one official warlock will be born out of every 100 ordinary people. As for why there is such a disparity, that is because the level of civilization of the two places is fundamentally different. In our Great Cloud Dynasty, 12 years of compulsory education is basically universal. Every child of the right age, as long as they reach the right age to study, can enter a school to learn all kinds of basic knowledge. So long as they are admitted to a university, they are basically apprentice warlocks. Some outstanding elite students have basically already promoted to official warlocks in the university. In our Great Cloud Dynasty, inferior magic stones, intermediate magic stones, superior magic stones and even top-notch magic stones can already be synthesized in large quantities using all kinds of extraordinary plants. In your Tyrandot subcontinent, a piece of inferior magic stone costs 100 gold coins, but here, it only costs 1 silver coin. The exchange rate between magic stones is basically 100 to 1. As long as you have enough inferior magic stones, you can casually exchange them for top-notch magic stones. In our Great Cloud Dynasty, ordinary aristocratic children will use top-notch magic stones to practice cultivation at around the level 1 warlock rank. Once they reach the Great Warlock rank, they will use inferior magic crystals that surpass top-notch magic stones to practice cultivation. Even the most ordinary junior high school students can also use inferior magic stones to practice cultivation. Level 1 to level 4 spell models can be bought in warlock shops. Moreover, our Great Cloud Dynasty's spell models are simplified and optimized versions that have gone through countless geniuses. They can make it even easier for people to practice cultivation. Although a lot of the 8 Great Warlock Dynasties' knowledge has been lost in the wars of the previous dynasties. However, most of it has been basically passed down. Our Great Cloud Dynasty is one of the most powerful human warlock dynasties. If we didn't even have this bit of ability, then we would have already been destroyed by those powerful beings from other planes. Kong Fang Ao's words revealed the pride of being a citizen of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Kong Fang Ao said lightly, Tyrannid's subcontinent is still the same as it was tens of thousands of years ago, it's really too backward. Yang Feng thought for a moment. Just as Kong Fang Ao said, Tyrannid's subcontinent was really backward to the extreme compared to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Tyrannid's subcontinent and the Great Cloud Dynasty, the disparity was more than 1,000 times greater than the disparity between Earth's primitive tribes and the United States Empire. Although everyone was on the same planet, but the world they came into contact with was completely different. In Tyrannid's subcontinent, a level 2 warlock was already considered an overlord. But in the Great Cloud Dynasty, a level 2 warlock was merely a relatively powerful sailor or soldier. Kong Fang Ao said, of course, our human physiques can't compare to those of fiends, divine descendants, dragons and high elves. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, ordinary people are the most numerous. Level 1 warlocks and level 2 warlocks are considered elites. Level 3 warlocks are considered top-notch elites. Great warlocks are considered experts. Starry Sky warlock rank experts are qualified to dominate a region. As for powerful warlocks above the Starry Sky warlock rank, whether it's in the Great Cloud Dynasty or the Western World's Portman Dynasty, they're considered true experts. Their strength can contend with the gods of other planes. Yang Feng asked curiously, since the Great Cloud Dynasty's civilization has already progressed so much, then why is Tyrannid's subcontinent's civilization still so backward? Heh. On one hand, it's because we don't want to, on the other hand, Tyrannid's subcontinent's rulers also don't want to see civilization progress. Kong Fang Ao gave a contemptuous smile and said meaningfully, the more backward a place is, the more they resist the spread of advanced civilization. Moreover, the resistance often comes from the upper echelons. In the future, if you go to those planes dominated by gods, then you'll see many planes with backward civilizations and full of suffering, just like Tyrannid's subcontinent. In fact, it's very simple. Only in ignorant, backward, and full of suffering places will people believe in gods. We people of the Zhangji plane don't have faith, we only believe in our own strength. Among the 7 great warlock emperors, I, Kong Fang Ao, admire the Time Lord the most. He forged the god-murdering spear with the bones of countless ancient gods and the mighty power of a warlock dynasty. From then on, no one in the Zhangji plane could ascend to godhood. It's precisely because of this that the formidable beings of the Zhangji plane were forced to find an evolutionary path without ascending to godhood, thus establishing a brilliant and flourishing warlock civilization. At that time, if the Time Lord had chosen to become a god, then with his terrifying strength, I'm afraid that the entire Zhangji plane would have slowly transformed into his divine country. All of us would have become the slaves of gods, the lambs of gods, and become backward and ignorant. We would only believe in him and live for the sake of believing in him. After listening to Kong Fang Ao, Yang Feng understood why Tyrannid's subcontinent was so backward. Previously, All of Tyrandot's subcontinent's knowledge and power were in the hands of the 6 great warlock groups as well as the large and small warlock groups attached to them. The warlocks of those warlock groups were existences that stood above the masses. If a civilization like that of the Great Cloud Dynasty were to spread, then their monopoly of superior knowledge would be broken, and their status as superior beings would cease to exist. Therefore, they unconsciously resisted the influence of the continent's civilization. As for the Great Cloud Dynasty, they were also happy to see Tyrandot's subcontinent continue to be ignorant, so that they could make huge profits through sea trade. Yang Feng asked curiously, Level 1 to Level 4 spell models can be bought in the warlock shops, then what about Level 4 spell models and knowledge? Kong Feng Ao said, the might of Level 4 spell models and knowledge is too formidable, and they're basically in the hands of the major forces. You can choose to join a sect or directly join the imperial court and serve the imperial court. According to your contributions, you can obtain different secret methods and a variety of formidable spell models. Chapter 197. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he asked solemnly, Brother Kong, which are the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty? Kong Feng Ao coughed lightly and said, the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty are the Tai Yi sect, the Saint Lotus sect, the Saint Demon sect, the Battle Demon sect, the Bright Moon School, the Star River sect, the Corpse Demon sect, the Puppet sect, the Beast God School, and the Myriad Snow Gate. However, Brother Yang, with your natural talent, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter a single one of the 10 great sects. Yang Feng said, no way. I'm still a level 2 warlock. If I'm not qualified to be an inner disciple, I should be qualified to be an outer disciple or a registered disciple, right? Kong Feng Ao laughed and said, hee hee. My Great Cloud Dynasty has a boundless territory and a population of trillions. Geniuses were as common as the clouds and monstrous as the rain. Almost half of the geniuses were aiming for the top 10 sections. They had no shortage of geniuses. The 10 great sects' criteria for accepting disciples was that one had to become a level 1 warlock before the age of 13, and one's soul aptitude had to be at least superior level 6. Only youngsters could join and become a disciple in name, then slowly climb up within the sect. Brother Yang, it's basically impossible for you to enter one of the 10 great sections. Yang Feng was speechless. In Tyrandot's subcontinent, Jessica's soul aptitude was superior rank 6, she could already be considered a genius among geniuses. But in the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, he isn't even qualified to be a disciple in name. The number of geniuses in the Great Cloud Dynasty can be imagined. Yang Feng asked, half of the Great Cloud Dynasty's geniuses target the 10 great sects, what about the other half? Kong Feng Ao smiled and said, the other half is targeting the imperial court. The imperial court of my Great Cloud Dynasty is also incomparably powerful. The 3 grand ministers and 9 ministers are all super powerhouses that can rival gods and contend against the sect masters of the 10 great sects. The treatment of high-ranking officials in the imperial court was even better than that of the 10 great sections. The imperial court also possesses more and more complete secret arts than the 10 great sections. Yang Feng said, however, if you don't have enough strength and background, it will be very difficult to make progress in the imperial court, right? Kong Fangao said, that's right. If you weren't a super genius, a peerless demon, that person must have an outstanding background. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to advance in the imperial court. After graduating from university, most people would choose to enter a sect to further their studies and increase their strength before joining the imperial court. On one hand, he could improve his strength, and on the other hand, he could expand his network. The officials of the imperial court who came from the same sect will always be closer to each other. They will help each other and improve faster. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment before saying, I still want to join the 10 great sects. Brother Kong, is there no other way? In the Great Cloud Dynasty, one must be very cautious when joining a sect. Once one joined a sect, it would be extremely difficult to join another sect. The slightest bit of carelessness would offend two sects, and his future would be bleak. Kong Fang Ao pondered for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, I got it. Didn't you kill the clone of Demon Emperor Cartman of the demon race? The Battle Demon sect is warlike and addicted to fighting. It sweeps out the demons, conquers countless planes, and suppresses the enemies of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Battle Demon sect once said that as long as you can kill a Starry Sky Warlock rank being that invaded the Tsungji plane from another plane, and is willing to accept the Battle Demon sect's assessment, then you will be considered as a disciple. You killed the Demon Emperor Cartman's clone. If you pass the Battle Demon sect's assessment, then you may join the Battle Demon sect and become a member. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he said, Oh, there's such a thing. It seems that I have to take a trip to the Battle Demon sect. However, Brother Kong, I don't know the way. It seems that I'll have to trouble you to take us to the Battle Demon sect. If a person like Yang Feng, who came from a small place like the Turandot subcontinent, were to rashly join the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, then he would only be able to become an ordinary patrolman. He wouldn't even be able to become an official. In such a strict system, it would be very difficult for Yang Feng to climb up. Joining the Battle Demon sect was the best choice for people like Yang Feng who yearned for instant success. This was also the reason why there were so many people flocking to the 10 great sects. Kong Fang Ao said with a smile, All right. Zheng Gong quickly completed a series of procedures and handed 2 identity cards to Yang Feng and Shi Shui. 2 days later, the Hague Port's airship parking lot. In the Hague Port's airship parking lot, there were several 100-meters-long airships with countless mysterious runes engraved on their sails. Rays of magic light flashed, and a huge metal cover extended from the huge spaceships, completely covering the upper half of the spaceships. Some of them even activated a faint protective barrier. Immediately after, countless gales enveloped the huge spaceships, lifting them up and sending them flying into the sky. How spectacular! Standing around the airship parking lot, Yang Feng exclaimed in admiration as he watched the airships flying into the sky. The airships were the perfect combination of the Tsungji plane's spells and machinery. Shi Shui asked curiously, Big Brother Kong, why do some of the airships have metal covers, while others don't? Kong Fang Ao explained, the ones with metal covers are ordinary airships, while the ones without metal covers are luxury airships. The luxury airships need to release the level 3 area of effect spell air barrier at all times to protect the entire airship, so that the passengers can enjoy the scenery below from the deck. Moreover, the defensive strength of the level 3 spell air barrier is stronger than that of many steel alloy shells. It's much safer to sit in the luxury airships. Yang Feng said, Kong Fang Ao, are there teleportation arrays that lead directly to the demon fighting province? The 10 great sects had a venerable status in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Each of them was entrenched in a greater province and possessed monstrous power. Among the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, 10 of them were named after the 10 great sects. Kong Fang Ao said with a somewhat strange smile, there are. The Great Cloud Dynasty's teleportation arrays can be found in major cities. However, from the Hague city to the Demon Fighting Province, you have to pass through 6 lesser provinces and 3 greater provinces. If you want to use the teleportation array to go to the Demon Fighting Province, you have to pay 100,000 inferior magic crystals. Are you sure you want to use the teleportation array? Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly and he exclaimed, 100,000 inferior magic crystals. So expensive. In the Turandot subcontinent, magic crystals were extremely precious treasures. Only some of the highest grade magic stone veins and Warlock College Antalia's large energy-absorbing ancient trees would produce some every year. Yang Feng had plundered more than half of the Turandot subcontinent's wealth, yet he only had 100,000 inferior magic crystals. It was only enough for him to teleport to the demon fighting province. This filled him with shock. Kong Fang Ao said, Of course. The longer the teleportation distance, the more energy is consumed. The distance between the Hague city and the demon-fighting province is more than 1 million kilometers. The amount of energy consumed to teleport over such a long distance can be well imagined. This kind of teleportation array isn't something that ordinary people can use. Yang Feng coughed lightly and said, "Then I'll take the airship." Magic crystals were more precious than top-notch magic stones for cultivation. Yang Feng wasn't willing to spend magic crystals on teleportation. Originally, Yang Feng had plundered more than half of the Tarandit subcontinent's wealth and thought that even if he wasn't the richest in the world, he was still a millionaire. However, when he arrived at the Great Cloud Dynasty, he truly understood that he was at most a little wealthy. There was still a terrifying gap between him and the truly wealthy. After buying the tickets, Yang Feng and his party boarded a luxurious airship. Magic radiances flickered, and the luxurious airship immediately rose into the air and flew towards the horizon. Standing on the deck of the luxurious airship, Yang Feng leaned against the railing and looked down, appreciating the scenery below. The speed of the luxurious airship far surpassed the speed of sound. However, there wasn't a trace of wind on the deck, nor was there any noise. The flight was extremely smooth, making people feel as if they were on land. Yang Feng looked at the scenery below and mused, the Great Cloud Dynasty is really high-end. Its level of technology is who knows how many streets ahead of Earth's. The Tarandit subcontinent simply can't compare to it. The technological content of the luxurious airship far surpassed that of the various planes on Earth. Its safety factor was also far greater than that of the various planes on Earth. If this luxurious airship appeared on Earth, then all major airline companies would go bankrupt. 1 month later. We have arrived at the demon-fighting province. Passengers, please disembark in an orderly manner. In a spacious and splendidly decorated airship parking lot, Yang Feng alighted from the luxurious airship and heaved a long sigh of relief. After flying for a whole month, Yang Feng felt extremely stifled. Now that he alighted from the airship, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Kong Fang Ao said with a slight smile, "Let's go. We'll take the gravity-free suspended light trolley. This trolley is relatively fast. We can reach the demon-fighting sect in about 30 minutes. The ticket price isn't expensive either. Each person is a top-notch magic stone." Yang Feng's face twitched slightly and he sighed inwardly, a ticket price of a top-notch magic stone. The Great Cloud Dynasty really has a lot of nouveau riches. In the Tarandit subcontinent, for the sake of a top-notch magic stone, great warlock rank experts would fight openly and covertly. Level 3 warlocks would treasure a piece of it. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, a ticket cost a top-notch magic stone. The exorbitant cost was simply appalling. Under Kong Fang Ao's lead, Yang Feng and his party left the airship parking lot and went outside. The outside world was filled with high-rise buildings, extremely spacious streets, and all kinds of top-notch sports cars could be seen everywhere. The people wore a wide variety of fashionable and beautiful clothes, not losing out to those of Earth in the slightest. In addition to the sports cars on the ground, there were also transparent tracks about 50 meters in the sky. On those transparent tracks, there were wheel-less sports cars flickering with magic radiance. When Kong Fang Ao saw Yang Feng's gaze fall on the hover sports cars, he explained, "Those are gravity-free hover sports cars. They are currently the most advanced magic sports cars of the Great Cloud Dynasty. These sports cars use top-notch magic stones as their power source. They don't produce any exhaust, the sound of the engine is small, and their speed is much faster than that of traditional magic sports cars. Their emergence has greatly alleviated the traffic pressure in the urban area. However, some people are of low quality and always like to throw things high up in the sky. Managing them is a bit of a headache." Yang Feng said, "The Great Cloud Dynasty's alchemy level is really advanced." Kong Fang Ao said proudly, "That's only natural. The reason why the Great Cloud Dynasty is able to suppress countless planes is because of the formidable alchemy and the endless inheritance of knowledge." Yang Feng smiled slightly and didn't say much. Under Kong Fang Ao's lead, Yang Feng arrived at a subway station and stood next to a platform. Crackle, crackle. Amidst a series of crisp sounds, countless bolts of lightning flashed, and a white train suspended on the track with countless mysterious runes carved on it suddenly appeared on the platform. Kongfang Ao was both proud and somewhat regretful. Gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle, this is the most advanced magic train of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Its speed has already reached 1,000 times the speed of sound, and at full speed, it can travel 340 kilometers per second. Its only drawback is that the construction cost is too high, and it cannot be manufactured on a large scale. Ordinary people also find it difficult to afford the ticket price of a top-notch magic stone, and it is very difficult to popularize it throughout the country. Only some greater provinces have such gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicles. Yang Feng looked at the white train, and a touch of shock flashed past the abyss of his eyes. 1,000 times the speed of sound, that's too heaven-defying. After buying tickets and boarding the gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle, Yang Feng and his party boarded the train. As soon as he entered the train, Yang Feng could feel a gentle force being released from the train and wrapping around his body. Kongfang Ao warned, "Don't resist or destroy this layer of magic power. Otherwise, traveling at super high speeds will cause you harm." When the gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle was first launched on the market, many idiots destroyed this layer of magic power. As a result, they were turned into a pile of minced meat. Yang Feng nodded and didn't move. "The train is about to depart, please don't destroy the spell protecting your body. The train is about to depart, please don't destroy the spell protecting your body. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." After the announcement was made several times, the voice disappeared. Electric lights flickered around the train. Yang Feng only felt a slight pull on his body, and then calmed down. "We have arrived at the demon-fighting sect. Passengers, please alight in an orderly manner." Before long, a voice came from the train. Yang Feng and his party alighted from the train and left the exclusive station of the gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle. Once they left the station, a majestic city with a several hundred-meter-tall city wall engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. On top of the city wall, there were built one after another 9-story-tall warlock pagodas, for a total of 36 9-story-tall warlock pagodas. Each 9-story-tall warlock pagoda exuded terrifying fluctuations of power, as if a god was stationed there. Chapter 198. Above the city wall, there were teams of soldiers constantly patrolling. Every soldier had the terrifying strength of a level 3 warlock, while the captains of the soldiers had the strength of a great warlock. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng's level 2 warlock rank strength could already be considered a hegemon. Yet in the demon-fighting sect, it was difficult for him to even be an official soldier. This was the domineering and underlying strength of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects. People from the Great Cloud Dynasty had a sense of confidence and pride wherever they went. That was because the Great Cloud Dynasty was extremely powerful, and they were proud of being a part of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Kongfang Ao said, "This is the demon-fighting city. The demon-fighting sect is an exchange window open to the public. Basically, the demon-fighting sect's disciples in name live here. Behind the demon-fighting city is the demon-fighting mountain range, where the demon-fighting sect's outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples live. Above the demon-fighting mountain range is the demon-fighting floating island. The demon-fighting floating island is the core of the demon-fighting sect, where the true disciples and many great elders live." Yang Feng nodded slightly. After accepting the identity verification from Kongfang Ao, they entered the demon-fighting city. The demon-fighting city was extremely bustling with people coming and going. It was even more crowded than the big cities on Earth such as Beijing and Shanghai. However, the layout of the demon-fighting city was extremely scientific, and the streets were spacious. At the same time, there were countless floating flyovers intertwining in midair, forming a huge transportation network. Everyone walked within the huge transportation network, without the slightest feeling of congestion. Yang Feng was dazzled as he walked inside the demon-fighting city. He only felt that it was a novelty. It was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. No matter how much he looked, he couldn't get enough of it. Everything here was different from the Tyrannid subcontinent. At the same time, the air inside the demon-fighting city also contained extremely pure magic energy. The concentration of the magic energy wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the concentration of the magic energy in the Tyrannid subcontinent's 5-storied Warlock Tower's elemental pools. In the center of the demon-fighting city, there stood a super-large purification tower, which exuded powerful purification fluctuations that neutralized the life magic energy unconsciously dispelled by the powerful warlocks and prevented the birth of freaks. Even ordinary people who weren't warlocks could live very well inside the purification tower. Under Kong Fang Ao's lead, Yang Feng and his party arrived before a towering, no less than 300-story tall silver building. In front of the silver building stood a huge sign, Fighting Demons Sect External Office. As soon as Yang Feng entered the building, he saw 4 12 to 13-year-old little boys and little girls, respectively, handling the school admission procedures on 4 counters in an orderly manner. When Yang Feng's group of 3 entered the building, they attracted gazes. Shi Shue's appearance was approximately 15 years old. Her temperament was clear and cold, and she was extremely beautiful. Instantly, everyone's gazes were drawn to her. Under Shi Shue's astonishing beauty, Yang Feng and Kong Fang Ao were reduced to supporting roles. A demon-fighting sect's outer sect disciple, who looked to be in his 20s, gave a slight smile and handed an identity jade card to a very beautiful and adorable little girl, Xu Jingman, 13 years old, inferior level, 7 soul aptitude, current strength, level, 1 warlock. Use the orthodox warlock's cultivation method to practice cultivation. If you are qualified, you can become an in-name disciple of the Battle Demon Sect. This is your identity jade token. Come over tomorrow to receive guidance and choose a secret technique. The little girl said with a sweet smile, "Thank you, Big Brother Ming." Ming Xing said with a slight smile, "You're welcome. That's because you met the requirements. That's why I was able to recruit you. If you didn't meet the requirements, then I couldn't do anything about it." Inferior level, 7 soul aptitude. Such a little girl's soul aptitude can be compared to Carolina's and Cheyenne's. The demon-fighting sect really has as many geniuses as dogs, and experts are everywhere. After Yang Feng swept Xu Jingman and Ming Sheng with a glance, he suddenly felt a great pressure. Although Ming Sheng was only an outer sect disciple, but Yang Feng could already feel that the life force he emitted had already reached the pinnacle Great Warlock Realm, and was infinitely close to the Starry Sky Warlock Realm. It was the strength of Tyrannid subcontinent's overlord rank experts like Aldrich, Carolina, and Anthony. Xu Jingman walked to Shi Shue's side, her big black and white eyes flashed with a touch of craftiness, and she said with a cute smile, "Big sister, my name is Xu Jingman. Are you also here to take the demon-fighting sect's entrance test?" Shi Shuai gave a sweet smile and hugged Yang Feng's arm. Her pretty face blossomed with endless brilliance, and she was incomparably beautiful. "I am Shi Shuai. If Big Brother Yang Feng joins the demon-fighting sect, then I'll join the demon-fighting sect. If Big Brother doesn't join, then I won't join." The gazes of the people in the building, regardless of gender, were attracted by Shi Shuai. Among them, the 2 little boys who came to handle the admission procedures couldn't help but reveal a trace of jealousy in their eyes. "Big sister Shi Shuai, your big brother Yang Feng is a bit too old. I think it'll be very difficult for him to join the demon-fighting sect." A 12 or 13-year-old handsome youngster with short black hair and even a trace of femininity came over. He imitated the bearing of an adult and said with a slight smile, "My name is He Feng, superior level, 6 soul aptitude, level 2 warlock rank cultivation base, and I've just obtained the admission qualifications of the demon-fighting sect. Big Brother Yang Feng, you can come to my place and take the entrance test. If you can't pass the entrance test, then I can introduce you to a low-grade sect in the spiritual state's Green Wolf County. Our He family still has some prestige in the Green Wolf County. Alright. Yang Feng was somewhat speechless as he watched this little brat, who hadn't even fully grown his hair, show off his family background and pick up girls. When he was 12 years old, he was a young pioneer who didn't understand anything. His most outrageous action was to pull the hair of a girl he liked in order to attract her attention. Yang Feng walked up to Han Ning, an outer sect disciple of the demon-fighting sect. Han Ning swept Yang Feng with a glance, his eyes blossomed with traces of magic fluctuations, and a yellow radiance shot out from his eyes and fell on Yang Feng. Yang Feng suddenly felt a prying force pervade his body. Han Ning withdrew his spell and said politely, Yang Feng, 29 years old, intermediate level, 6 soul aptitude, Black Dragon's Blood Meridians, level 2 Warlock rank cultivation base. Yang Feng, I'm sorry, you don't meet the requirements to join the demon-fighting sect. Basically, the demon-fighting sect rarely recruits Blood Meridian warlocks, because the potential of Blood Meridian warlocks is really limited. Only Blood Meridian warlocks with a Moonlight Warlock rank or above might be recruited by the demon-fighting sect. The demon-fighting sect isn't the most outstanding in researching the power of Blood Meridians, but rather the Beast God School and the Myriad Snow Gate. You should go to those two sects and give it a try. Yang Feng smiled bitterly inside. The Beast God School and the Myriad Snow Gate were indeed the two great sects with the most outstanding in researching the power of Blood Meridians in the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, as part of the 10 great sects, these two great sects had extremely high requirements for their disciples. Yang Feng had no chance of joining the two great sections. The two precocious boys also revealed looks of disdain. Xu Jingman and the other outstanding little girl also revealed looks of disappointment. It was easy for Blood Meridian warlocks to practice cultivation in the early stages, but later on, it would be very difficult to practice cultivation, as they would be shackled by the bloodline. If it was a formidable bloodline of the Moonlight Warlock rank or above, they would still receive some attention. Black Dragon bloodline, at most, could only be practiced until the Great Warlock rank bloodline. In some small places of the Great Cloud Dynasty, but in the demon-fighting sect and the other 10 great sects, it was synonymous with no potential. This is the clone of the Demon Emperor Cartman that descended to the Tyrannid subcontinent from the Demonist plane and was killed by me. I heard that the demon-fighting sect specially recruits heroes who are willing to kill foreign enemies of other races for the Great Cloud Dynasty. As long as you kill a Starry Sky Warlock rank freak that invaded the Tsangji plane from another plane, you'll get a chance to join the demon-fighting sect. Since I killed the Demon Emperor Cartman, I should be given a chance to take the assessment, right? Yang Feng took out a box and opened it, revealing the severed head of the Demon Emperor Cartman's clone. A remnant demigod rank and extremely ferocious might immediately pervaded the area. Under the remnant might of the severed head of the Demon Emperor Cartman's clone, He Feng and the little boy called Wang Shuang had their complexions change greatly, and they couldn't help but take a dozen steps back. The pretty complexions of Xu Jingman and the other girl called Wang Yi also changed, and they retreated again and again, their beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of fear. He Feng and the other three were indeed peerless geniuses with outstanding talent. But they were too young, and had always been practicing at home, rarely going out to fight. That was why they were frightened by the severed head of the Demon Emperor Cartman's clone. Xu Jingman's pretty complexion changed, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear. He could actually kill such a freak. That's really terrifying. Han Ning was first startled, then his gaze congealed and his expression became solemn. Suddenly, a terrifying pinnacle Great Warlock rank life force converged, and he stared at Yang Feng and said while stressing each syllable, "You killed it? That's impossible, right? Yang Feng, you have to know that there's a price to pay for playing tricks on the demon-fighting sect's people. It's still not too late to take back your words. Otherwise, once I cast a spell and discover that you lied to me, then I might even take action and kill you here." The Demonist Plane's Demon Emperor rank experts were formidable beings that could contend against gods. His clone also possessed Starry Sky Warlock rank strength. Han Ning wasn't a match for his clone, so he didn't believe that Yang Feng killed him with his own hands. The other 3 demon-fighting sect's outer sect disciples also revealed unkind gazes and stared coldly at Yang Feng. Although they had always appeared very kind, but they had the arrogance of the demon-fighting sect's disciples in their hearts. If someone dared to play tricks on them, then they wouldn't mind getting rid of that person. Even if they made a scene in the sect would only praise them, and wouldn't scold them. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty where laws were strict, colossi like the 10 great sects still had a lot of privileges. This was the real reason why countless geniuses flocked to join the 10 great sects. No one would dare to behave atrociously in a place like the demon-fighting sect, otherwise, only death would await them. This was also a great difference from Earth. In essence, the Zhangji Plain was still a plain where the strong preyed on the weak. Chapter 199. Yang Feng said calmly, "I was the one who killed him. The correct way to put it is that I first severely injured him, then besieged him with a group of subordinates. Finally, I killed him with my alchemical golem. You can use a spell to test me. Everything I said is true." Han Ning silently recited an incantation, pointed at Yang Feng, and a spell to detect lies suddenly fell on Yang Feng. A white radiance suddenly lit up on Yang Feng. Han Ning's eyes flashed with a touch of incredulity, and he praised sincerely, "What you said is true. You can actually kill him. That's amazing." The other 3 demon-fighting sect's outer sect disciples also revealed looks of admiration. The demon emperor Cartman was a powerful being of the demonist plane, comparable to a god. Within the demon-fighting sect, only true disciples and great elders had the ability to deal with him. Even the demon-fighting sect's inner sect disciples might not be able to kill his avatar. No matter what method Yang Feng used, to be able to kill an avatar of the demon emperor Cartman, that was a very remarkable thing. Han Ning said with a smile of admiration, "Yang Feng, to be able to kill an avatar of the demonist plane, you're a hero. However, I have to warn you. The difficulty of the demon-fighting sect's assessment is very high. If you're the slightest bit careless, then even a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert will die." Yang Feng asked, "What assessment? Can you tell me first so that I can be mentally prepared?" "It's best to choose the simplest one. After all, I only have a level 2 Warlock cultivation base. If the difficulty of the demon-fighting sect's assessment was too high, then Yang Feng could only choose to give up. After all, he only had one life. If he died, then he would have nothing left." Han Ning said, "I'll help you choose the simplest one. However, you have to be mentally prepared. Even the simplest test mission would be extremely difficult for you. It's almost impossible to complete. After all, these assessment tasks are originally aimed at Starry Sky Warlock rank experts and above." Yang Feng nodded silently. He was aware of the demon-fighting sect's assessment rules, but he still wanted to give it a try. Han Ning took out a jade booklet and flipped through it. His eyes lit up and he said, "I got it. Feisua Plane, one of the 36 primary material planes. Your test is to sneak into this plane, kill a demigod powerhouse, and bring his head back to the demon-fighting sect. There is no time limit for this mission." Yang Feng exclaimed, "One of the 36 primary material planes, wouldn't that be a place where legends roam the streets and demigods are as common as dogs? For a trifling level 2 warlock like me to go there, wouldn't that be courting death?" The 36 primary material planes were the 36 huge planes with countless powerful existences discovered by the Zhangji Plane's human warlocks. Among the 36 primary material planes, powerhouses were as common as clouds and rain. None of them was inferior to the Zhangji Plane. Only when the 7 warlock emperors established their states could the human warlocks completely suppress the other 35 primary material planes, forcing the powerful existences of the 35 primary material planes to obey the commands of the human warlock dynasties. During the time of the 8th warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, it merely maintained its position as the leader of the 36 primary material planes. It didn't have the ability to command the other 35 primary material planes. Han Ning smiled and said, "It's not that exaggerated." On the Faesua plane, there were many divine systems. There were the human divine system, the elven divine system, and the beast-man divine system. Among the three major divine systems, there were the human divine system, the elven divine system, and the beast-man divine system. For example, the elven divine system was divided into the elven divine system and the dark elven divine system. There were also camps among the gods, and there were open and veiled struggles between them. With your experience traveling in the Tyrannid subcontinent, you will definitely be able to integrate well into the Faesua plane. If you enter the Demonist plane or the Dawn plane, then you won't have a chance of survival. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said, "If I go to the Faesua plane, then only by igniting my god fire and becoming a god can I slay a demigod. Is there no problem with that?" There is no problem. In fact, many of the gods of other planes are human warlocks of the Zhangji plane. Fearing that their lifespan would run out and they would die, they would directly run to those planes, ignite their god fire, and become the god of that plane. However, Yang Feng, once you ignite your god fire and become a god on the Faesua plane, then you will have a huge connection with the Faesua plane. After igniting your god fire, your true body will not be able to leave the Faesua plane. You can only leave the Faesua plane with an embodiment. Once your true body leaves the Faesua plane, you may suffer a backlash from the plane, your godhead will collapse, and your divine power will disappear. This is the price of becoming a god. We warlocks are free. We can go to any plane, and no power can bind us. From the moment a god is born on a plane, they are linked with the rise and fall of the entire plane. If the plane in which the god resides dies, then the god will also die. That scene is known as the Twilight of the Gods. Han Ning said. The demon-fighting sect had a very long inheritance, and had explored countless planes. There was a lot of knowledge in the sect. Han Ning, a trifling outer sect disciple, had so much knowledge that it made Yang Feng blush with shame. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, then his eyes blossomed with a glint, and he said in a clear voice, "I accept the test." Han Ning said with a hearty smile, "Good, you're a real man. If you accept the task, then you can come here tomorrow. We will open the library and let you study for 3 months. Only after you have grasped the basic knowledge of the Faesua plane and the current situation will we open the planar passageway and send you over. However, you have to think it over clearly. Once you study in our library and are unwilling to participate in the test, then we will impose sanctions on you." "Yes." Yang Feng responded faintly, then grabbed Shi Shui beside him and said, "This is my younger sister Shi Shui, she also wants to participate in the demon-fighting sex entrance test." Han Ning's gaze swept Shi Shui, and his eyes flashed with a touch of amazement. He smiled slightly, then silently recited an incantation. His eyes blossomed with 2 magic radiances that fell on Shi Shui. Superior Level 8. Superior Level 8 Soul Aptitude. Her soul aptitude is Superior Level 8. Han Ning only took a glance at Shi Shui, then his complexion suddenly changed greatly, his eyes brimming with shock, and he cried out involuntarily. "What? Superior Level 8 Soul Aptitude?" "Superior Level 8 Soul Aptitude," quickly informed the elders. The complexions of the 4 demon-fighting sect's disciples changed greatly. They immediately got up and surrounded Shi Shui, staring at her with scorching gazes. Geniuses were as common as clouds in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Basically, those who entered the demon-fighting sect had superior level 6 soul aptitude, and there was no lack of peerless geniuses with around level 7 soul aptitude. However, level 8 soul aptitude was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Superior level 8 soul aptitude was even rarer, rarely seen in a millennium. The higher the soul aptitude, the fewer elixirs that could enhance their soul aptitude. Superior level 8 soul aptitude, Yang Feng's various soul aptitude enhancing elixirs were of no use. Even the rose divine pool was of no use to Shi Shui's soul aptitude. Kong Fang Ao stared at Shi Shui with somewhat bloodshot eyes and complained, "Superior level, 8 soul aptitude, Yang Feng, you really hid it from me." Superior level, 8 soul aptitude, such a genius was rarely seen even in the entire Great Cloud dynasty. When Kong Fang Ao thought of such a genius hanging around him, he felt as if he was in a dream. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Heh, you didn't ask me. Where's the person with superior level 8 soul aptitude?" With a flicker of magic radiance, an old man dressed in a blue robe appeared in the hall, exuding incredibly formidable fluctuations of power, as if a god walking in the secular world. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. He could vaguely feel that the terrifying power exuded by the old man dressed in a blue robe could even contend with the power he sensed from the goddess Lolth. An extremely beautiful young woman dressed in a red warrior's attire, looking like a flame, strangely appeared beside Shi Shui. She swept Shi Shui with a glance and said with great satisfaction, "Little girl, are you the one with superior level 8 soul aptitude? Not bad, to possess the strength of a level 3 warlock at such a young age, truly remarkable. I'm Yu Wuxian, one of the great elders of the demon-fighting sect. Little girl, how about becoming my personal disciple?" As soon as she said that, the 4 outer sect disciples of the demon-fighting sect immediately revealed envious expressions. Yu Wuxian was one of the great elders of the demon-fighting sect, her strength tyrannical. To be accepted by her as a personal disciple was something that even true disciples of the demon-fighting sect yearned for, let alone outer sect disciples of the demon-fighting sect. The old man dressed in a blue robe frowned and said, "Yu Wuxian, shouldn't there be a first-come, first-served basis for everything? I came first, so this disciple should be mine." Ordinary geniuses were fine. Superior level 8 soul aptitude was simply a freak among freaks. Even in the entire Great Cloud dynasty, it was a rare genius that appeared once in a millennium. Yu Wuxian said coldly, "Chao Yihe, I'm taking this disciple. She's a little girl. You're an old man, taking a little girl as your disciple, don't you feel ashamed?" Huang Yihe was also one of the great elders of the demon-fighting sect. His strength was tyrannical, comparable to that of a god. Unmoved, Huang Yihe said with a faint smile, "On the path to eternal life, there's only master and disciple, there's no distinction between men and women. I won't give up." Yu Wuxian was silent for a moment, and then said, "You and I are equal in strength and status. It's better to let this little girl choose her own master, what do you think?" Huang Yihe said decisively, "All right." Yu Wuxian asked directly, "Little girl, between him and me, which one do you want to be your master?" Huang Yihe replied, "Little girl, if you choose me as your master, then I'll definitely teach you everything I know. With your talent, as long as you practice diligently under my guidance, you'll be able to promote to a glorious dawn warlock within 1,000 years. The eyes of the 4 outer sect disciples of the demon-fighting sect almost spewed fire with jealousy. They were all geniuses with superior level 6 soul aptitude, but it was already very difficult for them to promote to the Great Warlock Realm, let alone promote to the Starry Sky Warlock Realm. As for the Moonlight Warlock Realm, they didn't even dare to think about it. As for the glorious Dawn Warlock Realm, even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, they were pinnacle experts with lofty status and strength comparable to gods. Chapter 200. Yu Wuxian said with a proud smile, "Whatever old bastard Chao can promise you, I can promise you everything. As long as you become my personal disciple, the glorious Dawn Warlock rank won't be a problem." Shi Shui very obediently bowed respectfully to the 2 great elders of the Battle Demon sect and said, "2 seniors, I am very grateful for your kindness. However, I hope to be with Big Brother Yang Feng. As for choosing a master, I'll choose whoever Big Brother Yang Feng wants me to choose." Huang Yihe frowned and said, "Yang Feng? Who's that?" Han Ning promptly pointed at Yang Feng and said, "Great Elder, this is Shi Shui's Big Brother Yang Feng. Blood Meridian Warlock. Black Dragon's Blood Meridian. His potential is too low. Huang Yihe's eyebrows creased slightly, saying, why did he come to the demon-fighting sect with such aptitude? Han Ning said, he killed a Starry Sky Warlock rank clone of a Demonist Plains demon emperor that descended on the Tyrannid subcontinent. He hopes to join the demon-fighting sect through the assessment. Huang Yihe said with slight surprise, he wants to join the demon-fighting sect through the assessment. Little guy, I didn't expect you to have some backbone. Huang Yihe was very clear about the difficulty of the demon-fighting sect's entrance assessment. For a level 2 warlock like Yang Feng to participate in such an assessment, it was practically a matter of life and death. Yu Wuxian said coldly, you don't need to take the assessment. I can make an exception and let you become a disciple in name of the demon-fighting sect. If you have the ability, then slowly climb up. Let your little sister Shi Shui choose me as her master. In the future, I'll give you some guidance and let you get more benefits. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, thank you, senior. However, there's no need to make an exception. Junior wants to participate in the demon-fighting sect's assessment and join the demon-fighting sect in an upright manner. The Feisua Plain was extremely chaotic and had many divine systems. Such a plain was the best place to fish in troubled waters. On the Feisua Plain, Yang Feng's clone and Shizu robots would be of great use. Yu Wuxian was slightly surprised, and said with a faint smile, you have backbone. I misjudged you. I originally thought that you wanted to borrow your little sister's talent to join the demon-fighting sect. Not bad, kid, I'm starting to like you a little. As long as you can complete the Fighting Demon sect's assessment this time, I can directly guarantee that you will become an inner disciple of my Fighting Demon sect. Huang Yihe grinned, hee, interesting. Yang Feng, if you can complete the demon-fighting sect's assessment, I'll accept you as a personal disciple. Yang Feng said with a smile, thank you for your kindness, seniors. Shui, I think Great Elder Yu Wuxian is more suitable for you. You should take her as your master. Shi Shui was very well behaved. She immediately knelt on the ground and bowed to Yu Wuxian. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. Ha, good. Good. Good disciple, come with me to the floating island now. I'm going to show off to those guys. Ha. Yu Wuxian somewhat forgot herself and laughed heartily. Her whole body flickered with a magical radiance, and in a flash, she and Shi Shui disappeared from their original place. Sigh, what a pity. Huang Yihe also let out a long sigh. With a flash of magical light, he disappeared from where he stood. After the two great elders of the demon-fighting sect left, the gazes with which everyone looked at Yang Feng changed. Shi Shui's future prospects were limitless, and Yang Feng was no longer an ordinary level 2 warlock. Since the matter has been settled, I'll take my leave first. Yang Feng smiled and left the demon-fighting sect with Kong Fang Ao. Kong Fang Ao said with a smile, Yang Feng, since you've already arrived at the demon-fighting sect, then I'll take my leave first. Let's meet again. If you have time, come to the Green Province's Tianmu County. Our Kong family has a bit of status there. If you come, I'll definitely show you the hospitality of a host. Yang Feng replied, all right. After the two separated, Yang Feng found an inn in the demon-fighting city. Early the next morning, Yang Feng once again went to the demon-fighting sect's external office. Han Ning greeted him with great enthusiasm, Yang Feng, you're early. Come with me. Yang Feng said with a smile, good morning, senior disciple brother Han. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Ning took Yang Feng into an elevator-like magic staircase and pressed the 100th floor button. With a flicker of magic radiance, the door of the magic staircase opened, and Yang Feng and Han Ning appeared on the 100th floor. Han Ning gave Yang Feng a detailed introduction. This is the great library that can be used by the demon-fighting sect's disciples in name. Here, there are a variety of level 1 to level 4 spell models, as well as a variety of knowledge from countless different planes and many secret methods. The common knowledge of the Feisua plane is also here. Among the countless knowledge here, the one I recommend the most is the demon fighting sect's fundamental secret method, the demon fighting heaven suppressing record. This is the demon fighting sect's strongest secret method. There are only 4 layers of the demon fighting heaven suppressing record here, which can only be practiced until the Great Warlock realm. In the future, if you can complete the assessment and join the demon fighting sect, then you'll have the opportunity to learn the next few layers of the secret method. Yang Feng looked at the Great Library and saw that it covered an area of about 5 square kilometers. Obviously, a powerful warlock had cast a spatial spell on it. Within that area of 5 square kilometers, there were countless bookshelves with books neatly arranged on them. In the center of the Great Library, there was a magic crystal ball with a diameter of about 1 meter suspended in the air and engraved with countless mysterious runes. Han Ning said, "That's the Great Library's index crystal, as well as the library's administrator. You can use the index crystal to quickly find all kinds of information you want. The specific way to use it is to walk within 5 meters of it and then silently recite the information you want in your mind." Yang Feng went before the index crystal and mused, "I need the demon fighting heaven suppressing record." With a flicker of magic radiance, a book flew out from the countless bookshelves and flew into Yang Feng's hand. Han Ning said with a smile, "All right, Yang Feng, I won't disturb your study. Work hard." Yang Feng said, "Thank you, senior disciple brother Han." After Han Ning left, Yang Feng sat to one side and began to study while using the smart microchip installed on his glasses to scan those books into his database. Moreover, the wealth he collected in the Tyrannid subcontinent was enough for him to recultivate and easily evolve into an official warlock. Moreover, the knowledge grasped by the embodiment was equivalent to the knowledge grasped by Yang Feng's true body. Thus, it was equivalent to having 2 people practicing cultivation and learning at the same time, which was simply heaven-defying. It was precisely because of this that a treasure like the life embodiment bead was so precious, priceless, and could only be encountered but not sought. A magic radiance flickered, and a huge eye formed in the sky, observing the area within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Found it, there's a city over there." Yang Feng's figure changed slightly, and he turned into a blonde, blue-eyed, and tall Westerner. The Feisua plain was a plain dominated by Westerners, and the human gods were basically Westerners. At present, Yang Feng didn't have the strength to challenge that terrifying power. Yang Feng walked along a muddy road covered in dust and livestock excrement for about 5 kilometers, before a city with a 10-meter-tall city wall appeared in front of him. In front of the city stood 8 Western human warriors. They were not wearing any armor, had deep eyes, high noses, and fair skin, and were about to collapse their swords. The captain of the 8 warriors stepped forward and stopped Yang Feng, saying, "Stop, please show me your identity document." On the Feisua plain, the human world was divided into 4 classes: slaves, subjects, freedmen, and aristocrats. Slaves and subjects of lords couldn't freely leave the territory of lords. Only freedmen and aristocrats could freely travel throughout the continent. Humph! Yang Feng snorted coldly, spread the fingers of his hand, and a flame suddenly appeared in his hand. "Wizard! I'm sorry, Your Honorable Excellency, please forgive me for offending you." When the captain saw the flame in Yang Feng's hand, his complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he bowed and said respectfully. The rest of the warriors looked at Yang Feng with a touch of respect in their eyes. On the Feisua plain, wizards were lofty existences, and their status was comparable to that of aristocrats. They could freely travel throughout the world. Many aristocrats took pride in being able to recruit a wizard to serve them. Moreover, on the Feisua plain, the number of wizards was very small. Out of 100,000 people, there might not even be one wizard. "This is my power, my own power." Yang Feng looked at the 8 respectful warriors, and a touch of pleasure welled up inside him. On the Tarandit subcontinent, relying on the tremendous power of the Shizu Mechanical Legion, Yang Feng defeated countless powerful enemies, and finally unified the entire Tarandit subcontinent and became its king. However, he was very clear that it was mainly by relying on the power of the Mechanical Legion that he achieved that step. But now, on the Feisua Plain, the power he possessed was enough to make people revere him. This feeling made him somewhat unable to stop, and he was very pleased. Get lost, you lowly commoners. Quickly make way for Master Wizard to enter the city. A warrior immediately berated the farmers and merchants waiting to enter the city, driving them away and making way for Yang Feng. Yang Feng entered the city. In the city, the roads were extremely muddy, livestock's excrement could be seen everywhere, and there was a lot of dust. Most of the buildings in the city were made of wood, exuding a backward and ancient aura of the Western Middle Ages. Yang Feng swept the city with a glance and frowned slightly. This is the Feisua Plain that can contend with the Zhangji Plain? This is unbelievable. This human city couldn't even compare to many cities in the backward places like the Tarandit subcontinent. Yang Feng arrived in front of a mermaid and bear bar, pushed the door open, and entered. As soon as he entered the bar, Yang Feng saw burly mercenaries gulping down alcohol and eating meat, while uttering vulgar words and flirting with the waitresses in the bar. Yang Feng went to the bartender who was mixing drinks in front of the counter, and with a light flick, a gold coin drew a beautiful parabola and fell in front of the bartender. Yang Feng said, I want to go to the Rijek city, so I need an experienced and reputable mercenary group to escort me. Tell me, what's a reasonable price to hire such a mercenary group? The bartender smiled and put away the gold coin. It depends on the number of people you hire. From the Wood Speech City to the Rijek city, it's about 10 days' journey. The journey isn't too dangerous, and paying 3 silver coins per person per day is already enough. Of course, the more reputable and stronger mercenary groups, the higher the price. The common currency of the Feisua Plain was gold coins. 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins equals 1,000 copper coins. Hey, young man, hire our bear strength mercenary group. Our mercenary group has 10 good lads, each of whom is a seasoned mercenary. A burly man with a bear-like build and a big beard strode towards Yang Feng and said with a hearty laugh, for each of us, you only need to pay 5 silver coins per day. A middle-aged man with a thin figure and a gloomy temperament between his eyebrows came over and said with a smile towards Yang Feng, Hello, I'm Lek, the leader of the Storm Wolves mercenary group. Our Storm Wolves mercenary group has 13 members. For each of us, you only need to pay 2 silver coins per day, and you'll be able to get the services of the 13 members of the Storm Wolves mercenary group to safely escort you to the Rijek city. A beautiful woman with a height of 1.8 meters, wheat-colored skin, and regular facial features, who was much taller than many men, strode towards Yang Feng and said, Mister, please hire our White Lily mercenary group. Our White Lily mercenary group only has 5 people, but it's the mercenary group with the best reputation in the Wood Speech City. There's no record of us going back on our word. For each of us, you only need to pay 8 silver coins per day, and we'll do our best to protect you. Lek's face stiffened. As if a viper, he stared at the beautiful woman with a tall figure and said coldly, Katie, what's the meaning of this? Katie said with a cold smile, What do I mean? You're well aware of it. Yang Feng had read a lot of information about the Feisua Plain and knew that there were all sorts of people among mercenaries. Many mercenaries would normally do normal business, but would secretly kill their employers. If choosing a mercenary group wasn't suitable, then it would definitely be courting death. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, There's no need to fight over it. I think that beautiful women are better. The White Lily mercenary group is fine. Once he said that, the leader of the Bear Strength mercenary group gave Yang Feng a somewhat odd look, then gave a chuckle, turned around, and returned to his mercenary group. The bartender also gave Yang Feng a somewhat odd look, but remained silent. Lek gave a cold smile and said meaningfully, Good, good, good. You're on your own. Chapter 202. Katie sat in front of Yang Feng and gave him a flirtatious look. "Hi, my employer, what's your name?" Although Katie's looks and temperament were far inferior to that of beauties like Jessica and Judy, but compared to ordinary girls, she was already a beauty. Moreover, she had the unique heroic spirit of mercenaries, which was quite attractive to men. Yang Feng said with a smile, "My name is Ian." Katie asked, "When do you plan to set off for the Rijek city?" "The sooner the better." "Then how about we meet at the Western Gate tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock? "All right." After the discussion, Yang Feng left the small bar and stayed in the Woodward City for the night. Early the next morning, Yang Feng arrived at the Western Gate. At the Western Gate, Katie and her White Lily mercenary group were already waiting for him. In addition to Katie, the other 4 female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group were tall and burly, with solid muscles and fierce glints in their eyes. They looked more manly than men. Yang Feng looked at the 4 burly female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group and muttered inside, "The White Lily mercenary group has such a nice name." Katie smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and said, "You're early, get on the carriage." Yang Feng nodded and boarded a carriage. The carriage rental fee was naturally paid by Yang Feng. "Set off," Katie ordered, and the convoy left the Woodward City. The main road of the Woodward City hadn't been repaired and was full of potholes. Sitting in the carriage, Yang Feng felt very uncomfortable due to the jolting. Yang Feng criticized inside, no wonder it was so difficult for people in ancient times to travel far. "It's so uncomfortable to sit in a carriage. If it wasn't for my strong physique, I would have been jolted like a dog." In the Turandot subcontinent, Yang Feng's true body came and went either by plane or by magic carpet, which was a very comfortable and happy life. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, he rode a variety of advanced alchemical secret treasures and didn't feel any discomfort. Now that he came to the Feisua Plain, he deeply felt the backwardness of the Feisua Plain. "Ian, there's something up ahead." Suddenly, Katie's voice came from outside the carriage, and the carriage stopped. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and alighted from the carriage. Yang Feng looked around and discovered that the convoy had arrived at a very remote place. On both sides of the road, there were 2 small hills with dense grass, very suitable for an ambush. On the hillside, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of people flashing. With a dignified expression, Katie walked up to Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "I suspect that it's someone from the Storm Wolves mercenary group. They often kill their employers halfway and plunder their wealth. I'm afraid they've set their eyes on you. It's fine if they don't come. If they come over, I'll give them an unforgettable lesson." Yang Feng smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, pointed at the sky, and cast magic eyes. A magic light flashed and condensed into a huge eye in midair. The eyeball rotated 360 degrees and looked at both sides of the hillside. On both sides of the hillside, there were indeed more than 20 heavily armed soldiers lying in ambush. Among those soldiers stood Lek, the head of the Storm Wolves mercenary corps. "Magician. He's a magician." The more than 20 soldiers looked at the magic eye in the sky, their complexions turning deathly pale and revealing traces of fear. On the Feisua Plain, magicians were synonymous with mystery and power. These soldiers had only heard of the powerful deeds of magicians in some myths and legends. Now that they saw the magic eye, they were shocked, scared out of their wits, and lost all will to fight. "Ian, you're actually a magician, that's really amazing. I think I might have fallen in love with you." Katie stared fixedly at Yang Feng, her eyes rippling with traces of charm, her face carrying traces of a coquettish and charming smile. She walked up to Yang Feng. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Katie's eyes. She pulled out a dagger with a blade flickering with a dark blue radiance and fiercely stabbed at Yang Feng. Caught off guard, Yang Feng was stabbed in the abdomen by Katie. After succeeding in her attack, Katie immediately retreated briskly by more than a dozen meters, before saying with a charming smile full of malice, "Mighty Mr. Wizard, I think I might have fallen in love with you. However, I'm not in love with you, but rather with your wealth, ha ha ha. The magic eye in the sky collapsed in a flash. Why? Yang Feng covered his abdomen with both hands, his expression pained, and said while gnashing his teeth. Lek, the head of the Storm Wolves mercenary corps, laughed wildly, and took his subordinates down from the hillside. Idiot, that's because our Storm Wolves mercenary corps and the White Lily mercenary corps are in cahoots. A fat sheep like you is our favorite target. Lord Wizard, the romantic encounter in the bar wasn't bad, right? In fact, in the bar. The people with the best reputation are that stupid bear's mercenary corps. Apart from his mercenary corps, the rest are just hungry wolves like us. Katie interrupted, enough with the nonsense, kill him. The means of wizards are too strange and powerful, don't give him any chances. Shoot him. On the Fesua plain, bows and arrows were controlled weapons. Apart from people in the army who could equip a large number of bows and arrows, ordinary mercenaries rarely could afford to use bows and arrows. However, there were 5 archers in the Storm Wolves mercenary corps. Lek barked, fire. The 5 archers immediately drew their bows and shot 5 arrows, as if shooting stars, towards Yang Feng. At the moment when the 5 arrows were about to hit Yang Feng, a powerful warping force field suddenly appeared and shook slightly, and the 5 arrows were strangely deflected. Seeing such a strange scene, Lek and Katie's complexions at once became extremely pale, and their eyes flashed with a touch of an unknown premonition. You weren't stabbed? Katie said in a somewhat trembling voice. Yang Feng stood up, looked at the holes in his clothes, and said faintly, No, I was still somewhat careless. I was stabbed by an ordinary person like you. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between us is too great, and I don't have a legend rank weapon. It's basically impossible to assassinate me. Yang Feng wore the legend rank secret treasure white elephant armor, the legend rank secret treasure heart of azure, and the legend rank defensive ring sacred light protection. Under the protection of the 3 legend rank secret treasures, only a legend rank assassin with a legend rank dagger would be able to assassinate him in an instant. Katie's complexion paled, her expression was one of remorse and sorrow, and tears streamed down from her eyes. She knelt on the ground and knelt towards Yang Feng. I'm sorry, he forced me to do this. Lord Wizard, it was this man who forced me to do this. I beg you, spare my life. I didn't want to, he forced me to do this. Lek's eyes flashed with a touch of an ominous glint, and he bellowed, Tui! Cheap whore! Everyone, let's kill him. We have more than 20 people, no matter how strong this wizard is, we can definitely kill him. The eyes of the more than 20 mercenaries flashed with a touch of an ominous glint, and under Lek's lead, they rushed at Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked his hand, and a seed fell on the ground. With a flash of magic radiance, the seed quickly grew, extended more than 30 barbed rattans, and wrapped around the more than 20 mercenaries. The extremely sharp barbs stabbed into their bodies, making them wail in pain. Even the leader of the Storm Wolves mercenary group, Lek, was tightly entangled by the rattan within a single move and let out an incomparably mournful shriek. The complexions of Katie and the 4 female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group, who were more manly than men, were very pale, and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear. This extraordinary power was far beyond their imagination. It would be a pity to waste such a precious elixir on you, but I'm short on manpower. I'll reluctantly use it on you. Yang Feng took out a large box of liquid metal nanorobot elixir and said somewhat regretfully. Before coming to the Fesua plain this time, Yang Feng had made sufficient preparations, bringing 30,000 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, liquid metal nanorobot elixir was only a benefit for the upper echelons. After a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir was injected into one's body, one could maintain eternal youth by relying on the nanomachines. Before dying of old age, one would always look young. It was very popular among women, and was in short supply. Before Yang Feng built the first portable fortified stronghold on the Feisua plain, the 30,000 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir could be used up, and could not be replenished. Yang Feng said faintly, I have some magic elixirs here. As long as you're injected with these magic elixirs, once you have the thought of betraying me, you'll self-detonate and die. Now, I'll be merciful and let you choose whether to take the elixir or not. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. 10. Katie promptly said, I'll take it. No, please bestow me the precious magic elixir, Honorable Lord Wizard. The 4 female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group, who were more manly than men, knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Please bestow me the precious magic elixir, Honorable Lord Wizard. I'll take it too. I beg you, let me take it. Honorable Lord Wizard, please bestow me the precious magic elixir. The warriors of the Storm Wolves mercenary group weren't fools, and they implored bitterly. Amidst their pleas, Yang Feng also injected vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir into their bodies. After subduing the 2 mercenary groups, Yang Feng rode the carriage and continued to move towards the Reject City. Chapter 203. The Reject City was located at the border of the Beastman Empire, the Elven Empire, and the Human Morance Empire. It was a large city belonging to the Morance Empire. With a population of nearly 1 million, the Reject City was very prosperous. It was the extremely sinful slave trade that supported the Reject City's prosperous economy. The Beastman Empire, the Elven Empire, and the Morance Empire waged war all year round. The defeated would be reduced to slaves and brought to the Reject City by slave merchants. At the same time, sinful human slave hunters often appeared in the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire, capturing beastmen and elves for sale. The Reject City was the largest slave trading city in the Morance Empire. The city wall is only a dozen meters tall, it's really weak. Yang Feng looked at the city wall that was only a dozen meters tall and sighed inside. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the city walls of various cities were at least 100 meters tall and were covered with warlock towers. The defenses were extremely strict. The city wall of the Reject City, the largest slave trading city of the Morance Empire, was only a dozen meters tall. If Yang Feng drove the Mechanical Legion, then he would be able to seize the Reject City's city wall with a single charge. Stop. Please show me your identification. When Yang Feng and his party arrived at the gate of the Reject City, several warriors came over. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand and a scorching fireball appeared in his hand. The complexions of the warriors changed and they said respectfully, So it's the Honorable Sir Wizard, we've been impolite. Please come in. A warrior promptly drove away the commoners at the gate, making way for Yang Feng and the others to enter the city. A warrior gave them a glance, then left his post and quickly walked into the city. In the Reject City, in a luxurious room. A fat man with a pair of small eyes, yet a shrewd glint, narrowed his eyes and asked the warrior, What? You said that a wizard without a magic badge came to the Reject City? The warrior said, That's right, Master Jim. I saw it with my own eyes. There were more than 20 mercenaries beside the mage. 5 female mercenaries and 23 male mercenaries. Jim casually tossed 3 gold coins to the soldier. Interesting, these 3 gold coins are yours. You can go. The warrior was overjoyed. He received the 3 gold coins and withdrew. Thank you very much, Master Jim. Jim's eyes narrowed and flashed with a shrewd glint, a wizard without a wizard badge. Is he a wizard who just returned after learning from a reclusive wizard? He's a good investment target. Without any hesitation, Jim immediately stood up and walked out with large strides with vigorous movements that were different from his fat body. Reject City was much larger than Woodward City and had a much larger population. It was bustling with people coming and going, making it seem very prosperous. The streets were filled with all kinds of beast-like slaves, but most of them looked like humans. The beast men were divided into the humanoid beast men and the pure beast men. The humanoid beast men were beast men who had a partial beast form, but most of them were in human form. On the other hand, pure beast orcs were all kinds of beast orcs that had evolved to have hands and feet and possessed intelligence that was not inferior to that of humans. Beast men were beast men of beast men, with beast men, and beast men. With beast men. Beast men were natives of the Fesua plain. Beast men were pets brought over from other planes by the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. The Beastman Empire was ruled by beast men, and beast men didn't have much power. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, beast men were also called humanoids, and were distinguished from beast men who had a human appearance. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, humanoid beast men were instead a weak race. That was because the humanoid beast men in the Tyrannid subcontinent were pets brought over from the Fesua plain by the ancient warlocks. Yang Feng looked at the streets full of humanoid beast men and had a very novel feeling. Shortly after Yang Feng walked in the Rijek city, Jim came to greet him with a dozen guards. Jim revealed a refreshing smile on his face and said, "Hello, Honorable Sir Wizard. I am Jim, the manager of the Rijek City branch of the Rose Merchant Group. The Rose Merchant Group has the best supply in the entire Rijek City. We can even get you the most sought-after fox girls among the elves and beast men. They are definitely purebred elves and beast man foxes, and not those mixed-blood half-elves and half-blood beast men. Would you like our services?" Purebred elves and purebred beast man foxes were the most beautiful women. Protected by the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire, it was very difficult to get hold of them. On the other hand, half-elves, half-humans, and half-beastmen weren't protected by the Orc Empire or the Elven Empire. Many of the slave merchants in the Rijek city were very black-hearted, and sold half-blood beastmen and half-blood beastmen as genuine purebred elves and purebred beastmen to make a huge profit. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "My name is Ian. I think I'll need your services." With a full set of legend rank secret treasures and the level for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts stored inside the dimensional badge, unless it was a demigod rank expert, no one could kill Yang Feng's embodiment. Jim said with a smile, "In that case, Honorable Sir Ian, please come with me." Yang Feng said carelessly as he walked, "Slaves need to eat and drink. Can you buy a lot of food?" Jim's plump face beamed like a flower. "You've asked the right person. The Rose Merchant Group is one of the 10 largest merchant groups in the Morance Empire. Only we can easily buy food for hundreds or thousands of people." Yang Feng asked, "Is it transportation?" Jim said with some vigilance, "To where?" The Beastman Empire had always been short of food. Every year, they had to smuggle large amounts of food from the Morance Empire. The Morance Empire had always cracked down on smuggling. Jim had no choice but to be vigilant. Yang Feng said lightly, "The Red Earth Wasteland. I want to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland." "The Red Earth Wasteland. That's no problem." "What? You want to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland?" Jim was suddenly taken aback, saying, "Sir Ian, the Red Earth Wasteland is extremely barren. It has no special products or minerals, only some dirty goblin bandits, bugbears, and other lowly races. It's of no value at all." The Red Earth Wasteland was a vast wasteland located at the junction of the Morance Empire, the Titan Empire, the Beastman Empire, and the Elven Empire. In the wasteland, only the Rhine River ran through the entire wasteland. Apart from the vicinity of the Rhine River, the rest of the wasteland was dry and had little rain. Only some low shrubs and berries grew there. The lack of water made it a barren place, which was why it was abandoned by the 4 empires. It wasn't that no one had the idea of building the Red Earth Wasteland, but the lack of water made everyone give up. To transport water from afar to the Red Earth Wasteland was a huge project that cost a lot of money. Besides water, there was also food. The Red Earth Wasteland didn't produce food. To build a city there, it would cost a lot of money every year. Mountains of gold and seas of silver wouldn't be enough to spend on food. The most commendable thing about the Red Earth Wasteland was its superior geographical location. It could pass through and trade with the four empires. However, it was also bad because of its location. Although the four empires weren't willing to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, but once the city was built in the Red Earth Wasteland, it was bound to cause a huge dispute. Such a place of little value couldn't attract the attention of the powerful forces. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "I'm rich, so I'm happy. Legend has it that wizards are some strange people. Now it seems that it's true." Jim criticized inwardly, yet he was even more respectful towards Yang Feng. A rich and willful nouveau riche like Yang Feng was definitely a favorite client of slave merchants like Jim. Katie's eyes were bloodshot and full of remorse. If she had known that Yang Feng was a rich and willful nouveau riche, she would have shown off her flirtatiousness and thrown herself at him. Jim led Yang Feng to a huge slave market. Inside the huge slave market, naked and haggard-looking beast men, half-blood beast men, half-blood elves, humans, and all sorts of other slaves could be seen everywhere. Many people were standing there, judging the slaves and picking the ones they liked. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyebrows creased slightly. He, who was born on Earth, was still slightly unaccustomed to such a scene. However, he was very rational and quickly threw the unaccustomed feeling to the back of his mind. Jim said, "Sir Ian, what kind of slaves do you want? Beauties? Warriors? Housekeepers? Or scholars, blacksmiths, and the like?" Yang Feng said, "I need warriors with high obedience and strong battle prowess." "Very well, I just got a batch of top-notch goods, you'll definitely like them." Jim gave a few instructions to one of his subordinates, then smiled and led Yang Feng inside the slave market. Jim quickly led Yang Feng to a huge cage. Inside the cage, there were more than 300 tall and sturdy humanoids with only a bull's tail and a height of 1.9 meters. Jim enthusiastically promoted to Yang Feng, "These are 318 mixed-blood ox-human half-blood beast men. Their origins are very clean, they were captured by a slave-catching group of the Beast Man Empire and given to us. There won't be any problems if you buy them. Ox-human half-blood beast men are honest and obedient. With a bit of training, they'll be very good half-blood beast man guards." Chapter 204. Yang Feng asked, "How much?" Jim said straightforwardly, 30 gold coins per person, 318 people, I'll count it as 9,000 gold coins. A burly oxman half-blood beast man in his 30s got up, knelt in front of Yang Feng, and implored with tears in his eyes, "Sir, if you want to buy us, then we're willing to sell us to you. I beseech you to be merciful and buy our family as well. If you can buy our family, I, Babu, swear in the name of my ancestors that I am willing to lead my clan to serve you, even to the point of death." The 317 oxmen half-blood beast men also came over, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to Yang Feng until their foreheads bled. Half-beastmen did not have the protection of gods, so their status was extremely low. Neither the humans nor the orcs saw them as their own kind. They hunted them wantonly and traded them like goods. Yang Feng asked, "How much for their entire family?" Jim smiled and said, "Their families are basically all old, weak, women, and children. Only a few pretty virgins are worth a bit of money. If we sell them separately, we should be able to sell them for around 2,100 gold coins. If you want to buy them, Master Ian, 2,000 gold coins will do." Yang Feng said lightly, "I'll buy them all. After I'm done choosing, we'll pay together." Jim smiled and said, "Yes." Yang Feng suddenly pointed to a huge cage next to him and asked, "How much are those people?" Inside the huge cage that Yang Feng pointed at, there were 200 burly human men. He could be considered to have rich experience in Tyrannid subcontinent. With a glance, he could tell that those 200 burly men were definitely from the army. Moreover, they were the kind of elite army. However, the eyes of those 200 burly humans were lifeless and dispirited. Their spirit, energy, and vitality had already been reduced by more than half. Jim glanced at the 200 burly men and said, "Those are the most elite imperial guards of the Aman Principality." It was not long ago that the king of the Aman Principality refused the proposal of the Duke of Iser. Duke Iser used his private army to destroy the Aman Principality. These 200 human slaves were the most elite imperial guards of the Aman Principality. Their strength was not bad. The leader of the imperial guards, Clive, even had the cultivation of a sky knight. However, their dochi had been crippled, and 3 fingers had been cut off from each of their hands. They were already a group of trash. He's only suitable to be the male pet slave of the noblewomen. He's not the powerful warrior you need. Yang Feng walked up to the 200 elite royal guards of the Aman Principality and said lightly, "My name is Ian, I am a wizard. I want to ask you, do you want to continue living as a male pet, or do you want to be a warrior and fight for me, have the dignity of a warrior, and live as a warrior?" When they heard Yang Feng's words, a glimmer of light ignited in the eyes of the 200 human burly men in the cage. The burly human Clive raised his eyes, stared at Yang Feng and said solemnly, "Our cultivation bases have been crippled, and 3 of the fingers on each of our hands have been cut off. We can no longer hold swords. Honorable Sir Magician, what do you want us to do to fight for you?" The light in the eyes of the 200 burly men immediately dimmed. With their current strength, any ordinary person could defeat them. Yang Feng said lightly, "Although your dochi has been crippled and your fingers have been cut off. However, your knowledge hasn't been taken away. I need you to train me into an army that can defeat any thief or robber in the Red Earth Wasteland. Besides, I'm a wizard. The path of magic is mysterious and unfathomable. It's not impossible for me to help you restore your dochi and fingers in the future." Clive's eyes lit up. He struggled to get up and saluted Yang Feng in a knight's salute. "In that case, Sir Ian, we are willing to serve you." The 200 human knights also got up and saluted Yang Feng in a knight's salute. Their eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Yang Feng said, "I want all of these 200 people. Name your price." Jim's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, "Sir Ian, although their dochi has been crippled, but each of them is tall and sturdy with sturdy muscles. Many noblewomen of the Morin's Empire like such male pets. If they are sold to noblewomen, each of them can be sold for more than 100 gold coins. Clive is a sky knight, so he can be sold for at least 3,000 gold coins. The 200 of them will be sold for 30,000 gold coins." Yang Feng said carelessly, 30,000 gold coins, no problem. Next, in the warrior slave market, Yang Feng picked and bought more than 50 slave warriors. He didn't fancy the rest of the slave warriors. Jim continued to promote, "Sir Ian, you have a distinguished status, so you should let some servants handle the daily affairs. We have a batch of maids from the Imperial Palace of the Aman Principality, do you need them?" Yang Feng said, "Then let's go take a look." Under Jim's lead, Yang Feng passed through the warrior slave market and arrived at the female slave market in the rear. 1,000 gold coins, 1,100 gold coins. As soon as he walked into the female slave market, a burst of crazy screams came from inside. Men who looked like aristocrats gathered together, looked at the auction platform in the center of the female slave market, and shouted madly. Yang Feng looked at the center of the auction platform and saw a 12 or 13-year-old girl with a pair of elf-like pointed ears and a delicate and beautiful appearance. Beside the girl stood a 21 or 22-year-old woman with a delicate and beautiful appearance and a pair of elven ears. She had a youthful charm and a pair of beautiful elven ears. Jim warned, the Black Fang slave hunters went deep into the hinterland of the Elven Empire and paid a huge price to capture a pair of pure-blood elven mother and daughter. Furthermore, the daughter is still a virgin. Sir Ian, are you interested in them as well? The Elven Empire isn't to be trifled with. If you want to build a city in the Red Earth City, then once the people of the Elven Empire find out that you keep elven female slaves, their pointy ears won't let you off. My greatest weakness is that I'm kind-hearted. There's really no other way. Yang Feng said lightly, 5,000 gold coins. After hearing the offer of 5,000 gold coins, the fanatical aristocrats calmed down a little, and their gazes focused on Yang Feng. 5,000 gold coins wasn't a small sum. It was enough to purchase more than 100 robust half-blood beast-men slaves. Some ordinary half-blood beast-man virgins were sold for no more than 5 to 10 gold coins, 10,000 gold coins. A young man with deep eyes, a tall stature, puffy eyes, and an appearance of excessive alcohol consumption, dressed in aristocratic attire swept Yang Feng with a cold glance and threatened eerily, "Baron Gerald of the Abet family has taken a fancy to this pair of mother and daughter. Who wants to compete with me?" When the young man with an appearance of excessive alcohol consumption issued a threat, the aristocrats frowned and remained silent, unwilling to bid. On the auction platform, the originally smiling slave master had a bitter and helpless look on his face. Jim's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately warned, "Sir Ian, the Abet family is one of the greater aristocrats of the Morince Empire. The patriarch of the Abet family is an earl. The family's private army is very strong. The Morince Empire was so powerful that a duke dared to brazenly dispatch his private army to wipe out another principality. The greater aristocrats of this formidable empire were terrifyingly powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to the kings of some lesser principalities. 15,000 gold coins." Yang Feng nodded slightly to Jim, then swept Baron Gerald with a glance and said with a cold smile, "This is an auction, where everything goes to the highest bidder. Baron Gerald, if you don't have the money, then shut up." A gloomy glint flashed past Baron Gerald's eyes. He swept Jim standing next to Yang Feng with a glance, his pupils constricted slightly, and he squeezed out a smile, saying, "Very well. What's your name, and which family are you from?" Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "I'm Ian, a wizard." "Wizard? There's actually a Sir Wizard here." The complexions of the aristocrats changed, and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear and respect. Baron Gerald's complexion suddenly changed as well, and he squeezed out a smile, saying, "So it's the Honorable Sir Wizard. Since you like her, then I'll let you have her." Wizards had strange and unfathomable means and were extremely powerful. Killing someone silently was like playing around. The aristocrats weren't willing to offend such a terrifying existence for no reason. When Jim saw this scene, his eyes became slightly hot. As one of the leaders of the Rose merchant group, he had much more money than many aristocrats. But in the eyes of the aristocrats, he was still a lowly commoner. Only a powerful wizard like Yang Feng could make those arrogant aristocrats bow their heads. No one dared to bid, and Yang Feng easily bought the pair of mother and daughter elves. Jim stepped forward to negotiate with the slave owner, and agreed to settle the bill before Yang Feng left. Then, he took Yang Feng to his slave warehouse. "Sir Ian, take a look, these are the top-notch goods from the Amon Principality. Each of them has been carefully selected, rigorously trained, and have aristocratic blood. They're basically virgins, and it wasn't easy for me to get my hands on a batch of top-notch goods. You should know how difficult it is to find such a virgin in the midst of chaos." Jim arrived in front of a cage, pointed at the huge cage, and said proudly. Yang Feng looked carefully at the cage, and saw that it wasn't as messy as the other cages. Instead, it looked very clean and didn't have a trace of stench. Instead, it was sprayed with a bit of perfume. There were some tables and chairs inside the cage, and 18 beautiful women dressed in maid attire with extraordinary temperaments sat neatly in front of the tables and chairs. It looked like a beautiful scenery. Yang Feng sighed silently. Every profession has its own master. Even slave merchants know how to package their goods. The neatly dressed maids might originally only be 7 to 8% beautiful, but after dressing like this, they looked 8 to 9% beautiful. These maids were much more pleasing to the eye than the unkempt, spiritless, and naked female slaves. Yang Feng asked, "How much for one?" 400 gold coins for one. Jim quickly added, a virgin female slave isn't worth that much. But they come from the Aman Principality's imperial palace, have aristocratic blood, have extraordinary temperaments, and grasp a variety of service skills. Such maids are very popular with aristocrats. 400 gold coins for one is really not expensive. The cost I paid for them is extremely high, so the price can't be any lower. A tall and sexy woman with a long scar extending diagonally from the right side of her face and nearly splitting her cherry lips in half stood up, saluted Yang Feng, and said softly, "Sir, I am Lena, the head maid of these maids. May I ask if you can buy all of us? As long as you buy us, we will do everything in our power to repay your kindness in the future." Yang Feng took a look at the cage, and saw that the maids inside the cage were looking at him with longing expressions, yet none of them interjected. Clearly, Lena had a very high status among the maids. Moreover, these beautiful human maids were well trained, and were many times better than those clumsy and unruly women. "All right, I'll buy them all," Yang Feng said straightforwardly. With a flick of his wrist, an inferior magic stone appeared in his hand. "Do you accept this gem?" Jim's eyes flashed with a glint of ecstasy, and he promptly said, "This is a magic energy stone." "Accept, accept. I'll pay 500 gold coins for each magic energy stone, what do you think?" "No, 600 gold coins for each. If you can sell them in large quantities, then the price can be negotiated." Magic stones, also known as magic energy stones on the Feisua Plain, were a very rare resource. At the time when the Tsangji Plain's human warlocks dominated the Feisua Plain, they brought nearly all of the Feisua Plain's magic stones to the Tsangji Plain, resulting in a shortage of magic stones on the Feisua Plain. As for the Feisua Plain's gods who lived high up in their divine countries, they could get their hands on magic crystals of a higher grade. Therefore, they didn't do anything about the shortage of magic stones on the Feisua Plain. The life magic energy contained within magic stones was not only beneficial to the cultivation of warlocks, it was also beneficial to the cultivation of knights, wizards, druids, assassins, and many other different cultivation systems. On the Feisua Plain, magic stones were a very precious cultivation resource. Yang Feng sighed in his heart. Planar trade, the profits are nearly 10,000-fold. No wonder that Tsangji Plain's human warlocks are so keen on exploring other planes. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, an inferior magic stone was only worth 1 silver coin, while on the Feisua Plain, an inferior magic stone could be exchanged for more than 600 gold coins. Transporting inferior magic stones to the Feisua Plain, and then bringing gold to the Tsangji Plain, the profits were tens of thousands of times. Chapter 205. Of course, the profits of planar trade were terrifying, but the costs and risks were also astonishing. A planar passageway leading to a different plane not only required magic crystals in the hundreds of millions, but also required all kinds of precious resources. Only powerful warlocks at the Moonlight Warlock rank or above could establish a planar passageway. In the era of the 8 great warlock dynasties, planar passageways ran through countless planes, transporting troops through those planar passageways and suppressing many planes. After the 8th warlock dynasty, the major planes revolted and destroyed their planar passageways leading to the Tsangji Plain. Once those planar passageways were discovered, they would face the risk of being destroyed. The planar passageways controlled by the major forces like the demon fighting sect naturally wouldn't be used for such a trivial matter as magic stone smuggling. Yang Feng said in an overbearing manner, "I'll use these magic energy stones to pay the bill." "How many magic energy stones are there in total? Give me a number." In order to quickly establish a foothold on the Feisua Plain, Yang Feng brought 2 billion inferior magic stones and 3 billion gold coins. A trifling few inferior magic stones were nothing to him. Jim said in a forthright manner, "Forthright, Sir Ian, you're really forthright. How about this, I'll calculate the price of a magic energy stone at 700 gold coins. The slaves you've purchased will cost you 72,365 gold coins. I'll erase the change and calculate it as 70,000 gold coins. You only need to pay me 100 magic energy stones. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Without saying much, he tossed a pouch containing 100 inferior magic stones into Jim's hand. In fact, on the Feisua plain, an inferior magic stone was generally sold for more than 800 gold coins. If transported to some prosperous places and sold to major forces, it could even be sold for more than 1,000 gold coins. However, Jim did his best to curry favor with Yang Feng in order to make money. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't haggle over it. If you don't give them some benefits, who will work hard for you? Jim beamed with joy and hurriedly grabbed the pouch. He had earned at least 50,000 gold coins from this transaction. Besides, selling magic stones would not only make him a fortune, but would also help him expand his network. Every wizard is a walking treasure trove with the wealth of a state. This sentence couldn't be more correct. Jim shook the pouch in his hand. Listening to the sound of magic stones striking each other, his fat eyes narrowed, and he revealed a gratified smile. He rejoiced at his wise decision. Yang Feng said meaningfully, "Help me prepare 3 months' worth of food for 1,000 people, as well as the clothes, armor, and weapons needed by my slaves. As long as you do a good job, I'll even pay with magic energy stones." Jim became excited. His eyes seemed to have turned into the shape of magic stones, and he jumped up and said, Sir Ian. I will definitely arrange everything properly for you." Jim's influence in the Rijek city was indeed enormous. He quickly got a large courtyard and stuffed all the slaves bought by Yang Feng into it. Without demur, Yang Feng spent 50 magic stones to buy the courtyard that could accommodate more than 1,000 people. The slave trade in Rijek city was very prosperous. Those who bought slaves also needed a place for the slaves to live. Only then would they have large courtyards similar to prisons and cages. In a spacious room in the courtyard, Yang Feng was sitting on a big chair. In front of him stood 3 people, namely Babu, Clive, and Lena. Yang Feng opened a box, revealing 3 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir inside. He said lightly, "I'm a wizard, now it's time to prove your loyalty." There were 3 magic potions in the box. "I will inject them into your bodies. This way, if I die, you will die with me." Babu suddenly felt his body heat up, and his life force potential was stimulated. A tyrannical chi gushed out of his body, directly promoting him to a knight rank expert. Oxman half-blood beast man like Babu had a very good physique and was extremely suitable for cultivating chi. However, more than 90% of half-blood beast man tribes didn't have methods to cultivate chi. Only then did the liquid metal nano-robots stimulate his life force, allowing him to break through the barrier and promote to a knight rank expert. Chi. I, Babu, have chi as well. Master, you're really remarkable, Babu is convinced. Babu had a look of ecstasy on his face as he prostrated on the ground and said. Lena also saluted Yang Feng and said, "Thank you, Master, for repairing my body and appearance. Lena is willing to do everything in her power to serve you, Master, and take care of your daily life." After seeing Yang Feng's unfathomable means, the 3 people were finally convinced. Yang Feng quickly made a series of arrangements, making Lena the manager of internal affairs. Babu became the leader of the 300 Oxman half-blood beast men. Clive, on the other hand, became the leader of the human slave warriors and commanded them. Under Clive's pleading, Yang Feng injected the 200 most elite royal guards of the Amon Principality with the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, restoring their strength and repairing their limbs. The 200 most elite imperial guards of the Amon Principality were all knight rank powerhouses. There were even more than 30 great knight rank powerhouses and 2 earth knight rank powerhouses. Their strength was extremely extraordinary. It should be noted that the leaders of the 2 mercenary groups, Lek and Katie, only possessed the strength of advanced warriors. The 200 Amon Principality's royal guards became Yang Feng's strongest force. In the center of Rijek city, there was a magnificent group of huge shrines that made people feel admiration at first sight. The huge temple complex enshrined the gods of the Zalia divine system. Not far from the temple enshrined the gods of the Zalia divine system, there was a temple that, although still magnificent, was a bit smaller. That was the temple of the weave goddess Gargarstave. The Zalia divine system and the Titan divine system were the two major human divine systems of the Fesua plain. The Morince Empire and the Titan Empire respectively enshrined the gods of the Zalia divine system and the Titan divine system. The gods of the Zalia divine system were the protectors of the Morince Empire. The gods of the Titan divine system, on the other hand, were the protectors of the Titan Empire. In addition to the Zalia divine system and the Titan divine system, there were also some gods of neutral divine systems and some independent gods with very few believers. Among the many neutral gods, the weave goddess Gargarstave was definitely one of the most powerful. Virtually all wizards of the Fesua plain who practiced magic were believers of the weave goddess Gargarstave. She created the weave and cast spells with the help of the power of the weave. Even a powerful divine system like the Zalia divine system had no choice but to tolerate the weave goddess Gargarstave preaching within its sphere of influence. Of course, the size of the temple couldn't surpass that of the Zalia divine system's gods. Without a temple, not only would a city not receive the protection of the temple's divine power, but it would also be regarded as a heretic and subject to the crusade of all nearby forces. If Yang Feng wanted to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, then he had to have a temple. After careful consideration, he still chose the neutral goddess of the weave, Gargarstave. As a wizard on the Fesua plain, it was normal for him to be close to the goddess of the weave. When he heard Yang Feng's request, Edo's face revealed an embarrassed expression. The Red Earth Wasteland was a barren wasteland without any resources. There were only dirty and ugly goblins, bugbears, ogres, and such bandits. No priest or bishop would go there to preach. Although the goddess of the weave didn't restrict the races of her believers, but beastmen, elves, and other races that could grasp magic power had their own gods. For the goddess of the weave, goblins and bugbears, who didn't understand magic, had no value in preaching. Edo said, "Ian, from the light of divine grace bestowed upon you by the great goddess, I have confirmed that you are a great wizard. I'll give you the magic badge in a moment." When the young priest heard this, a look of envy appeared in his eyes. On the Fesua plain, the ranks of wizards were divided into level 3 apprentice wizard, level 1 warlock, Great Wizard, Level 2 Warlock, Archwizard, Level 3 Warlock, Legend Wizard, Great Warlock, and Demigod Wizard, Starry Sky Warlock. Great wizards were already extremely powerful beings. Bishop Edo, the bishop of the weave goddess's temple, only had the cultivation base of a great wizard. The young priest's cultivation base was only that of an apprentice wizard. Edo suddenly asked, "As for the temple in the Red Earth Wasteland, Ian, are you willing to join the Weave Divine Order, become a member of the Weave Divine Order, and dedicate everything to spreading the glory of the great weave goddess Gargarstave?" Yang Feng said with a pious expression of a martyr, "I am willing to join the Weave Divine Order and dedicate everything to spreading the glory of the great weave goddess Gargarstave." Edo was very satisfied with Yang Feng's performance, not having the slightest doubt. Only fanatics, who were second only to saints, would go to a remote place like the Red Earth Wasteland to build a city and preach at all costs. Edo said, "I'll report your situation to the headquarters. After receiving a reply from the headquarters, I'll preside over the induction ceremony for you." Yang Feng said somewhat awkwardly, "Bishop Edo, I'm leaving for the Red Earth Wasteland tomorrow to build a city and spread the glory of the goddess. There are still 6 months before winter. I might not have the time to come back." Edo said, "It doesn't matter. I now grant you the title of acting bishop. You can build the temple of the goddess in the Red Earth Wasteland. As for the materials and blueprints for the construction of the temple, I'll send someone to deliver them to you after you've built the city." Chapter 207. When Yang Feng returned to his bedroom, he saw two women sitting next to his bed, one big and one small. The big one was beautiful and moving, while the small one was delicate and lovely, very pleasing to the eye. They were the pure-blood elven mother-daughter flowers he bought from the slave market. When she saw Yang Feng enter the room, the extremely beautiful young elven woman got up and blocked in front of her daughter. She looked at Yang Feng very vigilantly, her beautiful eyes brimming with fear. There was practically no difference in what human aristocrats wanted to do when buying beautiful female elves. Yang Feng asked, "What are your names?" The female elf gave Yang Feng an elven salute and pleaded pitifully, "My name is Nancy, this is my daughter Nanny." "Respected Sir Wizard, I can obey any of your orders. Please let my daughter out, okay?" Elves had always been proud and looked down on humans. But for the sake of her daughter, the always prideful Nancy had no choice but to lower her proud head. Yang Feng revealed a trace of curiosity and asked, "Was your daughter Nanny born from the elven mother tree, or was she born from your union with other male elves?" The ancestors of the Feisua Plains pure-blood elves were high elves of other plains. They were the annihilation troops sent by high elves to the Feisua Plain to deal with the dark elves who had betrayed them and the goddess Lolth who had seduced the dark elves into corruption. After the annihilation troops came to the Feisua Plain, they originally wanted to deal with the dark elves and the fallen goddess Lolth as soon as possible. However, Lolth was very cunning. She immediately sought refuge with the human warlock dynasty and obtained the protection of the human warlock dynasty's experts. As a result, the matter was left unsettled. After a long time, the experts of the annihilation troops sent by high elves had their thoughts mutate. They chose to ignite their divine fire on the Feisua Plain and ascend to godhood, establishing the Feisua Plain's elven divine system. These pure-blood elves were the descendants of high elves. They had long lifespans, formidable martial arts and magic talents, and were natural archers. They also had the sole weakness of high elves, that was, their very low fertility. This was a very common weakness of all powerful life forms. The way dark elves overcame this weakness was to degenerate and promiscuous, marrying with all kinds of strange species. At the same time, they would capture male life forms of various races, mate with them, and give birth to offspring. Although this method maintained the continuation of their race, it also caused their elven bloodline to be gradually eroded by various chaotic bloodlines, giving birth to countless monsters. Pure-blooded elves were very devoted to love. Basically, once a pair of lovers confirmed their relationship, they would be faithful to one person until the end. Even if their lover died, they would never look for another lover. However, because the pure-blooded elves were constantly fighting with their enemies, the male elves had suffered heavy casualties, and the proportion of the elves had been decreasing year after year. The number of elves that could reproduce naturally was dwindling. The elven mother tree was a precious treasure that the pure-blood elves possessed. Once the pure-blood elves wanted to have children, they could extract half of their blood essence and have it absorbed by the elven mother tree through a secret method. About 4 months later, the elven mother tree would bear a fruit, from which a newborn pure-blooded elf would be born. The elven mother tree was one of the most precious treasures of the elven empire. It was the foundation of the race's reproduction, and it was placed in the elven royal court. Only pure-blooded elves in need could go to the royal court and ask for a child. Of course, by paying half of their blood essence, the elves' vitality would be damaged, and they might not be able to recover even after a dozen years. Therefore, there weren't many pure-blooded elves who were particularly fond of children, or there were mandatory orders from the elven empire to ask for children from the elven mother tree. Nancy's pretty face was dyed with a faint blush, making her look even more delicate and charming. She said softly, "Respected Sir Wizard, I am amazed by your profound knowledge. Nanny is the child I wanted from the elven mother tree. Therefore, I am still a virgin. Sir, please let my child go. I am willing to obey your orders." Yang Feng said with a light smile, "I think you misunderstood. I bought you mother and daughter only out of sympathy. I have no intention of doing anything to you. In the future, if you want to return to the Elven Empire, I can personally send you back. The Red Earth Wasteland was currently a barren desert, only a place of little value to goblins and bandits. However, Yang Feng was confident that he could establish it as a prosperous place. At that time, the attitude of the four empires would be very important. Befriending the Elven Empire was also one of Yang Feng's goals. The Elven Empire had never had a favorable impression of humans. Nancy and her daughter might be the key factor for Yang Feng to open a gap in contact with the elves. Only then did he buy the mother and daughter. Of course, the fact that they were more pleasing to the eye was also an important factor. Nancy heaved a light sigh of relief, a touch of disbelief flashed past the abyss of her eyes, yet she still said with a smile, "Thank you very much. Respected Sir Wizard." Nanny, the little lowly who might be several times older than Yang Feng, hid behind her mother and looked at Yang Feng timidly, looking extremely cute. Yang Feng said, "You can freely walk around here. However, I want to warn you. The people outside aren't as kind as I am. If you leave here, it's very likely that you'll meet with misfortune. For your own safety and your daughter's, please be careful." Nancy said, "Yes. Sir, we understand." Yang Feng said, "All right, you can go back." Nancy quickly took her daughter Nanny's little hand and left Yang Feng's room. Yang Feng took out the magic data he obtained from the Weave Holy Order and began to scan it. This magic data is of no value at all. It's just a pile of trash. After a while, Yang Feng somewhat disappointedly threw the magic materials aside and sighed somewhat disappointedly. The Feisua plain had a huge weave created by the weave goddess Gargerstave that covered the entire plain. The cultivation methods of the Feisua plain's wizards were called meditation methods. By practicing a variety of meditation methods, they could improve their spirit force. Many of the Feisua plain's wizards had extremely powerful spirit force, yet their fleshly bodies were very frail, not even comparable to that of ordinary people. Moreover, the Feisua plain's wizards were limited by the weave, and the number of spell slots they could fight each day was limited. The day before, wizards had to choose spell slots, meditate, communicate with the weave, and inject their spirit force into the weave according to the spell model. The next day, they could use the spells they memorized on the first day to fight. After every day, the Feisua plain's wizards would forget the spell models they memorized the day before. They had to memorize the spell models anew and inject them into the weave. Under this repeated torment, the number of wizards on the Feisua plain became very small. As for powerhouses that could become arch-wizards and legend wizards, they were even fewer. Each shrine had different divine spells and blessings according to the divine title and power of the gods. The Weave Holy Order had its own unique divine spells. Level 0 divine spells didn't forget the spells of the day before, Level 1 divine spells didn't forget the spells of the day before, and Level 2 divine spells didn't forget the spells of the day before. With the Weave Holy Order's priests following them, the fighting strength of a wizard could be greatly enhanced. Moreover, the Weave Holy Order also had a divine grace that Feisua plain's wizards coveted the most. It was to never forget the spells they memorized. For this divine grace, countless powerful wizards had become the Weave Holy Order's hired thugs and lackeys. The Weave Holy Order was the church with the largest number of wizards on the Feisua plain. In Yang Feng's view, the spell models of the Weave Holy Order were castrated versions. These spell models couldn't be solidified in his spirit sea, and were worthless. Yang Feng quickly reacted. He picked up the magic materials that he had thrown aside. "That's not right, even if it's trash, it also has its own use. These magic materials are pretty good for nurturing some apprentice wizards or wizards." If the warlock cultivation knowledge Yang Feng learned in the Tyrannid subcontinent was disseminated on the Feisua plain, it would definitely attract countless people. Even many magicians would probably change their allegiance to him and practice the warlock path. However, Yang Feng didn't dare to publicly disseminate warlock cultivation knowledge. The weave goddess Gargarstave had spent countless efforts and tremendous divine power to build such a weave in order to dominate the wizards of the Feisua Plain. Once Yang Feng publicly disseminated warlock cultivation knowledge, he would be cutting off the foundation of the weave faith and offending the strong divine power weave goddess. With such a deep hatred, the weave goddess Gargarstave wouldn't mind personally descending and blasting Yang Feng to pieces. Before long, the news that a wizard was about to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland spread in the Rijek city. After hearing the news, the merchants of the Rijek city were shocked. Then, they fell into ecstasy and frantically inquired about the wizard. Every official wizard was a moving humanoid treasure trove. This was a truth recognized by everyone on the Feisua Plain. As long as a wizard leaked something, it would be enough for many merchants to eat for several years. After Jim heard the news, his complexion changed greatly, and he immediately mobilized his forces in the Rijek city in an attempt to snuff out the news. At the same time, he released a lot of true and false rumors in an attempt to confuse the public and cover up the truth. Jim's method was extremely effective. Many merchants fell into confusion when faced with the true and false rumors. At this moment, the Weave Holy Order's Bishop Edo came forward and announced that the Weave Holy Order's believer, Great Wizard Ian, intended to go to the Red Earth Wasteland to build a city in order to spread the glory and faith of the Weave Goddess. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "I'm very glad that everyone is here. I'm Ian, the wizard who's about to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "To build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, I need a lot of supplies. Water, food, weapons, clothes, all kinds of supplies. I invited you here to make you rich. I'll set a bottom line here. Each of you must guarantee at least a 40% profit, otherwise, you're not allowed to participate in the bidding." Suddenly, a burst of warm applause sounded in the tavern's venue. The eyes of the leaders of the merchant groups turned red. It was the first time that they saw a fat sheep being ripped off. Jim, who originally planned to lower the price and force the leaders of the merchant groups to withdraw, was stimulated by Yang Feng's bait. His whole body heated up and his eyes turned bloodshot. Yang Feng said with a smile, "However, the thing that the new city lacks the most is population. I need a lot of slaves, preferably human slaves. Every month, the merchant group that brings me more human slaves will be able to get a bigger share of the profits. Of course, I'm also willing to buy those slaves at a high price." A leader of a merchant group stood up and said loudly, "Sir Ian, I'm willing to personally gift you 20 female slaves. Every month, I guarantee to deliver at least 100 human slaves to you." Yang Feng said with a beaming smile, "What's your name?" The leader of the merchant group straightened his body and said loudly, "My name is Sam." Yang Feng said with a smile, "What kind of business do you want to do?" Sam said, "I want to do a clothing business." Yang Feng said straightforwardly, "Very well, as long as you can supply us, then as long as there's no problem with the quality and it meets our requirements. Then our clothing will be provided by you in the future." Sam said excitedly, "Thank you, sir." At present, Yang Feng already had hundreds of slaves in his hands. Before long, the number might exceed 1,000. Those slaves plus the clothing of everyone in the new city would definitely be a big deal. Moreover, the 100 slaves that Sam sold could also earn a huge amount of money from Yang Feng's hands. Going back and forth, Sam would obtain a huge profit. Yang Feng said, "As a reward, I'll pay you with magic energy stones." Sam said excitedly, "Thank you, sir. Sir Ian, I'm willing to personally gift you 10 female slaves. Every month, 80 slaves can be shipped to the new city." Below, all of the merchant group leaders became excited and excitedly called out their bids. Jim and Randy were also forced to join the bidding spree. Amid the cheers of the leaders of the merchant groups, Yang Feng signed a contract with them under the witness of the God of Contracts priests. Once the contract was signed under the witness of the God of Contracts, it would take effect. If the contract was violated, one would suffer a backlash from divine power. He really has the ability to summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Jim looked at the leaders of the merchant groups scrambling to sign a contract with Yang Feng and heaved a long sigh. Complicated feelings welled up inside him. Originally, Jim had planned to use his influence in the Rijek city to play some tricks and have Yang Feng rely on him more. It would be best if he could monopolize all the construction materials in the Red Earth wasteland. But now, the leaders of the merchant groups were scrambling to serve Yang Feng and sign a contract with him. This completely shattered his fantasies. In the back garden of a villa in the Rijek city, Baron Gerald held a glass of red wine in his hand. With a gloomy expression, he slowly swirled the glass of wine in his hand. A handsome man sitting in front of Baron Gerald said with a chuckle, "Gerald, I heard that Master Ian is going to the Red Earth wasteland to build a city. He's a big fat sheep. Don't you want to get rid of him and take revenge?" Gerald said with a cold smile, "Art Ace, you don't have to provoke me. He's a great wizard, I don't want to be killed by a great wizard. There are a lot of ways to kill people with magic." Art Ace said with a sneer, "That's right. We have no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation with a great wizard. We'll be killed by his strange magic in a single confrontation." However, although a great wizard's magic is formidable, but the number of spell slots he can memorize in a day is limited. 8 level, 2 spells, 24 level, 1 spells, and 108 level, 0 cantrips. This is the number of spells that a great wizard can cast in a day. As long as that person consumes his spells, he'll be like a toothless tiger, vulnerable to a single blow. Gerald pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly and said, "His spell slots are enough to destroy an army of 100 people. Our private troops will collapse under his spells." Although Gerald had a lot of private troops under his command, but after a certain number of deaths, his private troops would also collapse. Although he coveted the wealth of a great wizard, but Gerald was still very rational. He knew that a great wizard wasn't easy to deal with. The 2,000 private troops under his command were the family's precious wealth, and they might not be able to kill a great wizard. Art Ace said in a low voice, "We can spread the news and let the people of the Elven Empire and the Beastman Empire do it." Gerald's eyes lit up and said, "That's right, he bought that pair of mother and daughter elves. As long as this news is leaked, those long ears will absolutely not let him off. Moreover, those greedy, filthy, and stupid beast bandits of the Beastman Empire will absolutely not let go of such a fat sheep." Art Ace said meaningfully, "We can hide on the side and observe the situation. If he wins by then, we can retreat in time. If he and those guys are mutually injured, we can just kill our way out from the side and annihilate them in one fell swoop. A great wizard's wealth is absolutely comparable to a country." Gerald's eyes flashed with malevolence, his gaze flickered a few times, and he gritted his teeth. "Let's do it. He actually dares to fight with me over women, I must kill him. After killing him, that pair of mother and daughter elves will be mine." Art Ace replied straightforwardly, "All right." The two looked at each other and revealed a smile. They clinked their cups and downed it in one gulp. Chapter 209. 3 days later, a long caravan set out from the Rijek city and headed for the Red Earth wasteland. In less than 10 days, the number of slaves under Yang Feng's command skyrocketed to more than 1,700 people. Coupled with the hired grooms, coachmen, and other servants, the number of people in the caravan reached more than 2,000 people. Even though Yang Feng had purchased a large number of livestock in the Rijek city to act as transportation, but the movement speed of the more than 2,000 people was still very slow. Gazes with ulterior motives stared at the huge caravan as it moved towards the Red Earth wasteland. The journey was calm and tranquil. The Rijek city was a border city of the Morince Empire. In the vicinity, no human force dared to brazenly attack a caravan with a great wizard overseeing it. The huge caravan traveled for 10 days before arriving at the border city of the Morince Empire and the Red Earth Wasteland. After showing their identity documents, Yang Feng and his party smoothly passed the checkpoint. Without a clear order from the Empire, the border generals of the Morince Empire didn't dare to offend a great wizard. After leaving the border, what entered one's eyes was an incomparably spacious and intimidating wasteland. There were only a few scattered shrubs scattered all over the place, and it was covered in red soil. The Red Earth Wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see, and the scenery looked extremely beautiful. However, only the inhabitants of the Red Earth Wasteland knew how cruel it was. It was a dry land with little rain and almost no water source, so it couldn't produce any food. Only some scarce shrubs grew some sour berries. Even around the banks of the Rhine River, which ran through the Red Earth Wasteland, not many plants could grow. It was as if this land was cursed by the gods. Clive looked at the barren Red Earth Wasteland with a glint of unease in his eyes. He came to Yang Feng and asked, "Sir, where are we going to build a city?" Although there is no shortage of water on the banks of the Rhine River, but there are often some ferocious merfolk who attack the surface along the banks of the Rhine River. It's very dangerous to build a city there. The Rhine River, which ran through the Red Earth Wasteland, led straight to the sea. It was also the route merfolk used to attack the four empires in the sea. On the Feisua Plain, the major races fought ceaselessly, and wars broke out frequently. Every time they recuperated, the sea race would surge out from the Rhine River and engulf the various empires. After a bitter battle, they would retreat back into the sea. It was precisely because of this that no one built a city next to the Rhine. Yang Feng said lightly, "No, let's go to the Sunset Plain and build a city." Clive said in surprise, "Sunset Plain?" The Sunset Plain was located in the center of the Red Earth Wasteland. It was flat and open, yet extremely barren and devoid of resources. The only advantage it had was that it was the same distance from the four empires. Clive did not ask any more questions. He silently followed the convoy and continued to move forward. Yang Feng raised his head and glanced at the sky, only to see an eagle flying high in the sky overlooking the earth. Yang Feng smiled coldly, ignored the hawk, and continued to walk towards the Sunset Plain. 20 days later, a boundless and extremely flat sunset plain appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. "We've finally arrived." Everyone looked at the endless Luoxia plain and finally heaved a sigh of relief. These days, looking at the seemingly empty Red Earth Wasteland shrouded the hearts of everyone in the convoy with a shadow and depression. Now that they finally arrived at their destination, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. At Yang Feng's command, the people in the convoy began to set up camp and start a fire to cook. Not long after he started the fire to cook, a cloud of dust rose from the distance. A group of about 2,000 wolf cavalry riders, each of them the size of a wild horse, galloped over with a fierce look on their faces. Wolf cavalrymen, the Beastman Empire's wolf cavalrymen. How come they're here? The wolf cavalrymen are here. When they saw the 2,000-strong wolf cavalrymen riding giant wolves, everyone present screamed in horror and fled in a sorry state. "Get into formation!" Clive roared and immediately formed a formation with the 200 Imperial Guards from the Aman Principality. A battle-hardened aura gushed out from their bodies, as if they were a stabilizing force, causing many people to calm down a little. Babu picked up a great sword and bellowed, "Take up your weapons and kill those bastards." The Oxman warriors also roared and picked up 2-meter-long greatswords with blades on both sides and bellowed. The rest of the slaves either hid behind them or trembled in fear. Only about 50 human slaves picked up their weapons and stood beside Clive's party. The wolf cavalrymen of the Beastman Empire were definitely the most ferocious troops. The people sitting on the crotch of those wolf riders were their blood relatives from the same mother. Both sides were related by blood and had the same thoughts. In battle, they were ferocious and unafraid of death. Once there were over 1,000 of them, any enemy would have a headache. The last thing the troops at the border of the Morans Empire wanted was to encounter the wolf cavalrymen of the Beastman Empire in the wilderness. That was simply a nightmare. The leader of the wolf cavalrymen, Merk, the young master of the Copper Wolf tribe, licked his lips and his eyes flashed with excitement. What a flock of fat sheep. After doing this, the Copper Wolf tribe won't have to worry about supplies for at least 10 years. Clive bit his lips and stared at the wolf cavalrymen of the Beastman Empire. Clenching his greatsword with both hands, he stood at the forefront of the procession, firmly guarding in front of Yang Feng. Wizards needed the protection of warriors. This was the rule of combat on the Feisua Plain. Without the protection of warriors, a weak wizard might be shot to death by a stray arrow if he wasn't careful. Wizards didn't have the life force field that warlocks had to protect their bodies at all times. Yang Feng quietly stood aside and watched the performance of the slaves. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he walked towards the procession. Clive frowned slightly and said loudly, "Sir, be careful. Please retreat to the back. Before I become a corpse, I won't allow a single wolf cavalryman to attack you. I'll take care of this wolf cavalryman. Let me show you what I'm capable of." Yang Feng smiled confidently. With a flick of his wrist, more than 30 extraordinary plant vampiric demonic rattan seeds appeared in his hand. He threw the more than 30 extraordinary plant vampiric demonic rattan seeds on the ground, then silently recited an incantation and pointed at the more than 30 vampiric demonic rattan seeds. A magic radiance entered the more than 30 vampiric demonic rattan seeds. The more than 30 vampiric demonic rattan seeds suddenly squirmed, grew frantically, and turned into dozens of meters-long strange demonic rattan covered with countless barbs, and madly swatted at the 2,000 wolf cavalrymen. In the wake of the strange demonic rattan, the wolf cavalrymen were smashed into minced meat. The broken corpses were madly swept by the vampiric demonic rattan and quickly drained of all their blood. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the vampiric demonic rattan. With a flash of green magic radiance, the vampiric demonic rattan bloomed with blood-red flowers. The blood-red flowers sprayed out slightly, and a large amount of pink mist sprayed towards the wolf riders. Sprayed by the pink mist, the wolf cavalrymen staggered and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Feng pointed again, and the vampiric demonic rattan, which had absorbed countless amounts of blood, sprayed vampiric demonic rattan seeds. Illuminated by Yang Feng's magic radiance, the seeds quickly grew into mature vampiric demonic rattan, extended their huge barbed tentacles, and mercilessly stabbed at the wolf cavalrymen. The wolf cavalrymen immediately suffered a great loss under the attack of the vampiric demonic rattan. More than 200 wolf cavalrymen were swallowed by the vampiric demonic rattan. The wolf cavalrymen, who couldn't stop in time, ran into the vampiric demonic rattan and were sucked dry. The wolf cavalryman, the commander of the wolf cavalrymen, Merk, was swatted to death by the vampiric demonic rattan in the first confrontation, and his blood was sucked dry. There was no one to command the wolf cavalrymen anymore. After more than half of the wolf cavalrymen were killed by the vampiric demonic rattan wave after wave, the wolf cavalrymen finally collapsed and frantically fled in different directions. The slaves were dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. Lena's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of extraordinary splendor and she was overwhelmed with emotions. Amazing. Is this the power of a great wizard? It's so powerful. Nancy's eyebrows creased slightly, and a touch of curiosity welled up in her heart. How come this human great wizard uses plant magic that seems to be mastered by us elves? The only difference is that the plants he uses are full of tyrannical and murderous nature, and carry a kind of evil aura. Vampiric demonic rattan was a weapon of massacre cultivated by the dark elves of the Tyrannid subcontinent, and it was extremely powerful and evil. On the Feisua plain, however, it was the first time that it had revealed its ferocious fangs. Pursue and attack. Clive gave the order and immediately led the 200 Amon royal guards to charge at the wolf cavalrymen. Yang Feng casually flicked his fingers and cast the level 0 spell web in a row over a dozen. Spiderweb-like large white webs appeared out of thin air, fell on the wolf cavalrymen, and stuck them to the webs as if they were bugs. Clive led his men in a charge and captured the dozen wolf cavalrymen. There were no good military horses in the Rijek city, and ordinary horses couldn't catch up to the wolf cavalrymen. Clive could only keep the dozen wolf cavalrymen at bay. Yang Feng pointed at the vampiric demonic rattans. The vampiric demonic rattans that wanted to devour the unconscious wolf cavalrymen suddenly stagnated, then contracted, split into two seeds, and flew back into Yang Feng's hand. Chapter 210. Once the seed of an extraordinary plant like the vampiric demonic rattan was stimulated by spells, it would have to devour a lot of flesh. If it could devour a lot of flesh, then it could undergo a magic transformation and split into two seeds after it was no longer used. If it didn't devour enough flesh, then it would wither and turn into ashes. In the Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world, the Dark Elves would throw many sinners and slaves that had lost their usefulness into the vampiric demonic rattan to cultivate this terrifying extraordinary plant. After Yang Feng took control of the Tyrannid subcontinent's Dark Elves, he learned all the methods they grasped. When everyone present saw Yang Feng destroy 2,000 extremely ferocious Beastman Empire's wolf cavalrymen practically by himself, their eyes flashed with a touch of awe. At the same time, they gained a bit more confidence in their future. In a corner of the Red Earth wasteland, Artace looked at the sky, his complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "The Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen were defeated." Gerald's eyes flickered with incredulity, and he said, "How is that possible? The Copper Wolf tribe's bandits have 2,000 wolf cavalrymen, they are extremely ferocious. In the Red Earth wasteland, who knows how many caravans have died at their hands? The 2,000 wolf cavalrymen should have used up all of his spell slots, so how could they have been defeated? What happened?" Artace had a complicated look in his eyes, and he gave a long sigh. "I don't know either. I only know that the Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen were defeated." Gerald's eyes were bloodshot, and he suggested, "He defeated the Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen, so he must have consumed a lot of energy. How about we sneak attack him now?" Artace shook his head and said very rationally, "It's too dangerous. That great wizard was able to defeat the Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen so easily. If we sneak attack him, we might not be his match. The risk is too high." "Damn it!" Gerald swore and fiercely stamped his foot. A black bird descended from the sky and landed on Gerald's shoulder. Gerald's eyes lit up slightly, and he took a white slip of paper from the black bird. He stared at the white slip of paper for a while, and finally revealed a smile. "No, I don't think we have to go. The stronger Master Ian is, the better, because the people from the Elven Empire will arrive tomorrow." Artace also revealed a smile. "That's right, the stronger he is, the better. It would be troublesome if he is too weak." As night fell, the entire land was shrouded in darkness. As if a specter, Yang Feng rushed out of the camp and arrived next to it. Yang Feng waved his hand, and seeds of the extraordinary plant iron bamboo flew into the sky. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, he pressed his chest and a dense swarm of mechanical bees flew out, landed on the iron bamboo seeds with great precision. Yang Feng took out a pouch from his hand and tapped it lightly. The pouch opened, and a large amount of green magic powder flew out, fluttered in the wind, and flew towards the iron bamboo seeds. As the green powder flew past, the iron bamboo seeds suddenly grew strangely. They quickly sprouted and their roots dug deep into the ground. At the same time, they continued to grow until they were more than 10 meters tall. The dense swarm of mechanical bees flew towards Yang Feng and flew into the dimensional crest. Yang Feng took out another dimensional crest and pressed it, and the mechanical battle beast Mothan demonic polar bear suddenly appeared. The life force of the Mothan demonic polar bear surged, it waved its paw, and a tremendous fluctuation of earth elemental particles shrouded the earth. Countless amounts of earth extended and covered the more than 10 meters tall iron bamboo. Yang Feng took out a pouch, opened it, and flicked his finger. A large amount of red tempered magic powder suddenly flew out and fell on the iron bamboo covered in earth. The earth quickly condensed and became as hard as steel. This tempered magic powder was a material used in the construction of some simple houses in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Now, it was used by Yang Feng in the Red Earth Wasteland. Under the flickering of magic radiance, a 16-meter-tall, 10-kilometer-wide city wall gradually took shape in the darkness. The next morning, the sun shone on the earth. City. City. Everyone, come out and take a look, there's a city here. There's a city here. A shriek suddenly exploded in the camp. What happened? City. What city? Nancy opened her eyes at once, and looked around vigilantly. After hesitating for a moment, she held the still sleepy little hand of Nanny, and walked outside. No matter what, she didn't dare to leave her precious daughter. As soon as she left the camp, Nancy saw a 16 meters tall and 10 kilometers in diameter city wall appear in front of her. Nancy was dumbstruck with an incredulous look on her face. This huge city clearly didn't exist yesterday. Just what kind of power could actually build such a majestic city in a single night? This is a revelation from the mighty God. This is a miracle. That's right, this is a miracle from the mighty God who took pity on us. Looking at the majestic city that suddenly appeared, many slaves wept with sorrow, knelt on the ground, silently recited various prayers, confessed their sins to the God, and longed for the God's redemption. This is the power of the mighty Master Ian. It was the great Master Ian who had built this city. He had built this miraculous city in one night. Now, let us recite his name and thank him for giving us this city of miracles. Clive walked over with the 200 Amon Principality's royal guards and shouted. Thank you, mighty Master Ian. Thank you for giving us this city of miracles. We were spared from the hardships of wind and rain, and obtained a place to stay. We sincerely thank you for your gift. Lena immediately lowered her head and recited piously. Under her lead, the maids of the Amon Principality also began to recite Yang Feng's alias. Under their influence, the slaves also began to praise their masters one by one. Illuminated by the morning sun, Yang Feng slowly walked out of the city. Shrouded in sacred light, he looked like a god walking in the secular world. Yang Feng said lightly, "This is the residence I gave you. From today on, as long as you work hard for 3 years, I'll abolish your slave status, restore your freedom, and let you become my subjects. Thank you, mighty Master Ian. Thank you for giving us this city of miracles. We were spared from the hardships of wind and rain, and obtained a place to stay. We sincerely thank you for your gift." The slaves first saw the city of miracles that night, then saw Yang Feng promise them freedom. Chapter 211. It seems that guests have come. Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred slightly, and he turned to look into the distance. In the distance, red dust was rising, and a team of armed elven warriors riding black demonic wildebeests galloped over. The elven warriors clearly didn't expect that there would be a city like the Miracle City in the Red Earth Wasteland. They pulled the reins and stopped a stone's throw away from the Miracle City. Yang Feng raised his voice, "Elves, I am the master of the Miracle City, Master Wizard Ian. May I ask why you have come?" "So it's you, you villain. Return our clansmen Nancy and Nanny, or else I'll shoot you." A beautiful elven girl with a curvaceous waist, a fiery and sensual figure, far sexier and more beautiful than that of ordinary elves, a golden ponytail, a delicate and beautiful face, a mixture of beauty and innocence, sexiness and unruliness, resembling a charming little goddess, spurred her horse out of the crowd, took out the elven bow on her back, shouted delicately, and shot an arrow at Yang Feng. The green arrow suddenly flew out, crossed a distance of 200 meters, and with a touch of a strong wind, brushed past a centimeter of Yang Feng's face. The terrifying force of the arrow brushed past Yang Feng's face, making it slightly red. Without blinking, Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and said faintly, "I heard that elves are an elegant and reasonable race. Is the rumor wrong? Are elves a race that can't communicate?" The elves originally wanted to see Yang Feng cut a sorry figure as he dodged the arrow, but when they saw that Yang Feng didn't even crease his eyebrows, their hearts stirred slightly and they secretly praised him. The extremely beautiful elven leader with long blue hair and a delicate appearance brimming with the aura of a mature woman spurred her horse forward and said faintly, "I am Belinda, the leader of this elven troop. Of course, we elves are not a race that can't communicate. However, it is hard for us to suppress the desire to kill those who harm our compatriots. Master Magician Ian, we've received intelligence that it was you who bought our clansmen, Nancy and Nanny, from the slave market. Please hand them over." After hearing Belinda's words, the elves fiercely glared at Yang Feng. Those human nobles were proud to own a beautiful pure-blooded elf slave. Pure-blooded elves had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. In other words, the suffering of the female elven slaves was almost endless. Many of the female elves ended up in a miserable state. What the elves of the Elven Empire hated the most were human slave hunters and human slave owners. "No problem." Yang Feng smiled slightly and said faintly, "I wanted to return them to you. Since you're here, then I'll let them go with you." Belinda was somewhat surprised and gave Yang Feng a deep look. When she saw the miracle city that strangely appeared in the Red Earth wasteland, Belinda was ready to retreat if worse came to worst. The 300 elven warriors were not prepared to attack the city at all. Attacking a city guarded by a great magician was simply courting death. She never thought that Yang Feng would so easily return Nancy and Nanny to them. The elves below also looked at each other, not daring to believe their ears. Not long after, the gates of Miracle City opened. Holding Nanny's little hand, Nancy walked towards her compatriots. "Aunt Nancy, younger sister Nanny, are you okay? Did that man bully you? If he bullied you, I'll shoot him dead." Beside Belinda, a charming elven girl with a fiery and sexy figure and a gorgeous appearance galloped her horse to the side of Nancy and Nanny and asked loudly. Nancy replied in a loud voice, "No, Karina. Master Ian bought us from those wicked slave merchants out of kindness. He has been very good to us these days." After hearing Nancy's words, the elves heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Feng with eased gazes. Nancy said, "I saw it with my own eyes. I suspect that he is very likely to be a divine chosen by the Weave Goddess, who came to the Red Earth wasteland to spread the glory and faith of the Weave Goddess." A divine chosen. Belinda's and Karina's countenance changed when they heard this. The Fesua Plain was a place with gods. Those who were chosen by the gods and blessed with great power were called gods chosen. From time to time, the gods would pay attention to the divine chosen. Not only would they bestow the divine chosen with power, but they would also personally guide the divine chosen forward. They would let the divine chosen spread their glory. Historically, any divine chosen was a proud son of heaven. They had accomplished many great things and were famous far and wide. There were even stories of divine chosen favored by the gods becoming a god of the gods' divine system. Belinda clenched the bow in her hand, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified glint. "Whether he is a divine chosen or not, I think we're in trouble." In front of them, 4,000 cavalrymen, accompanied by billowing smoke, fanned out, completely cutting off the path of retreat of Belinda and the other elves. Damn human slave hunters! When Karina saw the black-clothed, heavily armed cavalrymen exuding a valiant temperament, her beautiful eyes flashed with anger, and she erupted with frightening firmament knight rank chi in a flash. She drew her bow, and an emerald green arrow ray suddenly burst out and shot towards the human cavalryman. The emerald green arrow ray, with great accuracy, entered the group of human cavalrymen 1,000 meters away, and ran through 4 human cavalrymen in a row. Its momentum didn't diminish, and it flew for another 2,000 meters before falling to the ground. Seeing the might of Karina's arrow, the morale of the slave hunters plummeted. Eyes bloodshot, Gerald encouraged them somewhat rudely, "For every elf you catch, I'll reward you with 3,000 gold coins. There are 300 elves here, capture them alive. I'll reward you with 900,000 gold coins. With 900,000 gold coins, you won't have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of your lives, and you'll be able to live the life of a rich man. I can also leave an elf for the brothers, so that everyone can have fun. Brothers, victory or defeat depends on this one move. After this, we'll be rich." For 900,000 gold coins. For the elves. "I want to be the first to attack that elf." "No, I'll be the first to attack." Hearing this, the eyes of the human warriors turned bloodshot, and they let out strange cries as they desperately pounced on the 300 elves. Chapter 212. High-end slaves such as elves, even if slave hunters captured them, they generally wouldn't touch them carelessly. Once the elves were damaged or killed by them. In that case, this slave hunt would be a complete loss. In order to capture the 2 pureblood elves, Nancy and Nanny, the slave hunters went deep into the elven woods and eventually left behind the lives of dozens of people before fleeing in a sorry state. If the leader of the slave hunters kept the 2 elves for himself to enjoy, then his subordinates would definitely tear him apart. Many slave hunters were small groups composed of scum and outlaws. It wasn't uncommon for such small groups to fight each other due to the uneven distribution of spoils. Elven virgins could be sold for hundreds of thousands of gold coins, while elven virgins could only be sold for a few hundred, or 1 or 2,000 gold coins. The gap between the two was extremely frightening. Because those who could afford to pay hundreds of thousands of gold coins to buy elves were all top tycoons. These tycoons weren't afraid of spending money, they were only afraid that the things they bought weren't good. Under such circumstances, many small fries of the slave hunters had never tasted elves. Now that Gerald promised to let them play with elves, these people immediately went crazy. Hearing the filthy words of the slave hunters, the pretty faces of the elves were covered with a layer of frost, and their beautiful eyes burned with raging anger. "Fire!" Belinda's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and she barked. The 300 elven archers drew their bows and shot arrows shrouded in chi towards the human warriors of the slave hunters. The human warriors of the slave hunters immediately fell down like wheat that had been cut down, and blood splattered everywhere. In a single round of shooting, more than 100 human warriors died tragically under the arrows of the elven archers. The human warriors of the slave hunters were very experienced. They pulled apart their formation and madly rushed towards the elves from all directions. These slave hunters were the private soldiers of Gerald and Artace. They had experienced countless battles and were incomparably fierce. They knew that only by approaching the elves would they have a chance of survival. Therefore, they crazily rushed towards the elves. The elven archers fired 2 rounds at will, killing more than 300 human warriors as if they were mowing grass. The 100 elven archers abandoned their bows, drew exquisite elven swords from their waists, and stared coldly at the human warriors with disdain in their eyes. The 300 elven warriors here were all powerhouses of the elven race who had trained hard in martial skills. Every one of them had the cultivation base of a knight, and all of them had cultivated chi. There was even no lack of grand knights and earth knights. Belinda and Karina were even firmament knights. Under their leadership, the elven warriors didn't fear close combat with humans at all. As soon as the human warriors got close to the elves were instantly killed. A magician's apprentice hidden in the crowd took out a pouch, opened it, and cast the level 0 spell, Magician's Hand. He lifted the pouch into the air and tossed it. A cloud of dragon excrement dust flew out from the sack. The magic apprentice silently chanted an incantation and pointed again. A cool breeze blew past, blowing the dragon's excrement dust in the direction of the elves. When the wildebeests the elves were riding smelled the dragon's excrement dust, they immediately went berserk and madly jumped and ran, breaking the elven formation. The human warriors, however, were already prepared. They dismounted from their wildebeests, took out many jars, opened them, and vigorously waved them in the direction of the elves. A mixture of lime and sand floated towards the elves. 10 magicians' apprentices cast a spell at the same time and pointed at the lime and sand. Gusts of wind suddenly appeared and swept the large expanse of lime and sand towards the elves. Caught off guard, the elves were swept by the lime and sand and couldn't open their eyes, let alone attack the enemy. The human warriors took this opportunity to take out large nets and tossed them at the elves, trapping them in the nets. The nets were specially made props. Once the elves were caught in the nets, the more they struggled, the tighter they would be bound by the nets. Not bad. Humans are really the best at using props and defeating the strong. A low voice echoed in the clouds. Despicable. You despicable humans. Belinda covered her face with one hand and issued a roar of grief and indignation. She dismounted from her wildebeest and rushed into the crowd. The elven sword in her hand burst out with frightening chi and cut the slave hunters in two. Firmament knights were virtually invincible among the slave hunters. Wherever Belinda passed, no one could block her sword. In just a dozen breaths of time, more than 20 human warriors died tragically under her sword. The slave hunters didn't dare to fight Belinda head-on. They kept throwing nets, lime, and sand at Belinda. Belinda urged her chi, and the elven sword in her hand blossomed with green light. Wherever the chi passed, the specially made nets would be cut in two. Stop! The female elf over there. If you don't stop, I'm going to kill her. A voice came from the side. When Belinda turned around, she saw that Karina had been twisted into a ball by the fishing net, struggling in agony. There was a sword pressed against Karina's neck. The owner of the sword, Artace, sneered at Belinda. Although Karina had the cultivation base of a firmament knight, but she lacked actual combat experience. After being blinded by the lime and sand, he was directly trapped by the fishing net. Before he could display his powerful abilities, he had already been captured alive by the slave hunters. Artace's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said loudly, "This female elf has blonde hair. She should be a member of the Sun Elves, the royal family of your elven empire. Besides, she is so beautiful, she should be a member of the Crossdale family, known for their divine beauty. She might even be a divine descendant with divine bloodline. Haha, if you don't stop resisting, I'll kill her." The elven empire was divided into different kinds of elves, such as grass elves, forest elves, earth elves, fire elves, water elves, gold elves, wood elves, and so on. Among them, the royal family of elves were sun elves and moonlight elves. Sun elves had dazzling, pure, and golden hair. The moonlight elves had beautiful, elegant, and mysterious silver hair. Among the elves, the men were handsome and the women were beautiful. However, among the elves, the two races most favored by the elven primary god Mophisaraja were the sun elves and the moonlight elves. Among the sun elves, the Crossdale family and the moonlight elves, the Rimonfin family, were known for their divine beauty. The women of the two families were basically peerless beauties. Once, when a female elf of the Crossdale family walked the continent, the emperors of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire fell in love with her at the same time. For her sake, a 100-year war broke out that swept the entire continent. Finally, a god of the Zalia divine system personally went to the elven primary god Mophisaraja to ask for this peerless elven beauty. Finally, at the cost of betraying his own divine system, he joined the elven divine system and married the peerless beauty of the Crossdale family. The betrayal of the Zalia divine system also caused tension between the elven divine system and the Zalia divine system. Only after more than 100 years did the tension and antagonism between them disappear. After this incident, the peerless beauty of the Crossdale family became famous all over the world. Practically all human emperors would take pride in obtaining an elven beauty of the Crossdale family. The Crossdale family was said to be a divine descendant family with the bloodline of the elven primary god Mofasaraja. It had an extremely revered status in the Elven Empire. When Belinda saw Karina captured alive, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave and her mind was in a mess. Karina wasn't a member of this combat force. She couldn't stand Karina's pleading and felt that she was strong enough to protect Karina, so she brought Karina along. If anything were to happen to Karina, even her family might be implicated. While Belinda was distracted, a cloud of dust and lime hit her in the eye, and a dozen large nets descended from the sky, sweeping towards her. Belinda was startled, but she didn't panic. She stimulated her formidable chi, strengthened her hearing, and prepared to slash the nets apart. Hypnosis. An apprentice wizard tore a level 1 magic scroll and pointed at Belinda. Belinda suddenly felt endless exhaustion welling up in her mind, and she wanted to fall asleep. However, the heavenly knight rank chi strengthened her body, so she didn't fall asleep immediately. She bit her lips, and drops of blood dripped from her mouth. She stimulated her chi and forcibly woke up. Hypnosis. Another apprentice wizard tore a magic scroll and pointed at Belinda. Belinda once again felt endless exhaustion welling up in her mind. She bit her lips again, and suddenly felt her body become slightly heavy. Nets had fallen on her. More than 30 slave hunters swarmed over, rolled up the nets, and firmly tied Belinda up. More and more slave hunters rushed forward and threw out fishing nets, tightly trapping Belinda. After Belinda was humiliated and captured alive, the 300 elves were also captured by the slave hunters. The slave hunters beamed with joy as their lustful gazes swept across the bodies of the elves, revealing traces of lustful smiles. In this battle, nearly 1,000 slave hunters were killed or injured by the 300 elves. But capturing the 300 elves alive was a huge profit for the slave hunters. As if the embodiment of a god walking in the secular world, he descended from the sky and flew over. Chacon. Shoot him down. Artai's complexion changed greatly and he bellowed. At the same time, he quickly retreated a few steps and retreated into the crowd of guards. An archer with the cultivation base of an earth knight took a step forward, surged with chi, drew his bow, and shot a meteor-like arrow towards Yang Feng. Clang! With a crisp sound, the level 3 secret treasure sword of light at Yang Feng's waist was unsheathed in a flash. Yang Feng slashed at the bow and arrow with his sword, and the bow and arrow were shattered. Dumbstruck, Artace muttered, "Magic and martial dual cultivation, how is that possible? Aren't only divine descendants or demigod rank experts capable of magic and martial dual cultivation? He's just a great wizard and a human, how could he possibly practice magic and martial dual cultivation?" The elves on the ground were also dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. On the Fesua plain, because of the weave that shrouded the entire plain, wizards would forget the spells they memorized the day before. Under such circumstances, mages no longer had the time to practice magic, nor did they have the energy to practice martial arts. The more powerful a wizard was, the weaker their body would be. This was also the reason why the Tsangji Plains human warlocks despised the various cultivation inheritances of other plains. In addition to the divine path, only demons, ancient fiends, ancient devils, and other formidable existences of other planes could contend against the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, he jumped off the magic carpet, and blessed himself with light feather. Artai's private troops quickly stepped forward and surrounded Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, a glint of red streaked past the abyss of his eyes, divinity of massacre trembled, his blood boiled, and he took a step forward and brandished his sword. Along with flashes of bloody light, Artai's private troops blocking in front of Yang Feng were split in two, and blood sprayed everywhere. The blood splashed, but Yang Feng was shrouded in a life force field. As soon as the blood touched the life force field, it was bounced away. Once the sword was unsheathed, it was invincible. No one could block Yang Feng's sword edge. On the ground, Karina and Belinda watched Yang Feng walk among the crowd, and they were deeply attracted, unable to tear their eyes away from him. In the crowd, Yang Feng seemed to have turned massacre into an art, exuding a dangerous and bewitching charm. This was the combination of the divine energy of massacre and black dragon blood meridians, coupled with Yang Feng's continuous maturation and transformation, exuding a bewitching charm. Yang Feng's blood boiled, yet he fought very calmly. Every time he brandished his sword, his understanding of swordsmanship deepened, and his divine energy of massacre strengthened by a trace. Chapter 214. No matter how many times Yang Feng trained in the virtual reality battle cabin, the sense of danger and urgency was far inferior to that of actual combat. After all, in the virtual reality battle cabin, Yang Feng knew that no matter how many times he failed, he could always try again. But on the battlefield, as long as he was slightly distracted, he would end up like Belinda. Artai's private troops repeated the same trick. They kept throwing gravel and lime at Yang Feng. At the same time, they threw fishing nets at him. When the gravel and lime came into contact with Yang Feng's life force field, they were jolted away. The special fishing nets were still vulnerable in front of the level 3 secret treasure sword of light. Web. Arcane projectiles. Hypnosis. The apprentice wizards clenched their teeth and cast level 0 spells one after another, blasting at Yang Feng. When the offensive level 0 spells slammed into Yang Feng's life force field, they immediately collapsed. The spider webs that appeared out of thin air were also minced by Yang Feng's sword. After the level 1 spell hypnosis passed through Yang Feng's life force field, its might was reduced, and then it was dispelled by the divine radiance shrouding him. Amidst a copious amount of blood, Yang Feng suddenly appeared in front of Artace. Without hesitation, Artace threw the sword in his hand aside, knelt on the ground, looked up at Yang Feng, and begged, "Master Ian, I have something to say. I'm willing to have all my subordinates lay down their weapons and surrender to you. Please listen to me. Please set up a soundproof spell, and then listen to me. If you still want to kill me after listening to me, then it won't be too late to do so." Yang Feng smiled faintly and silently recited an incantation. A strange fluctuation of magic shrouded him and Artace, completely cutting off their conversation. Artace said methodically, "Master Ian, I think that you're a hero who wants to make a name for yourself in the Red Earth wasteland. In the future, you're bound to leave your name in the history books. You're a mighty being of light, but there's also a shadow of darkness in the light. I hope to rely on you, serve you, become your shadow in the darkness, and help you deal with things that are very inconvenient for you to deal with. I will assist you and let your light shine in all directions. I'm a baron of a small family of the Morince Empire. I've been operating in the Rijek city for many years and have no small influence. I have over 1,000 private troops capable of fighting and killing. If I had the money, I could recruit a few thousand more private soldiers. You've subdued me, so all of this power belongs to you. I can be your ears, I can also be your dagger. As long as you spare my life, you will be rewarded with a loyal dog that walks in the dark. I know it is difficult for you to believe in my loyalty. However, magicians have countless tricks up their sleeves. They should be able to find a way to control me. I'm willing to let you control me, please spare my worthless life." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard that. This was the first time he had seen such a shameless noble who could lower himself to survive. After listening to Artai's words, the killing intent in his heart gradually subsided. The Red Earth wasteland was now destitute. They lacked manpower, money, supplies, and everything else. Moreover, the Red Earth wasteland was surrounded by the Morance Empire, the Elven Empire, the Beastman Empire, and the Titan Empire. To build a city and hold it, Yang Feng needed the support of a lot of forces. Although Artace was despicable, shameless, ruthless, and had no moral integrity. However, he was a talent that could get things done. As far as Yang Feng was concerned, he lacked such a talent. With a flick of his wrist, a syringe containing the liquid metal nano-robot elixir appeared in Yang Feng's hand, and he said faintly, "This is a magic elixir. Once you use it, if you want to betray me, then your body will explode inch by inch. Even the gods won't be able to save you." Without hesitation, Artace grabbed the syringe containing the liquid metal nano-robot elixir. "Thank you for the elixir, master." As if it had a life of its own, the syringe broke free from Artace's right hand, flew up, and stabbed into his arm. Artace was slightly startled and his body swayed. He immediately restrained his desire to pull out the syringe and watched as the elixir was injected into his body. After all the liquid metal nano-robot elixir was injected into Artace, Yang Feng snapped his fingers. In a split second, the liquid metal nano-robot elixir stimulated the apertures inside Artace, and formidable life potential gushed out of him. An incomparably powerful chi suddenly erupted from Artai's body, promoting him to an official knight. With an excited expression, Artace flattered, "Thank you very much, master, for bestowing me with such formidable power. Master, your ability is simply unfathomable, comparable to the embodiment of a god walking in the secular world." Yang Feng gave Artace a meaningful look. From the feedback from the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, Artace wasn't as excited as he appeared to be. Artace's strength lay not in his cultivation base, but in his aristocratic identity, cunning mind, and tremendous power. Under his schemes, Gerald and Belinda were either killed or captured by him. If he hadn't misjudged Yang Feng's strength, he wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Artace felt a slight shiver in his heart after being given a meaningful look by Yang Feng, yet he still had an excited expression on his face, looking like a loyal dog. Yang Feng said faintly, "A new city requires a lot of supplies. I need people, weapons, food, and water. Send half of your men to the Rhine River to transport water for me. The rest are to help me get the supplies I want. In addition, I need you to establish a huge intelligence network in the Four Empires. I want to be the first to know about any movements in the Four Empires." Artace pondered for a moment, and then said, "Master, the Elven Empire is full of elves. They all live in the Elven Woods, and no humans can enter. If humans want to trade with them, the only way is through the ancient Green Forest City. It's very difficult to get information on pointy-eared people. As for the other three empires, so long as there's enough money, it won't be too difficult to establish a huge intelligence network." The Elven Empire was extremely xenophobic. They all lived in the Elven Woods, and were somewhat isolated from the rest of the world. The only way to the outside world was through the ancient Green Forest City. There, the elves would take out elven specialties to trade with humans and purchase all kinds of supplies. Humans could only see a lot of elves in the ancient Green Forest City. However, the ancient Green Forest City was also heavily guarded. 100,000 elite elven troops were stationed there, and experts were as common as clouds and experts were as common as rain. Anyone who attempted to hunt elves in the ancient Green Forest City would be hung on a tall iron tree if they were caught, and would be burnt to death by the sun. Outside the ancient Green Forest City, there was an ironwood corpse forest. There were more than 30,000 dried corpses hanging in the ironwood corpse forest. They were all the corpses of slave hunters. Half of them were human, while the other half were beast men, half-blood beast men, and even half-blood elves. The 30,000 terrifying dried corpses were a warning to outsiders not to hunt elves. However, every year, there would be desperados who would take the risk out of desperation, and then turn into dried corpses in the ironwood corpse forest. Money is not a problem for me. Yang Feng tossed a storage ring to Art Ace. Use this money to establish a huge intelligence network. As for the Elven Empire, establish an intelligence network in the ancient Green Forest City. This is a space ring. Art Ace received the storage ring, and his heart shook. On the Fesua plain, only greater aristocrats of the earls and dukes rank could have such a space ring. For a lesser aristocrat like Art Ace, he had only heard of the existence of space rings. Now that he got his hands on one, his heart palpitated wildly, and he became extremely excited. Art Ace poured his spirit into the storage ring, and his eyes suddenly surged with excitement. 100,000 magic energy stones. What a big sum. As expected of a great wizard. No, even among great wizards, there are few who can compare to him in terms of wealth. It seems that I've taken refuge in the right person this time. On the Fesua plain, 100,000 magic energy stones could easily be exchanged for more than 80 million gold coins. 80 million gold coins could not only easily make up for Artai's losses, but also allow him to establish a formidable intelligence network with this huge amount of wealth. Art Ace showed a flattering smile and said, "Thank you for your trust, Master. I will serve you with all my might. I won't let you down." Yang Feng said, "Get up." Art Ace quickly got up. "Yes, Master." Yang Feng waved his hand and dispelled the sound-muting spell. Art Ace said in a loud voice, "Everyone, listen up. After my bitter pleas, the great master magician Ian finally showed mercy and is willing to let us live. Now, everyone, retreat at once. I, Art Ace, will compensate you for your losses." Artai's private troops secretly heaved sighs of relief. They looked at the beautiful elves with some unwillingness, but in the end, they didn't dare to disobey Artai's orders, and left with him. Yang Feng had killed so many of them that they were afraid. Nearly 200 people died to Yang Feng's sword, yet he wasn't tainted by even a speck of dust. Such an expert made them despair. In this place, only Yang Feng and the 300 tightly bound beautiful elves were left. The atmosphere became a little strange. Belinda looked at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes flashed with vigilance and apprehension. If 300 pure-blood elves were sold in the human world, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. In particular, Karina, who came from the Crossdale family, was a stunning beauty. If she was offered to the emperor of any human empire, she would definitely obtain the title of earl or above, and even a fief and become a hereditary aristocrat. These 300 pure-blood elves could be exchanged for money, beauty, aristocratic titles, power, and fief in human empires. It would be hard for any human not to be tempted. Karina waved the sword of light in high spirits and spoke with a faint smile, looking incomparably beautiful. "Sure enough, you liar. I was wondering why you looked so beautiful, so it was because of this spell. In fact, my looks are pretty good. It's not just because of the spell. You're so arrogant." "It's not arrogance, but self-confidence. Ian, do you really plan to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland? There's nothing here. Even if you build a city, how do you plan to maintain it? Although the Red Earth Wasteland is barren, but I can definitely turn it into a huge treasure trove." In history, there were several people who boasted, yet they eventually left with their tails between their legs. Are you one of them? I'll be the one to create new history. You're so arrogant. It's not arrogance, it's self-confidence. Where do you get the confidence to surpass those powerhouses in history? Because I'm Ian. Belinda walked over, coughed lightly, and interrupted, "Karina, we should go." Karina hugged Belinda's hands and said coquettishly, "Belinda, I suddenly want to see how this arrogant guy will turn the Red Earth Wasteland into a treasure trove. How about letting me play here for another year or two? Belinda said with a bitter smile, "Your Highness Karina, I've already taken a great risk by taking you out this time. If you stay here, then we'll have to bear His Majesty's wrath when we return." Almost no one could refuse Karina's soft plea. However, when Belinda thought of how the 300 elves would have to bear the wrath of the great elven monarch if Karina stayed in the Red Earth Wasteland, Karina's beautiful eyes dimmed. Holding the holy light sword in her arms, she looked at Yang Feng with some expectation and said, "Ian, I'm leaving. I like this sword very much. Can you give it to me?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Okay." Karina took out a green leaf and handed it to Yang Feng. "This is my token. Go to the entrance of the Elven Woods, show this token, and someone will take you to see me." When she saw this, Belinda's pretty face changed slightly. She wanted to say something, but then hesitated, and fell silent. Yang Feng took out a black stone and handed it to Karina. "This is a call stone, an alchemical treasure I refined myself. If you're in danger, you can call me through this call stone." Karina's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she said with some excitement and expectation, "You're also an alchemist." Alchemy was an extremely high-end existence on the Fesua Plain. On the Fesua Plain, there were also wizards who specialized in alchemy. However, alchemists were much rarer than ordinary wizards. They could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. When Belinda heard that, she cast a sidelong glance at Yang Feng, and began to seriously doubt whether Yang Feng was a divine chosen or not. Yang Feng said with a smile, "That's right, my alchemy shouldn't be weak. Soon, the Red Earth Wasteland will have our own alchemical products. If you like them, I can give you the general distribution rights in the Elven Empire." Karina asked curiously, "What do you mean by giving me the general distribution rights in the Elven Empire?" Yang Feng replied, "My goods will only be sent to you in the Elven Empire. You can sell those goods however you want. You can sell them to whomever you want. In the Elven Empire, we won't sell our goods to anyone but you. You can definitely make a fortune with our goods." Karina said with a happy smile, "Okay. When your product is ready, you must show it to me. If they're good, I'll help you sell them." Belinda just smiled bitterly as she watched Yang Feng dupe Karina into becoming his big client. Belinda urged him a few more times, and then finally took Karina and 300 elves towards the Elven Woods. Yang Feng looked at the backs of Karina and them, pondered for a while, and then pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and a phantom hunter equipped with a flight device flew into the sky and looked at Karina and company from the clouds. On the Fesua Plain, the gazes of the gods would fall on the secular world from time to time. Yang Feng didn't dare to directly launch a miniature reconnaissance satellite. After returning to the Miracle City, Yang Feng began to enter secluded cultivation and comprehend everything he comprehended in the recent battle. Such a battle was of great benefit to improving his strength. A day later. The Red Earth Wasteland, the land cursed by the gods. The truth of history is really hidden in the river of time. This is clearly the place where the four divine systems fought in the past, the land of death of gods. Yang Feng walked on the red earth of the Miracle City, looked at it, and sneered. According to the demonic fighting sex records, the Red Earth Wasteland was the place where the gods of the four divine systems fought. Countless god avatars and even their true bodies descended from their divine countries and fought in this area. Countless gods died, and the blood of gods dyed the land red. Gods could be said to be of a higher rank than human warlocks. Without purification towers, the formidable life force of warlocks would fuse with some non-life forms and give rise to all kinds of strange phenomena. The blood of gods also possessed terrifying power. Wherever the blood of gods fell, everything would be eroded, and not even a blade of grass would grow. The land of death of gods would generally become a wasteland or a ruin. In the past, the Red Earth Wasteland was a wasteland, a ruin, and a dangerous existence. However, in order to prevent the dangers of the Red Earth Wasteland from entering the domains of various races, the gods purified the Red Earth Wasteland. Then, with the passage of time, it became the current Red Earth Wasteland. The reason why the Red Earth Wasteland couldn't grow any food was because the land still contained traces of the power of God's blood. Ordinary plants couldn't grow under the power of God's blood. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching glint. For others, this is a wasteland, but for me, it's a treasure trove. Chapter 2:16. Yang Feng took out a black seed and flicked it, and it flew into the earth. He silently recited an incantation, pointed at the black seed, and cast the level 1 spell, Extraordinary Plant Catalysis. A green magical radiance directly entered the black seed. The black seed suddenly gave birth to countless transparent roots, which plunged into the earth and frantically extracted the nutrients in the earth. One could faintly see traces of a red substance being extracted. The black seed germinated and grew rapidly. Under the power of the spell, it grew into a 5-meter-tall tree. On the tree, there were watermelon-sized fruits hanging strangely from the branches. It looked like they would fall to the ground if the wind blew. Yang Feng cast Mage Hand and pulled forcefully, pulling a watermelon-sized fruit from the tree branch. He slapped the fruit with his palm. Pa! The skin and a layer of transparent liquid splashed, revealing a blood-red, steel-like fruit in the center. Yang Feng looked at the blood-red, steel-like fruit, and his eyes flashed with a scorching glint. Divine blood steel, this is one of the top materials for forging legend-rank secret treasures. With divine blood steel, as long as there are enough materials, I can manufacture a large number of legend-rank battle robots. The black seed was called Power Purification Seed. It was an extraordinary plant cultivated by a genius Starry Sky warlock who was proficient in extraordinary botany in the Tyrannid subcontinent. In order to solve the predicament of the land polluted by the blood of experts fighting in ancient times, he carefully cultivated it. This power purification seed could survive in areas polluted by the blood of formidable beings, absorb the residual power of the blood of formidable beings, and condense it into a magic mineral. If it was an area polluted by divine blood, it would give birth to divine blood steel. If it was an area polluted by demonic blood, it would give birth to demonic blood steel. Whether it was divine blood steel or demonic blood steel, both were top materials for forging legend-rank secret treasures. The land where the power of divine blood was sucked away would be purified and become fertile land. The reason why there were no scorched lands left behind by the fierce battles between gods and fiends in the Tyrannid subcontinent was due to the existence of this power purification seed. However, due to the long passage of time, there was no need for them. The number of these seeds gradually declined, and they were almost extinct. Yang Feng had also found a few such seeds in Black Dragon Pagoda's collection room, and then unceremoniously took them for himself. Originally, he planned to use it in the Great Cloud Dynasty, but he didn't expect that by chance, he would use it in the Feisua Plains Red Earth Wasteland. Yang Feng took out the legend-rank dagger sharp dagger, stabbed the red fruit, operated his power, erupted with the life force of a level 2 warlock in a flash, and cut open the red fruit inch by inch, revealing the 19 black seeds inside. When Yang Feng saw the 19 black seeds, he revealed a smile and pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and countless mechanical locusts flew out, pounced on the purification tree, and gnawed at the fruits growing on it. The fruits were gnawed clean by the mechanical locusts and fell from the tree, revealing the red flesh. The tree of purification purified the red soil within a radius of 10 meters, turning it into fertile black. At the same time, 10 watermelon-sized fruits were formed. Yang Feng obtained 10 balls of 50 kilograms of divine blood steel and 190 purification seeds at once. After repeating this action 9 times, Yang Feng obtained 10 balls of divine blood steel and 1,881 purification seeds. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a dense swarm of mechanical bees flew out. With the 1,881 purification seeds in their mouths, they planted them every 20 meters, and then entered the farmland he had planned. After all the purification seeds were planted, Yang Feng flipped his hand, took out the legend-rank magic staff rain scepter, pointed it at the sky, and unleashed the legend-rank meteorological spell torrential rain descent attached to the rain scepter. A green magic radiance entered the sky, and the water elemental particles in the sky were immediately attracted from all directions and condensed into dark clouds. The dark clouds stretched for several kilometers, and before long, light rain began to fall from the sky. Yang Feng looked at the sky and mused, sure enough, the power of water magic cast in such a place with thin water vapor isn't satisfactory. The might of different spells cast in different environments was completely different. An ordinary magician would not even be able to cast a fireball under the water. Even among legendary mages, few could cast a fireball underwater. In some places with thin elemental particles, even spells couldn't be cast. This was the limitation of wizards. Wizard pagodas, warlock pagodas, and such existences can absorb the drifting elements in space and converge them inside the elemental pool. Therefore, the might of the spells cast inside the warlock pagodas is much greater than that of the spells cast in ordinary places. In the Red Earth wasteland, rivers, lakes, and ponds were completely extinct, and the water elemental particles were extremely thin. The might of the legend-rank meteorological spell torrential rain descent was reduced to a pitiful level. That's Master Ian casting a spell. Amazing. To be able to call the wind and summon the rain, Master Ian is really amazing. In the Miracle City, when the slaves saw the rain, they cheered and their worship of Yang Feng increased. Clive looked at the rain in the sky, revealed a smile, and said full of joy, so powerful. Master Ian. Lena's eyes flashed with a glint of worry, but even Master Ian can't cast such a spell every day, right? With such a powerful spell, I'm sure the price one has to pay is also greater. Under the nourishment of the rain, the purification seeds slowly grew roots and pierced the earth. When their roots pierced the earth, they began to absorb the power of the remnant divine blood and began to grow frantically. Purification trees immediately grew, bloomed, and bore fruit. In one breath, they purified more than 200 acres of extremely fertile black earth. A maid came up to Lena and said, "Madam Lena, Master invites you." Lena nodded slightly and followed the maid towards the agricultural area designated by Yang Feng. This is black earth. Black earth that can be freely cultivated. For thousands of years, the Red Earth wasteland, which had never been conquered by anyone, was actually conquered by Master Ian. This is simply a miracle. When Lena entered the agricultural area and saw the more than 200 acres of black earth, her beautiful eyes flickered with endless shock. She was even more shocked than when she saw the Miracle City that night. Located at the junction of the four empires, the Red Earth wasteland was extremely vast, even reaching 2/3 of the area of the Morin's Empire. Many ambitious and ruthless people wanted to establish a foundation in the Red Earth wasteland, but ultimately failed to conquer the stubborn Red Earth, and could only leave with their tails between their legs. The gods in the starry sky had the power to purify the Red Earth. However, purifying the Red Earth required them to consume a lot of divine power and energy, which was far from being as simple and easy as purifying the purification seeds. Besides, the gods were busy enjoying themselves, practicing cultivation in seclusion, comprehending laws, and strengthening their divine countries. Who would be willing to condescend and consume a lot of divine power and energy to purify the Red Earth wasteland's divine blood? With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng threw a pouch and a knowledge crystal to Lena. "Lena, these are breadfruit tree seeds. Go and organize people to plant the breadfruit tree seeds. This is a knowledge crystal for planting breadfruit trees. Crush it immediately." "Yes, sir." Lena crushed the knowledge crystal and felt a lot of knowledge enter her mind. After a good while, she respectfully saluted Yang Feng and said. Yang Feng left and arrived before an artificial lake with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a depth of 30 meters, with a hill in the center. Due to the legend rank spell torrential rain, a shallow layer of water had accumulated at the bottom of the artificial lake. Yang Feng flicked his fingers, and the seeds of the purification seeds that had just been harvested flew into the artificial lake. As soon as the seeds of the purification seeds came into contact with the water, they gave birth to countless roots, took root in the artificial lake, and began to purify it. After the entire artificial lake was purified, Yang Feng's figure shook, and he arrived at the top of the hill. He took out green seeds, threw them on the top of the hill, and then silently recited an incantation and cast the level 1 spell Extraordinary Plant Catalysis. Under Yang Feng's spell, the green seeds grew rapidly. Each of them grew into a 10-meter tall huge tree with countless glistening emerald green leaves. Countless water elemental particles converged from all directions and condensed on the leaves of the huge tree. When the wind blew, raindrops fell from the leaves of the huge tree and fell to the ground. This huge tree was an extraordinary plant called rain tree. It had a special characteristic, that was, it could absorb water elemental particles from all directions, condense them into water droplets, and then let the water droplets fall to the ground like rain. This rain tree was most suitable to lock the water elemental particles in the Miracle City. As long as the water in the Miracle City wasn't moved too far away, it could absorb the water elemental particles, condense them into rain, and then sprinkle them into the super large artificial lake. Of course, to fill the super large artificial lake, it wasn't enough to rely on the rain tree alone. It was necessary to draw a steady stream of water from other places and fill the super large artificial lake. In the red earth wasteland, where water elemental particles were scarce, the rain tree could only lock in water. Chapter 217. Yang Feng looked at the rain trees, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The problems of water and food have been solved. The bread tree seeds Yang Feng took out were also improved extraordinary plants. Bread trees planted on an acre of land could be harvested 3 times a year, with 4,000 kilograms of bread flour harvested from the bread trees each season. On the Feisua Plain, the wheat yield of an acre of land could be harvested twice a year, with the yield of each harvest being only about 200 kilograms per mu. If there were natural or man-made disasters, then the yield would be even lower. Yang Feng took out a vial of elixir and downed it, then closed his eyes, operated a secret method, clenched a top-notch magic stone in both hands, and absorbed the magic energy inside. After a while, he recovered his spirit and physical strength. The resilience and endurance of bloodline warlocks with black dragon blood meridians were far superior to those of the same rank. The only weakness that wasn't a weakness was that the evolution potential was too small. If one didn't take the path of faith and ascended to godhood, then after reaching the Starry Sky Warlock rank, there would be no way forward. Yang Feng opened his eyes, his figure shook slightly, and he disappeared. In a blacksmith shop of the Miracle City, dozens of blacksmiths were forging all kinds of ironware in full swing. Blacksmiths were the most popular type of people among slaves, especially in the Beastman Empire, which lacked ironware. Every year, a large number of blacksmith slaves were smuggled from the human kingdoms due to the lack of ironware. The human empire repeatedly issued orders and formulated many cruel and strict laws, yet they still couldn't stop the powerful slave merchants from turning many blacksmiths into slaves and smuggling them into the Beastman Empire. The dozens of blacksmiths were gifts to Yang Feng by the slave merchant leaders in order to curry favor with him. "Esteemed master, may I ask what brings you here?" A burly middle-aged man with a shaved head and a wheat-colored body that looked like it was plated with a layer of oil walked towards Yang Feng and asked. Yang Feng handed a piece of divine blood steel to the burly middle-aged man. "Bando, can you process this ore?" Bando was the leader of the dozens of blacksmith slaves as well as the most outstanding blacksmith in forging weapons. Bando took the divine blood steel, only to feel the weight in his hand. He squeezed it slightly, and his face revealed a trace of graveness and joy. "Good steel. This should be a legendary magic metal. I'm not confident, but I can give it a try." After that, Bando put the piece of sacred blood steel directly into the stove and burned it crazily. In the burning flames, the divine blood steel gave off a bright light and showed no signs of melting. With the passage of time, Bando's eyes gradually dimmed. Finally, he took out the red pincers from the furnace. Looking at the still dazzling divine blood steel, he smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, this is definitely an extremely powerful magic metal that we can't process at all. I'm afraid that only the legendary dwarven craftsmen can refine this kind of magical metal." On the Fesua plain, there were also dwarves. Dwarves' smithing skills were unparalleled in the world. On the Fesua plain, many legend-rank weapons were forged by dwarves, and even a few semi-divine armaments were forged by dwarves. According to the legends, the dwarves had even dabbled in the domain of the gods and created divine artifacts. However, there was no clear proof. On the Fesua plain, dwarves were a weak race, and the god of dwarves Paladin was a neutral god. They wouldn't easily get involved in the wars between powerful divine systems. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a knowledge crystal flew into Bando's hand. "This is the knowledge crystal of the smithing skill I've mastered. Crush it, and then try again." Bando crushed the knowledge crystal, and suddenly, a large amount of smithing knowledge poured into his mind, making his eyes flash with ecstasy. Bando opened his eyes and gave Yang Feng a grateful look, and then said with a bitter smile, "Master, thank you for your generosity in bestowing me with this knowledge. However, after all, I'm just an ordinary human blacksmith. Without tools, I can't process this magic metal." Yang Feng smiled faintly and waved his hand, and a set of secret treasure-rank stove, bellows, hammers, iron blocks, and other secret treasures required for smithing appeared in the room. Bando looked at the set of secret treasure-rank forging secret treasures and said in a trembling voice, "Are these the legendary smithing and enchantment items?" Yang Feng said, "That's right, give it a try now. The knowledge just now should contain knowledge on how to use these tools." Bando thought carefully for a while, and then tried out the secret treasures one by one. His movements changed from rusty to proficient. The enchantment items used magic stones as their power source. Even though Bando was just an ordinary person, but he could still use these secret treasures. After Bando skillfully started using the secret treasures, he picked up the piece of divine blood steel with a pair of tongs and put it into the stove. A white flame gushed out of the stove and fell on the piece of divine blood steel. The divine blood steel, which previously showed no signs of melting no matter how it was burned, finally began to turn red. Bando was overjoyed. He took out the piece of divine blood steel, put it on the iron block, raised the enchantment hammer, and mercilessly hammered it. Along with the sound of the hammer, the piece of divine blood steel finally began to deform. Under Bando's hammering, it transformed into a sword. Yang Feng smiled faintly, turned around, and left the smithy. Even though Bando had the knowledge Yang Feng gave him and used the power of the secret treasures, he could at most forge the piece of divine blood steel into the strongest and sharpest sword. If he wanted to enchant it with magic and turn it into a magic sword, he would still need Yang Feng's help. However, Bando could use divine blood steel to forge weapons and armor, as well as provide a batch of sharp weapons and sturdy armor for Yang Feng's troops to use. Yang Feng had a lot of things to do, so he naturally couldn't stay in a smithy and forge weapons. 3 months later, a huge merchant group of nearly 8,000 people appeared in the Red Earth wasteland and slowly moved towards the miracle city established by Yang Feng. In this huge merchant group, there were 3,000 guards and 5,000 human slaves. This huge merchant group was a joint merchant group formed by the slave merchants in the Rijek city. Although the Red Earth wasteland was extremely barren and lacked water and food, but it was a transportation hub at the border of the 4 empires. However, it was a transportation hub at the border of the 4 great empires. In order to obtain greater profits, some human merchants would often take the risk to pass through here and head towards the 4 great empires. If the human merchants didn't become rich overnight, then they would become the feces of goblins, bugbears, ogres, and other bandits in the Red Earth Wasteland. Although the Red Earth Wasteland was extremely barren, but there were still some places where shrubs grew. There were still some edible and extremely sour berries in the shrubs. In addition, there were also some places that were less contaminated by divine blood. Although they were very unpalatable, but could barely fill one's stomach, wild vegetables and potatoes could be planted. There were as many as 8,000 people in the joint caravan. In the Red Earth Wasteland, no force could contend against such a terrifying force. When bandits saw this huge merchant group, they could only reveal covetous gazes, not daring to make a move. A city. Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? There's actually a city there. A city, it's only been 4 months, yet he was able to build such a city here. Incredible. He actually succeeded. Only 4 months. When the merchants saw the city in the Luatia plain, their eyes filled with shock and they commented spiritedly. Amazing, as expected of a great wizard. Jim, one of the leaders of the merchant group, was also shocked by the majestic miracle city. According to the construction strength of the Fesua plain, without tens of thousands of people spending a year or two, it was absolutely impossible to build such a majestic city. With several thousand slaves, it only took Yang Feng 4 months to build such a huge city, of which 1 month was spent on the road. Such a construction speed was simply a miracle on the Fesua plain. Suddenly, a merchant's eyes widened and he cried out, "Trees! Heavens, great god of slave hunters! What do I see? A tree? Oh, no, it's a forest." A forest actually appeared in the Red Earth Wasteland. Is this a miracle of a true god? Trees. That's a forest. Heavens, there's a forest here. Trees. That's a forest. The merchants were dumbfounded as they stared at the forest and cried out involuntarily. Some merchants rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and then stared at the purification trees that appeared in front of the miracle city. They were dumbstruck, and it took them a lot of effort to accept this fact. Jim's eyes widened and he cried out, "Trees! Are these real trees? Heavens, who the hell is Master Ian? How could he plant trees in the Red Earth Wasteland? That's something that many legend heroes haven't done." For ordinary people, it was almost impossible to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland. However, on the Fesua plain, many legend heroes have tried to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland and succeeded. But without exception, they couldn't sustain it and could only leave the Red Earth Wasteland. If the 2 most important factors, water and food, couldn't be resolved, it was impossible to maintain a city in the Red Earth Wasteland. Even if there were mountains of gold and silver, they would be spent on water and food. Establishing a city was not profitable, and it was even more impossible to develop and grow. But now, a forest had appeared outside the miracle city. This meant that at least this part of the Red Earth Wasteland was no longer a plant-forbidden zone, and it was possible to grow food and other crops. This was of great significance to the conquest of the Red Earth Wasteland. Chapter 218. Under the stimulation of the green trees, the incomparably huge merchant group immediately sped up their pace and rushed towards the forest. During this time, the Red Earth Wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see. The green woods, as if an oasis had appeared in people's minds, nourished their minds and gave their taut nerves a trace of moisture. It was already lunchtime. Wisps of smoke rose from the green woods. The slaves working in the woods began to gather together to have their meals. Heavens, white bread! These lowly slaves are eating white bread and potato soup. Damn it, these lowly slaves, how can they eat white bread? Aren't they eating better than me, Lord Bai? Is there any justice in this? White bread! What a waste! It's such a waste to give these slaves white bread. Master Ian, it's such a waste. When the leaders of the slave caravans broke into the woods, they were attracted by the fragrance and went to the place where the slaves were having their meals. When they saw the slaves eating white bread, the eyes of many leaders of the slave caravans turned bloodshot and they screamed bitterly. On the Fesua plain, the staple food of the middle and lower class commoners and slaves was the extremely coarse, hard as wood, and needed to be soaked in water to be able to be eaten. As for the fragrant, soft white bread made from finely ground flour, only wealthy merchants and aristocrats could afford to eat it. Some abject aristocrats even had to yield to reality and eat black bread with their families. There were a lot of misers among the leaders of slave caravans. Some leaders of small caravans ate black bread every day. Now that they saw Yang Feng's slaves gnawing on white bread, their eyes at once became bloodshot. When the guards of the slave caravans saw the slaves eating white bread, their eyes couldn't help but turn bloodshot as well. The guards of the slave caravans basically ate black bread and drank water. Now that the slaves were eating better than them, it naturally made them feel very unbalanced. Jim stared at the white bread, then looked at the miracle city in the distance, and his eyes flickered with endless greed. Master Ian is so rich, even the slaves can eat white bread. What if I take people and seize the city? I have 3,000 people in my hands, and he only has a few hundred slaves. Even if it's a battle of attrition, I can use up all of his spell slots. Seize this city and offer it to His Majesty the Emperor. Who knows, Jim, might be able to become a noble lord. Basically, none of the Rijek slave traders were good people. When they were in Rijek City, they could barely be considered law-abiding. But once they left Rijek City and came to the unrestrained wilderness, they became the most terrifying vicious beasts. Every year, many small slave caravans would disappear into the wilderness without a trace. For Jim to have such great power in Rijek City, it was unknown how many small slave caravans he had swallowed up. Jim, keep your men quiet. Clive walked out of the forest with 400 fully armed warriors. He frowned slightly and berated Jim. Jim looked at the awe-inspiring, spirited, and powerful Clive. His gaze fell on Clive's fingers, and his pupils constricted. The redness in his eyes faded, and he smiled amiably. Ha, Clive, I'm so happy to see you. It seems that your body has been completely healed by Master Ian. Master Ian, you're really amazing. That's right. 200 of my brothers and I have recovered our full strength under Master Ian's treatment. Not long ago, a group of more than 2,000 wolf riders came to ambush us. In the end, Great Wizard Ian single-handedly killed 1,000 wolf riders. If they hadn't run away fast enough, I'm afraid that all the wolf riders would have died here. Their corpses are hanging over there. Do you want to take a look? Clive operated a secret method, and the terrifying Sky Knight rank chi erupted in an instant. The powerful aura oppressed Jim to the point that he couldn't breathe. He looked at Jim with a smile that wasn't a smile. Clive knew better than anyone what kind of people those slave traders were. If you were stronger than the slave traders, and offered them enough benefits, then you would be able to do it. Then, they would be your most loyal dogs. But once you showed a trace of weakness, they would turn into a pack of jackals and pounce on you. Jim's pupils shrank slightly. He showed a gratified smile and said shamelessly, "Haha. Amazing. Master Ian is really amazing. Clive, you have to thank me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have met such a good person like Master Ian. Moreover, I didn't mistreat you and your brothers when you were with me." Clive and the 200 soldiers of the Amon Principality were valuable goods. Jim naturally didn't mistreat them. If they were raised to look haggard, sallow, and emaciated, those noble ladies wouldn't like it. Clive said with a faint smile, "I really should thank you for that. But now, take your men into the city." Jim said without batting an eyelid, "All right. By the way, do all the slaves here eat white bread?" "That's too extravagant." Clive said, "Not really." Jim breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that a mere slave could eat almost as much as a big merchant like him made him feel a little unbalanced. Clive said, "Only the slaves who work hard can eat white bread. Those who are lazy can only go to another place to eat black bread and water." Jim's face twitched slightly. The expressions of the leaders of the merchant groups that surrounded them didn't look good. Their living standards were only the same as those of the hard-working slaves in the Miracle City. The faces of some of the leaders of the small merchant groups were even darker. They basically ate black bread every day, and only ate white bread on holidays. Their lives were simply worse than that of slaves. Of course, that was also because they were too stingy. The guards of the merchant group all had dark expressions on their faces as they considered the possibility of jumping ship. The slaves, on the other hand, all revealed expressions of anticipation. Jim asked curiously, "Isn't the Miracle City short of food? If we feed the slaves white bread like this, will the food be able to last?" The leaders of the slave merchant groups also pricked up their ears. In particular, the merchants who transported the food were extremely nervous. As if awaiting trial, they waited for Clive's answer. Clive replied proudly, "The great Master Ian cast a spell to purify part of the red earth wasteland. Now, the land can be used to plant breadfruit improved by him. The breadfruit trees can be harvested 3 times a year, and each season, 5,000 caddies of breadfruit can be harvested from 1 mu of land." Chapter 219. A lake. What a big artificial lake. Randy sighed with a voice filled with complicated emotions. Then, he exchanged glances with Jim. Located at the junction of the 4 empires, the Red Earth Wasteland could be used as a commodity trading hub of the 4 empires. Throughout history, who knew how many ambitious and ruthless people had their eyes on this place? However, due to the lack of water and food in the Red Earth Wasteland, in the end, no hero was able to establish a foothold here. But now, Yang Feng purified a large amount of land, opened up farmland that could grow food, and created a huge lake, solving the biggest problem of water shortage in the Red Earth Wasteland. It was already foreseeable that the Miracle City would soar in the future. Jim looked at a neatly leveled plot of land with signs inserted in it, and asked curiously, "What are those places?" Clive said with a smile, "The Miracle City is located at the junction of the 4 empires. It can become a commodity trading hub of the 4 empires. These plots of land are for the chambers of commerce that will settle in the Miracle City in the future. These plots of land are not cheap, each of them is worth more than 100,000 gold coins." When the leaders of the small merchant groups heard that, they were first delighted, but then withered. For these small merchant groups, 100,000 gold coins was still too much of a burden. The eyes of the leaders of the medium and large merchant groups lit up, revealing a trace of excitement as if they had spotted their prey. With the speed of development of the Miracle City, it would definitely grow stronger and stronger in the future. Besides, transnational trade had always been the most profitable business. The Miracle City, located at the transportation hub of the 4 empires, would definitely become popular in the future. Clive said with a smile, "Master Ian has already spread the news through other channels. Reportedly, some merchants and aristocrats of the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire are very interested in the Miracle City." When they heard that, the leaders of the merchant groups no longer hesitated, and their eyes flashed with determination. Jim suddenly regretted asking such a question. With this question, he gained countless competitors in an instant. "Sir Commander Clive, can you let us take a look at these plots?" "Yes. Sir Commander Clive, please let us take a look at these plots," the leaders of the merchant groups said passionately. Looking embarrassed, Clive pondered for a while, and then agreed, "All right." The leaders of the merchant groups immediately poured into those plots, their eyes filled with greed as they searched for their favorite plots. Even Jim twisted his fat body and dove into those pieces of land with an agility that didn't match his figure. His eyes shone with greed as he searched for the piece of land he liked. As long as he bought a piece of land, he could definitely sell it for a large sum of money in the future. As for the delivery and collection of the slaves, the leaders of these merchant groups handed it over to their subordinates. Although the divine priest of the god of contracts was expensive, once the contract was signed, both parties were unlikely to violate the power of the god of contracts. After a few hours, the leaders of the merchant groups regrouped and headed towards the city lord's mansion under Clive's escort. Tony. Sapphire Commerce Group's Tony. As soon as Jim entered the reception hall that was specially used to entertain the leaders of the merchant groups, he was slightly taken aback, and his pupils shrank. There were already more than 200 people gathered in the reception hall. All of them were well-dressed and had rich faces. Jim didn't know most of them, but the few he knew were big merchants of the Morance Empire. Tony of the Sapphire Commerce Group was a person in charge of a territory with wealth no less than that of Jim's super merchant group. With a glass of red wine in his hand, Tony came over with a smile. "Jim, Randy, you're really not good friends. Since you found such a big business opportunity, why didn't you call me? It's really disappointing." Jim's chubby face trembled, and he said with a smile, "Haha, Tony, didn't you go to the Blue River Manor for a vacation? I couldn't get in touch with you for a while, so I didn't call you. By the way, what's the origin of those people?" Tony smiled and didn't pursue the matter. He looked at the rest of the people, his eyes flashed with apprehension, and he whispered, "Many of those guys are barbarians from the Titan Empire." The people of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire basically called each other barbarians. Numerous wars had broken out between the two empires. However, neither empire could do anything to the other. Jim asked with a puzzled expression, "How did those barbarians get the news?" Tony replied, "Someone went to the Titan Principality and released the news that a person called Master Ian established a miracle city in the Red Earth Wasteland and that there was a huge business opportunity. Furthermore, he swore in front of the clergyman of the God of Contracts that everything he said was true." The stray dogs were attracted. Jim sighed slightly and said with some regret, "It seems that our Master Ian isn't simple. The power he wields is far beyond our imagination." If there were no competitors, Jim and the other caravan leaders could still join forces to negotiate with Yang Feng. But once the merchants of the Titan Empire came, Jim's caravan would have no chance of joining forces. Although merchants had no borders, but the people of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire looked down on each other. Jim had no friendship with the merchants of the Titan Empire, so there was no way for them to join forces. The merchants of the Titan Empire also stared coldly at Jim and the others. In the tavern, there were clearly two large groups. In addition, there were also some merchants from other lesser principalities who came to take risks, but they didn't amount to much. At this moment, Yang Feng slowly walked in from the side of the tavern. All eyes focused on Yang Feng. "Thank you for attending this banquet. I am Ian, the master of the Miracle City." Yang Feng looked at the hundreds of merchants from the Morance Empire, the Titan Empire, and some lesser principalities, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Ardace did a good job." Yang Feng's words had just fallen when bursts of applause sounded in the tavern. "You must have seen the plots of land that the Miracle City is going to sell. I am confident that within 10 years, the Miracle City will be built into a giant city with a population of more than 500,000 people. Besides, this place will become the trade hub of the four empires. Every inch of the land will be worth its weight in gold." If you have a plot of land you like, you can pick up a pen and paper next to you, write down the plot of land you like and the price you are willing to pay, and then put it into the black box. The Miracle City will immediately do a calculation, and the land will go to the highest bidder. Yang Feng clapped his hands, and beautiful maids filed out from both sides with smiles on their faces, each holding a black box in their hands. Jim smiled bitterly and sighed in his heart, "What a ruthless move." In this way, if you want to buy the plot of land you like, you can only offer a high price. The surrounding merchants picked up a pen and paper and began to write down the plot of land they wanted to buy. Jim pondered for a while, then took a piece of paper, wrote down the plot of land he wanted to buy, and threw it into the black box. Standing on a dais, Yang Feng watched this scene with a smile on his face. Just by selling the land, Yang Feng made a huge profit. Moreover, when the merchants bought the land, they would have to construct it and make use of it, which would attract many workers. With more people, the consumption rate would slowly rise, forming a huge virtuous cycle. Although Yang Feng brought a huge amount of wealth to the Feisua Plain, but if the miracle city only allowed people to enter and not leave, then he wouldn't be able to support it. A grain merchant couldn't help but ask, "Master Ian, your miracle city already has a food source. What about us grain merchants in the future?" Each of the breadfruit trees improved by Yang Feng could produce an astonishing amount of food. The grain merchants were worried that they wouldn't be able to make a living in the future. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Don't worry. Within 2 years, according to the price I agreed with you, you can transport as much food as you have. I'll take it all, as long as there's no problem with the quality." The population of the miracle city would only increase, so it wouldn't be too much to stock up on food. 2 years after the miracle city was fully developed, Yang Feng would still need to import a lot of food. The grain merchants heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile on their faces. The merchants wrote down notes and threw them into the black boxes, which were then collected by the beautiful maids. By the way, let me tell you another piece of good news. I'm not only a wizard, but also an alchemist. Recently, I've refined some gadgets in my spare time, so please come and have a look. Yang Feng clapped his hands, and a warrior walked in with a fine steel sword. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Please elect a few people to take a look at this fine steel sword to prove that I haven't tampered with it." The merchant groups of the Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire quickly elected 10 highly prestigious merchants, including Jim, Tony, and Randy, to go on the dais. After carefully examining the fine steel sword, Jim waved it a few times, and then said very cautiously, "There's nothing wrong with this fine steel sword. It's an excellent imperial military sword. This sword has been maintained very well. There is no damage to it." The other 9 people took the sword and carefully examined it for a while, and then nodded in agreement. Chapter 220. Military standard fine steel swords weren't inferior swords. On the contrary, they were well made and of excellent quality. Compared to the scimitars and swords used by many adventurers, they were of much better quality. The quality of military weapons had always been far superior to that of civilian weapons. "This is an enchanted sword I forged. Give it a try, Jim." With a flick of his wrist, a sword with a thin blade engraved with mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's grip, and he handed it to Jim. Jim took the sword and waved it slightly. A pale green magic radiance and a pale red magic radiance buffed Jim's body, making him feel lighter. At the same time, there seemed to be endless power surging out of his body, causing him to reveal a trace of ecstasy. "These really are magic weapons. My body has been blessed with 2 spells, increasing my agility and strength." The eyes of the merchants of the 2 empires turned bloodshot and flickered with endless greed as they stared at the magic sword in Jim's hand. On the Feisua Plain, due to the weave, it was easier to cast spells than on other plains. However, it was dozens of times more difficult to search for the source of spells. Apart from the Weave Church and a few ancient mage organizations, there weren't many alchemists to be found, and magic items were few and far between. Once the magic sword in Jim's hand was put up for auction, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Yang Feng said faintly, "Reggie, chi." The warrior Reggie urged his chi and poured it into the standard sword in his hand, causing the standard sword to radiate chi radiance. According to the understanding of warlocks, chi cultivated on the Feisua Plain was a powerful life force that could be used to strengthen various weapons and armor. Yang Feng said with a smile, Jim, chop at the tip of the sword. Wait a moment, let the others test the sharpness of the sword. With the magic sword infused with 12 grams of divine blood steel, Jim chopped at the tip of the standard fine steel sword of the Morin's Empire and easily cut off the fine steel sword blessed with qi. Seeing this scene, the merchants all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked by the sharpness of that magic sword. Magic swords were just long swords that could be enchanted with magic. They were not necessarily sharp enough. That magic sword could already be regarded as a peerless sword that could cut through iron as if it were mud, even without being enchanted with magic. Now that it could be enchanted with magic, it could be said to be a heaven-defying sword. The magic swords collected by many noble families were only of this standard. Jim fondled the long sword admiringly and exclaimed in ecstasy, "Good sword, what a sharp treasured sword. Jim, get out of the way. Let me try." Randy pushed Jim away impatiently, snatched the magic sword from Jim's hand, and slashed at Reggie's steel sword that had been strengthened with combat energy. Dang! With a crisp sound, the fine steel sword in Reggie's hand was sliced off. Randy's eyes also revealed a trace of excitement. Good sword, it's indeed a peerless sword. Tony's eyes lit up and he snatched the magic sword. It's my turn. The 10 merchants took turns to try out the magic sword and praised it profusely. Even though the magic sword could no longer be enchanted with magic by the 5th person, but they were still very satisfied. To be enchanted with 8 level 0 spells a day, to be extremely sharp, and to be able to cut through iron as if it were mud, such a treasured sword was definitely a rare treasure. I name this treasured sword Warrior's Edge. Every year, at this time, I hold an auction here and auction 5 of these treasured swords. If you're interested, you can come and participate in the auction at this time every year. Yang Feng smiled. With a flick of his wrist, 5 Warrior's Edge appeared in his hand. Lena came over with a smile on her face, took the 5 Warrior's Edge sheathed in an exquisite scabbard, handed 4 of them to a maid behind her, and looked around, saying, I am Lena, the Miracle City's Internal Affairs Manager. I will now be acting as the auctioneer. The starting bid for this Warrior's Edge is 100,000 gold coins, and each bid increment must be no less than 1,000 gold coins. The auction begins now, 150,000 gold coins. Just as Lena's words fell, Jim impatiently quoted a high price. Hearing the sky-high price, the venue went silent for a while. At the time, Yang Feng had bought hundreds of slaves in the slave market for tens of thousands of gold coins. For a magic sword, Jim offered a sky-high price of 150,000 gold coins, which shocked everyone. A middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire said flatly, 300,000 gold coins. Hearing that voice, everyone was shocked, and the venue went silent. Lena said with a smile, 300,000 gold coins going once, 300,000 gold coins going twice, 300,000 gold coins going thrice. Sold, this magic sword is yours. Numerous gazes were focused on the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire, and their gazes were filled with complicated emotions. 300,000 gold coins was definitely not a small sum. For the middle-aged merchant to be able to take out so much liquid funds without batting an eyelid, he was definitely someone from a super-large merchant group. Lena said with a smile, the auction for the second Warrior's Edge will now begin. The auction rules are the same as before. The auction begins now, 110,000 gold coins. 120,000 gold coins. Just as everyone was quoting prices, the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire still said flatly, 300,000 gold coins. The entire venue went silent once again, gazes full of complex emotions and hatred focused on the middle-aged merchant. Lena said with a smile, 300,000 gold coins going once, 300,000 gold coins going twice, 300,000 gold coins going thrice. Sold, this magic sword is yours. Lena said with a smile, the auction for the third Warrior's Edge will now begin. The auction rules are the same as before. The auction begins now, 300,000 gold coins. Just as Lena's words fell, the middle-aged merchant directly opened his mouth, blocking the desire of those merchants who were trying to increase the price. Jim hesitated for a moment, his gaze fell on the two remaining magic swords, and he gritted his teeth and quoted a price, 310,000 gold coins, 320,000 gold coins. 330,000 gold coins. The atmosphere in the venue seemed to be ignited at once. The price of the magic sword rose steadily until it reached 500,000 gold coins, when it was bought by a wealthy merchant from the Titan Empire. The corners of Lena's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sincere smile, and she said, "The auction for the fourth warrior's edge will now begin. The auction rules are the same as before. The auction begins now." The middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire quoted a terrifyingly high price in an attempt to deter the rest, 400,000 gold coins, 410,000 gold coins. 420,000 gold coins. The price of the warrior's edge suddenly rose steadily. Without stopping, it directly broke through 500,000 gold coins, all the way to 610,000 gold coins, when it was bought by the red-eyed Jim. The corners of Lena's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sincere smile, and she said, "The auction for the last warrior's edge will now begin. The auction rules are the same as before. The auction begins now." A merchant from the Titan Empire, his eyes bloodshot, directly quoted a price, 600,000 gold coins. This magic sword, which could cut through iron as if it were mud, was very popular in the martial Titan Empire. Many greater aristocrats liked to collect such peerless swords. If they could meet a bigwig who liked this kind of sword, it would be normal for it to reach 1 million gold coins. The poor of the Fesua plain were very poor, but greater aristocrats of the various empires could even afford to raise tens of thousands of private soldiers. Such peak greater aristocrats were not short of money. Such a peerless sword could definitely help those big nobles recruit top powerhouses such as Sky Knights and Heavenly Knights. Randy's eyes were bloodshot as he said, 610,000 gold coins. Tony also directly went all out and roared, 650,000 gold coins, 700,000 gold coins. The competition for the last warrior's edge was extremely fierce. In the end, it was bought by a wealthy merchant from the Titan Empire for the sky-high price of 800,000 gold coins. At this time, the gazes of the greater merchants focused on the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire, their gazes brimming with admiration. The middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire had a very unique vision. At the beginning, he bought the two magic swords at a sky-high price in the eyes of the greater merchants. Now it seemed that the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire had made a fortune. His profits had nearly doubled. Lena said with a smile, "Master Ian is also a grandmaster pharmacist and can refine a variety of potions. When you come next year, you should be able to buy a variety of mystical potions at the auction. I think that you won't be disappointed when you come next year." Grandmaster pharmacist. After hearing this, the greater merchants inhaled a mouthful of cold air. They looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at a gold mine emitting the radiance of gold coins as it walked. Potioneering was also a branch of magic. On the Fesua plain, because wizards would forget the spells they memorized the day before, they had to memorize spells repeatedly, wasting a lot of time. Therefore, there were very few wizards who studied potioneering. Every kind of magic potion had mystical powers. Some magic potions could dispel many curses. Some magic potions could curse others. Some magic potions could inflict strange poisons that even divine spells would find difficult to dispel. Some magic potions could restore youth for a short period of time. Some magic potions could restore people's energy. Every kind of magic potion was a rare treasure. Generally, only the royal families of empires as well as some greater aristocrats had some magic potions. Just a magic potion could make the miracle city in the Red Earth wasteland a holy land in the eyes of many people. They had come from far away. The land in the Kasama region was extremely barren, and could only produce some sour and unpalatable berries, potatoes, and some unpalatable roots. There was a kind of people living in the Kasama region, and they were hybrids between beast-men and humans, half-blood beast-men. In fact, half-blood beast-men were the product of a tragedy. Once the two human empires invaded the territory of the Beast-Man Empire, they would plunder many Beast-Man beauties. When the Beast-Man Empire's armies invaded the territory of the human empires, they would also be merciless and plunder a large number of human beauties. Half-blood beast-men born under this tragedy weren't regarded as compatriots by humans and beast-men, but as filthy and sinful existences. According to the customs of the Beast-Man Empire, once half-blood beast-men were born, they would be directly thrown into the Kasama region and abandoned. The half-blood beast-men in the Kasama region would silently accept the newborn half-blood beast-men as their compatriots. As if cursed by the gods, the offspring of half-blood beast-men and other races would also be half-blood beast-men. The offspring would be treated with contempt and even hostility by the many races of the Fesua Plain. Behind a hillside in the Kasama district, there was a half-beastman girl with golden hair and blue eyes. She had a golden ponytail and was about 1.85 meters tall. Her breasts were almost bursting out of her clothes, and her legs were slender and beautiful. Her appearance was very beautiful, but she had a heroic aura. She was about 16 or 17 years old, and she had a pair of lion ears. She held a wooden sword in her hand and continuously brandished it. Drops of sweat slowly dripped from the forehead of the half-blood beast-man girl, nearly drenching her clothes. Even so, she didn't slack off in the slightest. She practiced a set of the most basic swordsmanship. Even that set of swordsmanship was incomplete, but she still did not give up. She chopped, flicked, stabbed, lifted, and slashed with her sword. Every sword move was extremely serious, enough to make many martial arts practitioners blush with shame. Suddenly, the face of the half-blood beast-man girl turned pale, her breathing stagnated, and she spat out a mouthful of blood that sprinkled on the ground. The set of swordsmanship was incomplete. The half-blood beast-man girl practiced this set of swordsmanship so hard that she unknowingly injured herself. Without the guidance of a great teacher, it was extremely difficult to practice swordsmanship. At the time, although Yang Feng had the inheritance of the Black Cottage, but he still went to great lengths to join Warlock College Antalya in order to get the guidance of a great teacher and a huge amount of cultivation resources. A 12 or 13-year-old half-blood beast-man girl with a sallow complexion, a pair of cat ears, and slender limbs that looked like they could be easily snapped ran over and said with a look of horror on her face, "Big Sister Catherine, it's bad." You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.